region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute energy news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Joanna Bersecci in Vienna, and this is Bloomberg.
This is a committee that has to think about the long run, even as they make today's decisions. Not surprising, I think you see this kind of dispersion given the changes going on in the economy. When you see dispersion like this, it tells you that we are looking pretty short term. This idea of meeting to meeting sounds right to me.
There was a lot of dispersion in the forecast from this Federal Reserve just yesterday. That was the former Kansas City Fed President, Esther George. She's seen it all. She's been on the dissenting side of things, and she's seen a lot of those forecasts that looked like what we saw yesterday.
You know, she said something interesting. If you dissent and the rest of the committee votes against you, it doesn't mean that your view didn't count. People hear it, and I wonder how much they heard Stephen Myron's vote, even if it was very different from their own.
Pushing for 50, and let's be clear, we did think other people might join him, and they didn't. Governor Waller, Governor Bowman. Didn't happen, but there was a credible case for some people, at least, to make that case.
Yeah, especially before retail sales, and once retail sales came in, maybe not. I will say, I don't know how much consolidation there is around a view of 125 basis points of rate cuts by the end of this year, but nonetheless, that is the dot that we saw.
Yeah, I was talking more about the descent for 50 than I was the dot itself.
But maybe that's the reason why there wasn't as much.
I said earlier this morning, stranger things have happened.
Yeah, it's true.
The Fed's been very offside at turning points. And if you look at the forecast, my favourite is the SEP from the end of 21. Not that I have a favourite SEP, but that's really sad. If you go to the end of 21 and look at their forecast for the end of 22, they're hundreds and hundreds of basis points off where they ended up. They were looking for 0.9%.
The point here, and I think it is very well taken, it is nice to have contrarian views, and sometimes it's really important to consider alternative scenarios, especially in a time of this much uncertainty.
Equities are higher this morning by 0.7%. What uncertainty? All-time highs potentially at the opening bell, 43 minutes away. With your morning movers, let's cross over to Yahira for more. Hey, Yahira.
Hi, John. We are seeing Intel shares absolutely soaring here in the pre-market, up 30%, because as President Trump just said moments ago, it feels like Jensen Huang is taking over the world. NVIDIA is investing $5 billion into Intel, and the rivals will now team up to co-develop chips for PCs and for data centers. And looking at the big picture, it comes after the U.S. government took a 10% stake in Intel, all while China continues to crack down on NVIDIA and prop up its own domestic chip industry. So this just all feels like a bigger chess game being played. And sticking with tech and China, we are seeing shares of Alphabet up more than 1% on a report that Beijing is scrapping its antitrust probe into Android, and the timing does not feel like an accident. It comes just a day before Presidents Trump and Xi Jinping are set to call. So this is being viewed as sort of an olive branch ahead of that highly consequential call. And we end on the consumer with Darden Restaurants down 8%. This is the company behind Olive Garden and Longhorn Steakhouse. Shares are falling after adjusted earnings per share came in below estimates in the latest quarter. And that is because the company, which caters to middle-income consumers, said that it was going to try to limit price hikes to keep diners coming through the door. So that is hitting profits, and its comparable sales outlook did not look good either. John?
Yahira, thank you. Appreciate it. More conflicting signals coming from corporate America.
Yeah, maybe just bad breadsticks. That's what I thought.
Yeah, they've got their own problems.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not
totally
saying
agree with you.
Bad,
I know you're kind of joking, but you're not far off.
I just wonder how much this is consumers being choosier.
Okay.
Whatever word you want to say, picky, and choosing the ones they like and prioritizing that. And this is really a competitive thing more than it is an economic thing.
Let's cut you down to the opening bell. Let's move on from there. Stocks hovering near all-time highs. Equities up by 0.7% on the S&P 500. Adam Hetz of Janus Henderson writing the following: with so many cuts already priced in, if there is a proper growth scare, there is risk that additional cuts won't mitigate the downside. Adam joins us now for more. Adam, welcome to the program.
Good morning.
That's a really thoughtful statement. I want to give you some time just to build on that a little bit. Are you suggesting that the rate cuts that are already priced, that haven't yet been delivered, are already starting to influence the economy?
There are high expectations right now for more rate cuts, and yesterday helped to affirm that. So the Fed's doing a really good job right now of balancing a wide range of good risks and bad risks, and we think investors should do the same. And portfolios should be balanced right now, which means more of like a 60-40 starting point, and a 60-40 should stay around 60-40. Even though that feels a little bit neutral at the top level, it's not under the hood. If we're talking about a base case of rate cuts with a resilient economy, it's great for growth, it's great for cyclicals, small and mid, it's great for REITs, it's great for international, and that broadening trade should have some room to run.
Why does the bond piece perform in the way you think it should? In an environment like this one, when the Federal Reserve is really losing some pursuit of 2% on the inflation side. And it's also telling us basically they're willing to underpin the labor market.
All right, Lilu is down.
On inflation.
Lilu is
Within
down.
That 60-40,
Darn
that
it.
bond piece, right now rates are rallying, and we think investors should
All
extend
right, let's go
duration
back to
if
the
they've had
NQ. I
a
gotta
run.
fix our
And if
data
those lower
here.
yields across the curve are forcing more of a search for yield in some multi-asset income portfolios. That's where you can look outside the core into the more of the credit, non-investment grade segments. Investors are seeing corporate spreads at all-time tights, nearly that, at least the tightest since the late 90s. This is where you can look outside traditional corporates into securitized. Janice Henderson is a world-class securitized team. We're the second largest active ETF provider with a lot of great securitized offerings there, and we're seeing that go from more of a diversifier.
We are live on YouTube if anybody likes using YouTube to watch stuff.
I guess I don't understand why the rate cutting cycle this time around would give such a boom to bonds, given the ongoing strength in the economy and, to John's point, the inflationary pressures where inflation still hasn't gotten down to 2% for more than 4 years. I just wonder, given the fact that equity valuations, yes, they are elevated, but you're looking at the moonshot in AI, you're looking at profitability other than Darden that has been going up, and you look at the idea that there is a lot of cash that is, I don't want to say on the sidelines because I don't like that expression, but in money market funds. Why aren't stocks the much better choice right now than bonds?
Well, you're seeing those balanced risks play out, and this goes back to why you'd want to keep more of that 60-40 baseline intact. So part of the concerns here and part of the bearish case is price levels are so high that goes for valuations, top decile valuations in the S&P. You've got credit spreads near all-time tights, but those high price levels also feed into that bullish case about loose financial conditions, especially once you factor in lower rates in the 10-year and lower vol. So those bearish concerns about price levels also feed in and perpetuate that bullish case, which is why you don't want to be underweight equities right now.
How hard is it to convince customers, clients of yours, that bonds still deserve the same place in the portfolio?
This has been a long-term discussion. We get those questions every day, and this goes back to a decade ago, living through that ultra-low-rate environment. That's not where we are right now. When you're looking at bond portfolios, you're looking at flexible, diversified.
Give me a minute. I'll get this set back up, guys.
In the mid-single digits, and so that
I was playing around trying to get Lilu to work. Rhythmic is down. Rhythmic is down, but that's okay because we don't typically trade in the morning anyway.
But right now, if we see yields go from 4 and you blink and yields hit 450 on the 10-year, right now, if you look at Fed projections, you look at the...
Or we're not going to trade into the open. I mean, you know, we'll trade,
right now, if you're seeing,
you know, I guess 10:30, 11 o'clock is later in the morning.
And that,
you know, if everything's organized and the setup is there.
Because the economy is recovering. So if you have the opposite effect and rates rally...
I've got the morning conquered.
Great diversifier for a portfolio.
It's getting into that afternoon when I don't have like a real trade on yet, and I'm starting to get some FOMO, and I've missed some stuff.
The base case here is you have to expect, if you're looking at the Fed projections, you're looking at broader consensus, you're having rate cuts into this soft landing kind of resilient growth scenario. There's a wide range of risks around it, but it goes back to that broadening trade. We're seeing a lot of opportunities in the SMID caps, in the cyclicals and international, and valuations have crept up, and you've seen that broadening trade work so far this year. But there's a lot of room to re-rate, and there's a lot of room for earnings expectations to go up from where they are.
Which is why we've seen this big outperformance in smalls, at least over the past, what is it, Bramo? 6 weeks, 6, 7 weeks?
Yeah, what did Alex Altman say? The market
$3 trillion.
cap, $3 trillion. He said, you know, that's smaller than a lot of the mega tech companies in the United States. So hard to really call this a rotation, but it does speak to the idea that there are companies that have been left behind by these all-time highs that we keep talking about every day.
I think he was more comfortable with the word broadening. It's a broadening, not a full rotation.
I think the equal weight is the story that people keep turning to, right? The other 493, and at what point did they outperform given the moonshot of the Magnificent Seven? I just wonder, again, how consistent it is that bonds act as that diversifier. And I think it's really interesting to hear Adam's point, which is it's controversial, and yet the 60-40 coming back as a pitch and just sort of acting as that ballast.
We talked about this. The good news of the last 2 weeks through September is yields on 30s aren't at 5%, they're at 470. 10s aren't at 450, they're closer to 4. That's quite a change. Coming into September, that's not the conversation people were having. In fact, on the fixed income side, there was a real concern. We see a repeat of last year. Federal Reserve would lean into easing, and you'd see a sell-off at the long end. That's not developed this time.
No, and there doesn't seem to be a real significant rise in inflation expectations when you look at break-even rates either. So it seems like people still have faith that the Fed will ultimately rein in inflation should it get too hot, even if it is running above 2%.
Adam, enjoyed this. It's good to see you. Thanks for dropping by. Appreciate it. And for tolerating us. Adam Hetz of Janus Henderson. We appreciate that too. Coming up tomorrow, Marissa Adams of HSBC, the former St. Louis Fed President Jim Bullard, Congressman Jason Smith, Nadia Lovell of UBS. What a week so far. One more trading day still to go. Going into the weekend, with equity futures on the S&P 500 up by 0.6%, all-time highs just around the corner. We're almost there, Bramo.
You just said going into the weekend?
Yeah, like one more day after this, one more trading day after this.
Why are you teasing me?
Not there yet.
I know, well, maybe.
When we wake up Friday, we'll have record highs.
be
Like,
the
you know.
Yeah, we're practicing right now.
And
Thank you.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
There is a nice confluence between the long-term investor and what we're trying to do. We have an operating principle that's in our handbook, take the long view. When we went public, we put a timeline up on the screen for the whole company in an all-hands meeting. And that timeline went from founding to 100 years out. And the IPO was one dot in 1 year on that timeline. And we tried to orient the employees to, this is a wonderful event, this IPO, but it's a moment in time on a very long journey.
This is a company that you want to exist in 100 years.
We do.
Wall Street doesn't think in.
No, they think in like hours. Yeah. And what I've learned of Wall Street, and particularly Wall Street investors, when they say they are long-term investors, that means they'll keep your stock for like a month. There has been one instance where I did something that was just for short-term stock, and I felt so bad about it that I don't think I'll do it again.
What was that?
There was one quarter, a few quarters ago, we were not going to beat the quarter. We were going to probably just hit it. And so far, we beat every quarter. So we were all like, wait, what? Our perfect record. We're like a 4.0 student that is going to get a B for the first time. This is not good. And I decided that for a short period of time, at the end of a lesson in our app, we would show 2 ads instead of 1. Turns out that by itself was good enough to beat the quarter, but it's bad for the product. It's not good. After that, I never doing that again.
Bloomberg Screen Time is back this fall for year 3. We're bringing together the biggest names in business and pop culture, like Netflix co-CEO Greg Peters, Instagram boss Adam Mosseri, and Los Angeles royalty Will Obey. We're going to talk about how sports is eating entertainment, check in on the state of the movie business, and get an update on LA after the fires from Rick Caruso and Irving Azoff. You should expect newsy interviews from industry leaders, meaningful business networking, and of course, great food. We'll feature some of the best chefs and food trucks from my hometown of Los Angeles. Tickets are available now, and you should head to bloomberglive.com/screentime for details. I'll see you in Los Angeles, October 8th and 9th.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Matt Miller, the Circuit de la Sarthe in Le Mans, and this is Bloomberg. We are off to the races again. Futures
okay, guys. Rhythmic is down right now. If somebody sees that it's back up, let me know. Cretinobot. All right. OG Brian, Rocks, Big Banana. How you guys all doing? I'm updating. I'm gonna get my trade journals updated today. I'm on the 4th day of my PA. We're doing well. I'm up like $2,000 right now. Rhythmic's down, so if you guys see that Rhythmic's back up, if you can throw it in the chat so everybody can connect. News is in for the day. I don't see any other news that's going to really affect anything, so it should be a pretty smooth transition after the open. You know, we get into 10:15, 10:30. We'll make sure the the ES and Q are organized, and
Nvidia's stake in Intel will be just under 5%, so 2.5%.
yeah, there's nothing the rest of the day. Treasury bills, just.
Anybody who got on board with Trump after that investment in August is getting paid today. Novo Nordisk's diabetes drug Ozempic beat Eli Lilly's Trulicity.
So our news is in. We're waiting to get organized. We're waiting for the open, then we'll get organized and we'll start hunting our entries. You know, maybe we can get organized a little earlier today than usual, and we can make a good day of it. Everything's good. We're gonna stay away from MOC. Any other news events. We're just going to mark out our entries based off our strategy, try and hit our take profits and have good trade management without adding in the wrong places. And that's what we're going to focus on today. And whatever comes of it, comes of it. The win is the win. We're just going to manage our trades. We're going to follow our rules and not make up trades.
A wipeout in terms of Intel making Nvidia's chips. This is about Nvidia and them aligning when it comes to AI PCs, when it comes to the future of gaming, when it comes to just making sure that Intel is more relevant.
All right, guys, I got some real work stuff to do. I got to get set up. So
its position within the future of AI.
I'm always watching chat. So if you got any questions or comments, or you got some chart analysis, throw it right in the chat. We'll share it with everyone. You never know what's going to help someone. So if you got an idea or you got a nice looking little chart, throw it right in there and I'll pop it up so everybody can see. All right, I'll talk to you guys in a little bit. I'll try and be back for the open.
This is Nvidia getting on board with what Trump and the US administration needs. A homegrown domestic powerhouse that needed financial aid, so they get the $5 billion. Maybe this does signal eventually that Intel can think more about fabrication because it's got clear eventual demand maybe coming from Nvidia, but that's not the one yet. What it's a big tell is that AMD is hurting bad. You're seeing AMD lower because Nvidia could have done this sort of a deal with AMD. It makes CPUs, it's relevant in gaming, but instead it's gone with Intel because that is where the political winds have been blowing. Big day for AMD. Also look out at ARM because its own architecture is becoming ever more relevant in data centers. Maybe it gets set back a bit because Intel is once there again with x86.
By the way, also a reminder, when President Trump makes an investment or tells you to buy stocks, maybe you should think about getting on board. In terms of NVIDIA, Huawei is coming out with a challenger chip. We talked about Broadcom challenging Blackwell in the past. Is anybody else going to be able to do what NVIDIA does?
Not for several years. And this is Huawei trying to make clear that eventually it's going to be able to beef up its manufacturing, meet some sort of supply that is just an outrageous amount of demand coming from China at the moment. And at the moment, the Chinese regulators do not want their powerhouses of Alibaba and Tencent buying from NVIDIA. They want them to go to Huawei. They want them to depend on Ascend. But thus far, they haven't had the chip equipment. They haven't got the infrastructure to make really sophisticated chips, let alone the designs thus far. And so they've had to go to NVIDIA. But if Huawei can signal that they're doing more with their lesser semiconductors, they're basically going to be grouping them all together, getting a super pod, basically these clusters that we're used to in the United States. They can make them ever more efficient. Then maybe they can do without NVIDIA for the time being. Maybe they can really make strides in generative AI models for their big clients, and it becomes ever more self-sufficient. This is potentially would have been a negative day for NVIDIA, but instead they've managed to write their own course with the Intel news.
Yeah, interesting to be up and chip at your own monopoly. Very interesting dynamic. Caroline, thank you so much. Bloomberg text Caroline Hyde. By the way, Matt, we were talking in the break about how much $5 billion is for NVIDIA. MODL, the function you told me to go to, their cash on the balance sheet last quarter was $84 billion. So $5 billion is almost a drop in the bucket for NVIDIA.
It's a very small amount, obviously also for a company that's currently worth $4.1 trillion.
Yes, correct. Yes, so that gives you some context into how much this investment really is. Now, the other big story, Matt, of course, is what happened yesterday. The Federal Reserve lowering its benchmark interest rate by 0.25 percentage point and penciling in 2 more reductions for this year. Fed Chair Powell explained why there was not a larger rate cut yesterday.
There wasn't widespread support at all for a 50 basis point cut today. You know, I think we've done very large rate hikes and very large rate cuts in the last 5 years, and you tend to do those at a time when you feel that policy is out of place and needs to move quickly to a new place. That's not at all what I feel certainly now. I feel like our policy has been doing the right thing so far this year.
Joining us now is Michael McKee, Bloomberg's international economics and policy correspondent. Mike, just judging by what Powell said in the presser, meeting by meeting situation, it's a risk management cut. We have 2-sided risks. Is this a Powell who is trying to push back on the idea that this really is the start of a rate cutting cycle?
Yes, but he's not trying to push people into the idea that it's not either. Basically, as he said, risk management. The Fed doesn't know what's going on with the economy. And so at this point, they thought it would probably be prudent to do one cut. If you look at the basically the charts of what's happening with their 2 mandates, they're both going in the wrong direction. Unemployment is rising and prices are also rising again, but prices have been coming down, certainly from where they were. And they think the risk going forward is more towards fewer people being employed, and that means less money going into the economy, slows it down, which would also push down inflation. So that's the direction they're going in at the moment. That is, as I put it yesterday, that's the story they're telling, and they're not necessarily going to stick to it because they're going to watch what the data do. Latest data out today are somewhat reassuring. We get the Philadelphia Fed number jumping on the month, 23.2 from a negative number in July. The prices paid index dropped significantly to 46.8, but it's important to note that is because fewer companies reported changes in prices. They're still reporting that prices are going up. They're not reporting that prices are going down, but a lot of them held their prices steady. Jobless claims fall back. We saw an apparent spike in fraudulent claims in Texas last week. That goes away, and the jobless claims numbers have gone back down. That was something that scared a lot of people last week, and it doesn't seem something to worry about. But right now, we're going to keep an eye on the data going forward if we don't get a government shutdown that doesn't get us the data. But October 3rd is the jobs report, and that's the first one that gives us any kind of clue as to where we go from here.
I wonder about, we have not been back down to the Fed's inflation target for over 5 years, right? And we're cutting. Stephen Myron just earlier this month forecast 4% GDP growth in 2027, and I believe that's his dot at the very bottom in 2027 at 2.375%.
That is his dot, yes.
Is this like what they teach them at Harvard these days?
I don't think so. And I don't think there is necessarily an intellectual connection between what he told the summary of economic projections and what he may think in his head. He was sent there to do a job for the president, and he did it, putting that dot that low.
But, Mike, they're all doing it, right? As Danny points out, the summary of economic forecasts or economic projections has higher GDP growth, lower unemployment, and yet they're cutting.
But remember, the summary of economic, what we're looking at is the median. And when you look at the growth figures, the range rose, which means somebody gave a higher number. So that could have been Steve Myron as well. We also don't know about Anna Paulson, who's the new Philadelphia Fed president, who just put in her first SEP this month. But it could mean that Myron did say we're getting stronger growth because he's supposed to say that.
All right, Mike, thanks very much. We're going to continue, obviously, to talk about this for at least the next 2 hours, if not, the next 2 months. Mike McKee there is our international policy and economics correspondent. Joining us now at the desk is Meredith Whitney. She is the CEO of the Meredith Whitney Advisory Group. And Meredith, great to get your take on a day like today. We're running towards all new highs on stocks, as we have been, most of the days this year. But we now have the 10-year yield below 4%. What do you think about this market into which the Fed is cutting?
I think I expected this to be a really hard environment for the Fed going into this year because I see inflation in a lot of sectors. They're not coming out in the hard data, but everybody anecdotally feels the inflation, and particularly services, particularly insurance, homeowners insurance, auto insurance, things that really sting. So as an example, homeowners insurance is up over 69% in 5 years, and that's only going to rise with replacement costs as auto sector you know very well. And then the employment environment is really tough. So the areas where employment's coming out of the system are hospitality, leisure. That's where spending is really contracted. And the persistent grower within the employment situation is home health care aides, because we have the silver tsunami of an aging population, and more people are staying in their homes, and more people are having home health care. There's not enough to. There's a real employment crisis in that sector.
Meredith, why is everybody so sanguine on inflation when the price increases are just jaw-dropping, eye-popping?
Yeah.
I mean, I look at auto prices, and it's shocking how much they've increased, no matter if you're looking at domestics or foreign over the last 2 or 3 years.
I think because in the hard data, you don't see it in the aggregate numbers. So people are brushing over it, and there's the fear of missing out on a market that just keeps going higher.
Well, that's the thing. There's this weird dichotomy between consumption and the equity market looking incredibly strong, while you have a labor market and housing markets, to your point, that are looking more weak. Which of the two is a better forward-leading indicator for where we go?
It's tough, because I think this environment looks nothing like any environment I've seen before, housing market specifically. So the housing market is on track to be the slowest housing market in over 25 years. And that's because seniors own the vast majority of homes, and they're staying put. So the housing market's stuck. That has an impact on the economy, because if people aren't moving, they're not buying new furniture sets, they're not spending a bunch at Lowe's and Home Depot, and that has an impact on the economy. And then you have other segments where the high end continues to spend, but then there's the rest of the economy, which is 52% of households are still living paycheck to paycheck. And I think another factor that I focused on more recently is what's going on with folks that are between 24 and 38. I call that the avocado toast generation. So it's a mix between older Gen Zs and younger millennials. Now they're being stung. They owe 50% of student debt, and the Department of Education in August started wage garnishments. So already student debt has an 11% serious default, meaning 90-plus day default rate. And I think it's going to be much higher on the.
That bears repeating. More than 1 in 10 people with student loans haven't paid for more than 3 months.
For more than 3 months. But remember, people didn't pay. There was a forbearance period for almost 5 years.
In which they should have saved up maybe to get ready for this
Maybe,
point.
but they're totally unprepared. So people are like, I'm not paying. So the rubber met the road in October 24. So we really only have a very short period of time, under a year, where people actually had to make payments. So there was an on-ramp period, but really the rubber met the road in October 24. I think that's going to put a sting on the economy as well. And a lot of these people are losing their jobs, don't have jobs, and that pressure takes, by my estimates, a wage garnishment can take 15% of your earnings. Right? So instead of making a payment around $200, $300, it can go up to $700 being taken out of your paycheck. That stings. So there are a lot of things that are coming into the economy that are going to test the consumer spending. I don't expect any impact from, again, the very high end, but from the sort of the edge, the folks that paid a lot on experience. This is the avocado toast guys that power the economy. American Express, that's been one of their biggest drivers of growth, which is this millennial and Gen Z. That's going to be something to watch over the coming months.
All right, Meredith, we have to talk more about this. You're staying with us. That is Meredith Whitney. And Matt, just quickly, some breaking lines to bring us. Sumitomo Mitsui is in talks to raise its Jefferies stake above 15%. It already had an investment in the U.S. bank. I will just say, not necessarily this is the reason behind it, but we are in this period of foreign companies making more investments in the U.S. How much of this is financial, and how much of this is Japanese companies and Japan as a whole trying to catch the attention of this White House?
Hey, Danny, this is the hottest country in the world.
I mean, it is. It is, to be fair, and financials are on fire too, so why wouldn't you want a piece?
Speaking of, we await President Trump's press conference with UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer. We'll bring you that when it happens. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
The belief for climate change is going down right now. It's going down. And we've tried everything to shame people and blame people and put them in their place and tell them that they're doing things wrong and that they're killing everybody. But if we keep telling them that, then we are going to kill everybody. So we got to figure this out. And we're not going to do it by blaming people who are just trying to wake up and make ends meet every day, especially when a lot of those people have the same connection to nature and the environment that we all share here. I hike and I ski and I love the environment just as much as anybody else, but so does somebody who works in an oil field. The Cabela's shopper and the REI shopper want the same things. They want clean air and they want clean water and they want to be able to recreate outdoors. So until we figure out how to get on the same page, we will continue to lose. We cannot afford to lose anymore. We need to build a winning coalition of people across the political spectrum, or we will never create the solutions that we need.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Anand, only on Bloomberg.
Let's get now to high interest. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Disney's ABC network is taking Jimmy Kimmel's late night show off the air indefinitely. This after a backlash over his recent comments regarding the killing of Republican activist Charlie Kirk.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it.
Yesterday, FCC Chair Brendan Carr said the agency has a strong case to punish Kimmel, ABC, and Disney. The FCC grants licenses to broadcasters such as ABC. And by the way, in the past, Carr has championed free speech, especially in terms of political satire. But he's not laughing. Now, Tesla is reworking its door handles after safety complaints and a federal probe. The new design would combine the electronic and manual release into one single button, making it easier to escape in an emergency. I spoke with Tesla's chief designer Franz von Holzhausen yesterday about the changes.
We actually have a mechanical release that's, basically right at the electronic one too, and we're combining the two. So, in the moment that you're in a panic situation, the muscle memory to go to, what is right there. So you just pull a little bit further on the lever and you have the mechanical release. So that's something that we're working on, yeah. And it's in the cars now.
And Meta is taking yet another stab at smart glasses at its annual Connect event. Mark Zuckerberg unveiled the new $799 Ray-Ban display. the first with a built-in screen. It shows text, calls, and visual results from queries to its AI service, all controlled with hand gestures that are detected by neural wristband, whatever that is. The new glasses will go on sale September 30th. By the way, speaking of stuff you can buy, American Express is hiking the Platinum Card fee to $895. It's an increase of $200. To ease the sting, Amex is adding about $1,500 in perks, $400 in dining credits, $300 at Lululemon, $200 towards Aura rings, plus richer hotel and Uber benefits if you pay for that stuff over their network, obviously. The 29% fee increase catapults Amex Platinum back to the top rung of premium credit card prices, eclipsing the price for JP Morgan's Sapphire Reserve card. Danny?
Who's asking for this stuff? Like, who is, like, I need $400 at Lululemon and an Aura ring. That's such a specific person.
I feel like if you don't already have an Aura ring, maybe you don't want one, but who knows?
Probably. Well, if you have the Amex, you have to now to justify it. All right. Still with us is Meredith Whitney, CEO of Meredith Whitney Advisory Group. Meredith, we were just talking about the break how, yes, this market, this risk market, equities are an all-time high, but credit spreads are so incredibly tight, too. Still the tightest since the 1990s. I was talking with a private capital executive who basically said to me that there is so much demand from credit coming from so many different corners of this market that you will essentially never see credit spreads widen again. Do you think that that's right?
I don't know about that, but I can tell you one of the themes we've been focusing on for the past year plus has been this, tidal wave of demand from private credit on consumer assets. And so you've seen consumer stocks like Rocket and SoFi and Upstart, particularly SoFi, has turned itself into an originate and sell model. So they cannot produce enough product for private credit. A company that just came public, Figure Technology, sells 60% of its production to private credit. So you have again, there's not enough. There's not enough consumer loan production to meet private credit. Here's where the rubber meets the road. Private credit doesn't want short-term assets like credit card assets. They want long-term assets like home equity loans, mortgages, et cetera. So you have seen an incredible change, 17-year change in home equity. So last summer, home equity went from shrinking for 17 years to growing, and that has been explosive. Rocket Financial has securitized 85% more year to date in terms of closed-end securitization home equity loans than it did last year. And interestingly, older seniors are taking out 41% of the home equity loans. So home equity is the fastest growing loan category, and seniors are the fastest at taking out home equity. And this means seniors can afford to stay in their homes. Most seniors, I think Redfin said 79% of seniors want to stay in their home, age in place, which is different from years past. And they're able to afford it thanks to private credit.
By the way, I will borrow a lot more when I'm super old also. I got to ask you about munis. You made your name in this sector, and there is concern still about huge pension obligations for a lot of states in this country, even at tight spreads. Are you concerned about munis? Are you concerned about any states in particular?
For the states why I looked at munis in the first place was because the states were going to have to make some really difficult choices. Constitutionally, municipals were guaranteed and pensions were guaranteed, but social services weren't guaranteed. And so I thought that the states would do the right thing. I was clearly wrong, because what the states did was they kept spending on pension funds, and they used a lot of the Obama stimulus to pad their pensions and their municipal debt. But the fact is they cut on social services. So you've seen massive state arbitrage. So you've seen Texas and Florida far outgrow states like New York and Connecticut, et cetera. And so that's what has happened. And so
to some extent, Meredith, the federal government chipped in to pay a lot of those social services, and now is going to pull out. So states are left on the hook for a lot of that bill. Are they in for a reckoning now?
I mean, it depends how friendly municipal investors are. So, you know, it's tough to tell. I've taken a step away from it. I certainly look at which states are more powerful in terms of growth engines. And you know, New York is going to be in a tough position. California continues to be in a tough position.
Doesn't this also just reflect the bigger federal deficit too, and the issues we're having, but yet investors who aren't pushing back against it, the vigilantes that have disappeared?
Well, states are constitutionally, except for Vermont, 49 states are constitutionally required to have balanced budgets. This is why I focused on the states, also because the data is so much more granular with the states. The U.S. can keep spending until it decides that investors don't want to buy their debt anymore. But clearly investors are continuing to buy 30-year, 10-year. You know, they're continuing to be supportive of the market. And I think more U.S. and foreign investors are continuing to buy. So least dirty shirt.
There's a ton of demand out there. Meredith, great having you, and I hope you come back soon. Meredith Whitney joining us here on set. Let's take a look at futures. We're 5 minutes or less until the open right now, and we're still looking at some decent gains. 0.4% on S&P futures, NASDAQ futures even higher after that NVIDIA Intel deal. You can see there, and NVIDIA and Intel are here. 2.5% makes a big difference on the indexes in which it's incredibly heavily weighted. Then Intel, the gain almost 30% still in the pre-market. I should point out that I'm always watching yields on treasuries right now, and we've been on 4% watch. Right now, we're back up on the 10-year yield to 4.116, but we came below it.
4.
Yeah.
But see, this is the crazy thing, that you can get yields ending up higher than they were before the Fed decision, and stocks still rocketing higher. Stocks still trading near all-time highs. It is a market that is split, and at some points, higher bond yields seem to upset equities, but we are so far from that.
It is pretty incredible that yields went from basically 4 flat at 8 o'clock this morning up to 4.12.
It speaks to the confusion of the Fed decision yesterday.
Absolutely. We're going to come back and talk about that. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
Do you know what to tell people about what the tariffs are going to do on the United States economy and the investment environment, or is it not clear yet?
If you look at the impact of the tariffs, they were much more significant and broad than I think the market expected. Looks closer to 19% on balance versus 2 and change last year. So effectively, it's a 20% increase on 10% of household goods that are imported into this country.
And do you think it's going to lead to a recession?
Well, we think that it's going to impact both inflation and the economic growth scenario. So we were coming into yesterday expecting the real economy to grow at 2%. And inflation to be closer to 2.8%. If you just go through the math, it would suggest there's probably 1 to 2 points upward increase on inflation and a similar amount on economic growth. So it could put us in a position where we're teetering.
So the tariffs will likely depress the GDP growth rate and increase inflation. So what's the advantage of tariffs?
From our standpoint, we have a hard time seeing the benefits of tariffs. They do tend to be inflationary in the short term. As you're pointing out, the longer term impact on economies is probably the greater downside.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg. U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
Moments away from the start of trading, this is Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Matt Miller. The day after a Fed decision, we saw the 10-year yield go below 4%. Now it comes rocketing back like 12 basis points, but that doesn't stop us from rallying. Futures on the S&P up 0.4%, on the NASDAQ up almost 0.9%. And one of the big catalysts is this NVIDIA Intel deal that's pushing especially tech stocks higher. A couple of new participants ringing opening bells down on the New York Stock Exchange. You've got Waterbridge, WBI, the ticker there, and the latest IPO on the NASDAQ is Netscope, which is surprisingly a lot like the internet web browser that I first learned on.
Which is
Netscape.
Oh, that's very confusing. That is very confusing. But hey, IPOs
But no one
are back,
remembers
baby.
that because that was like 30 years ago.
Well, I mean, it's kind of worrying, a sign of the times. 30 years ago, things happened. IPOs are coming back. You know how that goes.
Enron.
Enron will go beyond that right now. Matt, I have something that is moving the market. It's clear you're talking about 4% on the 10-year yields moving much higher. It's not the Fed dominating markets. That's not what's driving things. It is this. Look at the share price of Intel, 25% gain. After NVIDIA agreed to invest $5 billion in the company, it said the two will co-develop chips for PCs and data centers. NVIDIA's stake, though, Matt, in Intel will be just under 5%. I mean, I know $5 billion sounds like a lot, but in the context of NVIDIA, it's kind of like a cute little pet project for them.
That's true. Although in the context of Intel, it's huge, right? I mean, Intel has a market cap, or had, of less than $100 billion before President Trump and his administration made this investment. Right now, Intel has a market cap of $144 billion. So I guess getting Jensen Huang on your side really does help. By the way, let's shift gears to weight loss.
All right, guys. Here's the open.
Drug Ozempic, of course, the weight loss version is Wegovy, beat Eli Lilly's Trulicity in a real-world survey of certain U.S. patients. Participants who took Ozempic were 23% less likely to have a heart attack, stroke, or die than people on Trulicity, according to Novo Nordisk. Now, Novo shares are up 5%. I feel like every day there's a new study like, you can lose more weight on our pill. Well, you die less often on our shot.
Right.
You
Your
have
blood
lower
sugar's
blood sugar on our pill. You know, and
just take them all.
Yeah.
Stabs of every single medicine, you're good to go. That is not medical advice. Don't do that.
No, please don't. If you take too much of these drugs, it can lead to disastrous consequences.
Okay, let's get back to markets and please away from that. Bloomberg macro strategist Michael Ball joins us a day after a Fed decision when stocks yields are bouncing back up from 4%. Michael, Matt and I were talking about this strange dichotomy that you got in the SEP yesterday. Inflation or growth targets moved higher, unemployment lower, but more cuts. Anna Wong over at Bloomberg Economics makes this interesting argument that the net sum of that, of what you read, is a Fed whose reaction function is just more dovish now. Was that your read too?
Yeah, I think so.
Hey, Hogwarts, give it a little bit, man.
And then we had this kind of turbulence.
Give it a little bit.
Kind of this safety.
We're still working off the volume from the open. I think we'll get a pullback.
That a lot think are warranted after what we've seen with the job.
But we made all-time highs overnight. We're working in these zones that were made overnight right now.
He's kind of latched on. Obviously, there's been some other stories coming forth to help NASDAQ kind of outperform with this NVIDIA you're just speaking to. But this is a positive thing. This is lower real rates on top of still positive growth.
So wait till the 9:50, 10 o'clock. Typically, there'll be a pullback or a reversal around 9:50, 10 o'clock. So just kind of hang tight, and let's see if that happens. Right now, we're in VWAP chop mode because the ES is below the VWAP and the NQ is over the VWAP.
Just sucks, right? But It seems like the U.S. government and the Fed have this shtick where they want to convince people they're really trying to get inflation down, and they're not. Do investors see through that ruse?
So if you see on the end, the ES, you see the VWAP, we're below it. Price action is below. NQ, we're on top of the VWAP. So this is a definite no trade zone. We're going to be in a range and we're going to chop through here. So this is a way to get chopped up. So we want to wait to see if we get a reversal that brings us to the same side of the VWAP and the NQ and ES get organized. So I'm holding for at least another half hour minimum. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, 10:15 is my time where I start looking. So I'm waiting for at least then. So just kind of hold on and give it a few, and we'll see where we end up. So as long as we're in this VWAP chop mode, guys, we're going to hold on for sure.
By the way, I think, you know, almost a genius stroke.
Yeah, this is so dangerous, man.
Going to put off
This is where you get killed.
And savers, because it gives them no tax on Social Security. So they continue to see prices rise.
All right, so I'm going to wait for this condition to clear up. We're working fair value gaps now. Let's see if we clean these up and head back to the high, or if there's a pullback between now and like 10 o'clock. All right, hold tight, guys. I'll be back in about 10:15.
So what does it say that this is?
But apparently not Fed governors.
Well, see, that's what I don't understand. If this is an environment where people still abhor inflation, they remember coming out of COVID and hating how much they have to spend, why isn't this a Fed that's biased towards bringing inflation down and is still biased towards the labor market?
Well, I think I mean, you saw it, like Michael McKee wisely pointed out, there's a big dispersion. So there is a debate. There are two camps still. Powell was successful in kind of wrangling everyone together, and I think there was this rally around him for Fed independence purposes.
Okay, but that in itself, should we even look to the Fed for a guide for the future? Should we even care about the SEP if there's such a wide range? Yeah. And all this is just Powell wrangling everyone together?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, wrangling everyone together, is that really a great thing for the Fed to do? Don't we want there to be two camps and real live debate?
We do, and this is the worry, right? And especially when policy and personnel are very well interlinked. And next year, we don't know what we're going to get. Obviously, there will be two changes for sure, possibly a third. We don't know what's going on with Lisa Cook. But all that said, yeah, you could discount 2026, and I think that's what caused the initial confusion. And now people are actually going to, again, go back to this concept where you have to make a call yourself as an investor on where you think growth is going, because that is all that matters now for the Fed. But we can look ahead only a month or two now as far as where we think things are. Our confidence interval is much weaker for further projections out, and the Fed's been saying that for a while, and nothing has changed there.
And all that matters for the market is that AI giants are still spending money.
Right, and then there's this, you know, kind of K economy for the wealthy and the poor, and then this CapEx story where it's all AI. So yeah, there's a lot of these nuance which don't make for a great growth story, but we are seeing the prints at the hard data level still holding up, which gives earnings comfort.
Crazy move by Intel this morning, up just under 26%. Michael, thank you so much for joining. That's Bloomberg macro strategist Michael Ball. Speaking of which, let's get a check on the stock market right now, about 7 minutes into your trading day. We're higher by 0.5%. I think I can bet what the first company is going to be in terms of moving this market. It's going to be NVIDIA. It's going to be NVIDIA. It's going to be Intel. Those are your top two movers. NVIDIA contributes more just because it is worth so many trillions of dollars. Again, this is a market. It is not trading on a Fed decision yesterday. It is trading on NVIDIA investing $5 billion into their cute little pet project that is Intel and PC and data center developments. On the downside, you also have something similar moving on that. It's AMD, because they were snubbed in this deal. Caroline Hyde was telling us NVIDIA could have gone for AMD. What's the difference between the two? It might have to do with that little 10% government stake being taken in Intel that made NVIDIA go towards them. Let's look at the sectors. It's going to be an interesting one because you do have this push and pull from tech as to what's leading, what's not. But the fact that NVIDIA's up means that the entirety of infotech is leading us on the way. You also have commodities, industrials, that follows. On the downside, consumer staples, you did have some pretty poor earnings from Darden. People aren't going out to Olive Garden and Longhorn Steakhouse. Cracker Barrel earnings were pretty bad too. They're still feeling the backlash from the whole logo debacle. So hence why you see some of consumer discretionary and those more consumer names on the bottom of the stack, Matt.
Yeah, interesting. We'll continue to watch restaurant operator earnings. Coming up, we await President Trump's press conference with UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer. We will bring you that when it happens because we're expecting more tech deals To be announced, this is Bloomberg Open Interest.
Now, your co-headquarters is in Miami, so you spend a lot of time in Miami and Florida. People often think the hedge fund world is centered in New York or London. Do you have enough access to talent and information in Miami, or does it make a difference anymore?
Information is, everywhere at this point. So information's not the challenge. I think young talent tends to want to be in New York. I'd say 75-25, just because the ecosystem of young people and social reasons. But we are having more big hedge funds, obviously Citadel being the most prominent, come down to Miami. And that causes management teams to increasingly come through Miami. So it is a perfectly good place to run a hedge fund, and there are many good hedge funds down there.
It's the most fascinating time for the global economy in years, and our conversations are front and center.
We're stress testing consequential ideas, and investors around the world are scoring them in real time, helping to translate the policies from Washington into actionable ideas for Wall Street.
It's the morning call you actually want to be a part of.
Separating the signal from the noise, with some fun along the way.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Hey Hogwarts, there's your pullback.
Up to the minute geopolitical news.
9:40 came a little early today.
I'm Lizzie Burden outside Windsor Castle, England.
We're starting to, all right, ES just dropped below the VWAP. Maybe we're going to grind down and people are going to start taking profits today. Maybe that's the game today.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
Right, okay, ready?
David, what initially sparked your interest in this topic of longevity?
15 years ago, I turned 60, and I began to wonder how much longer I'm likely to live and what I could do to extend my life. On longevity, I talked with the leading experts in science and medicine to educate people about how they might be able to change their conduct so that they can live a happier and healthier life. I'm David Rubenstein. Join me on a 4-part journey as I explore the great quest for longevity. Only on Bloomberg.
Let's look at some of the top calls this morning, some of the analyst action that we're focusing up on. First up, Nike, that gets an upgrade at RBC Capital Markets thanks to increasing revenue tied to the upcoming FIFA World Cup. Those shares up just 0.5% as I pray and hope to the soccer gods I can also get a ticket. Next up, BTIG initiating coverage of Abercrombie & Fitch with a buy rating.
I'm sorry, the person you were trying to reach has a voicemail box.
Tailwinds at team-focused Hollister unit. Those shares up more than 2.5%. Finally, CSX, that gets upgraded to a buy at RBC Capital Markets. RBC says shares can benefit under virtually all consolidation scenarios on the back of the planned merger between Norfolk Southern and Union Pacific. Those shares up just under 1%, Matt.
All right, let's get to the big tech deal of the day that Danny and I have been talking about all morning.
NVNI running.
NVIDIA now owns a roughly 5% stake in Intel. The two companies are going to co-develop AI chips meant for personal computers and data centers. Let's get a read from Bloomberg Intelligence and Global Head of Tech Research, Mandeep Singh. And Mandeep, a lot of people are surprised by this news this morning. Obviously, the market was, considering the stock is up like 25% and change. But you could have, maybe should have forecast this, right?
Well, it was hard to anticipate who it will be. In this case, it turned out
somebody is going to throw them a paltry $5 billion.
Either I thought it would be one of the hyperscalers, because if you go back 1 year, Amazon had announced a partnership with Intel to use their foundry. Obviously, that didn't help turn around the foundry business in a big way, but clearly, you had some sort of a sentiment that one of the hyperscalers would step in, and now with the government taking a stake in Intel, the catalyst was there that for a turnaround in Intel, there has to be somebody who provided the funding in addition to the government stake. And
there have been so many false dawns with Intel, though. It was SoftBank, what, a $2 billion investment from SoftBank. You've had Apollo do joint ventures with them. You've had Brookfield do joint ventures with them. The government money, now NVIDIA. Is the time finally here? Is this finally enough for Intel to get their foundry
All right, guys.
really up and running?
Well, this
And
is not for foundry. So
NVNI running to $1.10. That was my stonk.
It's for their chip design.
That was my nasty stonk.
x86 is still their dominant architecture in desktops and laptops, and we have all been waiting for a refresh cycle.
Holy shit, it just keeps running.
The hope is
I don't even know where to put the trail in.
The GPUs and Intel providing the CPUs, that chiplet architecture could help drive a PC refresh cycle. I mean, these roadmaps take a while to, execute. So it's not as if today there is an announcement and within 6 months everything will come together. So that's where I go back to that Amazon announcement. Like within the last 1 year, we haven't seen a big change in Intel's fortune. So from that perspective, expectations should be tempered, but there was a catalyst when it comes to the stock after the government investment, and from a sum of the parts basis, Intel still has a dominant share in PCs, and you could see how a catalyst like this would change the sentiment.
Intel shares, by the way, year to date are up 54%. MP Materials, in which at President Trump's behest, the U.S. bought a stake, year to date up 329%. I'm not looking at ex-U.S. Steel or Nippon Steel, but what other investments should we get on board with? Like, if this administration makes a deal, and by the way, President Trump's at the time, he tweeted, I paid zero for Intel, which isn't exactly true. I mean, they paid $11 billion for it. It's worth approximately $11 billion. All goes to the USA. Why are stupid people unhappy with that? I will make deals like that for our country all day long. I will also help those companies that make such lucrative deals with the United States. He's going to help them out, right? He says the price is going to go up, and it is. What's the next deal we should watch out for?
Just now, an hour back in the press conference he had with the UK Prime Minister, he called out energy being a big bottleneck, and he called out, that permits are being granted for the build-out of energy. So clearly, the signal is very clear that there will be a big build-out of power to supply to these data centers, and it's being acknowledged by him. So that's where I would look at.
Yeah, it has a feeling of a little bit of a shotgun wedding, I have to say, Mandeep, between Intel and NVIDIA, because it's a government-owned company, and it's NVIDIA, and it's Jensen Huang trying to get in the president's favor.
I mean, it's a very, I think NVIDIA is a politically sensitive company because of all the things that are going on with China, and, they need access to the China market, so this is probably one way to please the administration that they care about, the goals, and I don't think it's going to change anything in a big way in terms of the roadmap that NVIDIA has, because they will still rely on TSMC for their manufacturing of data center chips. But clearly, this could be one way for NVIDIA to kind of get to the PC ecosystem where NVIDIA doesn't play. They are in the gaming market. That's high single-digit portion of their revenue, but they don't play in PCs. So if they're able to develop something, that's the market that they could cater to the x86 kind of ecosystem that Intel has.
PCs are the bane of my existence. So we really have to keep using them?
No, because we're just going to get sunglasses on our face that do it.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, it may create some pressure on Apple to do something. Now that Intel has done something about PCs, what does it mean for Apple? Because Apple is the only one that hasn't partnered with NVIDIA in any way so far. So maybe, we should watch out for
I
that.
love this. The winners are those that partner with NVIDIA.
At least in this cycle.
Mandeep, thank you so much for joining. This has been great. That's Bloomberg Intelligence's Mandeep Singh. Coming up, we are awaiting President Trump's press conference with UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer. You're looking at live images of Buckinghamshire, where Chequers is, where we're awaiting that press conference. We will bring it to you when it begins.
Hey, Hogwarts, I'm not really sure just yet. I'd be careful. We're not really through the morning volatility yet. I'm not really setting up a trade just yet.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm David Gura in Alberta, Canada, and this is Bloomberg.
Oh, be careful. We're back in VWAP chop mode, guys. We're oscillating. The ES is below the VWAP. Be careful, Hogwarts. This is a dangerous zone, a very dangerous time.
Look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
We're below the VWAP on the ES. And we're above it now on the NQ, so we're just reversing where we were before. And we're inside this range between this fair value gap down here. Oh, that was wrong.
What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this a new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting...
You know, this is the range here we're working in.
This is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets,
So we kind of need to break on the other side of these ranges here for me to really figure out where we're going today, you know?
This is Open Interest. I'm Matt Miller. Quick check on stocks hitting all.
So this is kind of the range we're trying to break.
Just about 0.1% yesterday after the Fed decision. But Romain Bostic of the close was on balance of power. I heard him illustrate an incredible event. So a year ago today was the Fed cut, the first Fed cut.
It's like 100 points. That's a lot. It's like 200 points.
Is when we got the rally. That's happening again now. S&P 500 up.
If you're a range trader, you're probably having a field day right now.
Now, is it really driven by the Fed, or could it be the NVIDIA Intel investment? I guess
So I'm just waiting to see. I'm waiting for things to get organized on one side of the VWAP. This is kind of a big range.
Intel gaining by 25%. It's not such a huge weight, but it still makes a little bit of a difference, gaining, what, like $40 billion in market cap. Novo Nordisk is up after saying that their shot is better at reducing the risk of heart attack than Eli Lilly's. Eli Lilly is up because yesterday they said their pill is better at reducing your blood sugar levels. And of course, they each go back and forth at who can make you lose more weight. Meta Platforms releasing a new kind of glasses. They're saying they're AI glasses because they have a screen on the inside. So this is, I think, 3.0 for those glasses. Mandeep Singh has a pair of the old ones. I should ask him if he's going to buy the new ones. They're like $800. And Tesla is rising about 0.4 or 0.5% really after I talked to the the chief designer yesterday, Franz von Holzhausen. He says that they're going to make a new interior door mechanism that's easier to open, even if the battery's dead, Danny.
Such a great interview, and we're going to have more of that for you later.
And it's on my podcast. podcast.
And it's on the podcast.
Check out my podcast, Hot Pursuit.
Do it all. Keep watching this show and listening to Matt's podcasts, hopefully not at the same time. Anyway, President Trump and UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer are set to hold a joint press conference at which some tech investments may be announced. Let's get the latest from Anne-Marie Horjern, Bloomberg's chief political correspondent and co-host of Bloomberg Surveillance. And Anne-Marie, we already had a big tech announcement just this morning.
Yeah, we had a massive tech announcement in terms of the culmination of all the deals that have been announced on the sidelines of this state visit, whether it's Microsoft, Google, NVIDIA, Palantir. So you had the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, and President Donald Trump sitting side by side, signing this tech partnership. Jensen Huang was an individual that the president called out during this business reception. He was sitting in the front row, and the president said, "Oh, Jensen, you're here. We all hope you're right. What are you doing?" And this comes on the heels of what we learned this morning of NVIDIA taking a stake in Intel. Just a month ago, almost to the day, you'll remember the U.S. government took a stake in Intel. And when you were watching the feeds, I caught a glimpse of Jensen Huang having a bit of a huddle with the press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, and the White House Deputy Chief of Staff, Stephen Miller. So we can connect the dots here. It does look like this administration, with a heavy hand, is potentially putting pressure on some companies to help build up national champions. I think some might call what the U.S. administration did state capitalism. Others might look at it, given national security concerns, calling it state warcraft. Today's announcement also comes on the day when you want to
You go in and get some of that?
news out of Beijing with Huawei.
Got to be careful around the VWAP, man. This is the most dangerous zone here is the VWAP.
They are not the dominant player in this market. So really,
I do believe we're going to grind down today, but I'm not ready for an entry yet.
to what NVIDIA announced today, and maybe we're going to get that reaction when President Donald Trump holds this dual press conference
Okay, cool.
with Keir Starmer.
Good.
Anne-Marie, I saw you also posted a photo of Larry Fink there. So it really is the good and great meeting at this event.
Yeah, absolutely. You have also financial chiefs that were at this business roundtable. Many of them were also at the banquet state dinner last night. Larry Fink, Steve Schwartzman, who also announced billions of dollars when it comes to investment in the United Kingdom. Citi's Jane Fraser and Bank of America's Brian Moynihan. All of these individuals were at this event. It really goes to show that there are deep economic and business ties between these two countries, but that special relationship may get tense with some questions at this press conference.
55 minus 5 is 50. Could have held, but I didn't want that bounce. 66.50 is my ES level. Let's look at the ES.
Trump's press conference with UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer when it happens. And remember, we expect some deals. So this isn't just pomp and circumstance. This is open interest.
All right, I got a call in a couple minutes, guys. I'll be right back. 66.50. So what are you saying, Hogwarts? 66.50 is where you want to take along, or is that where you're saying we're going short too? We're going from here to 66.50? I don't really have anything right around there. We're going short to 66.50. Okay, let's take a look. Sorry.
A cidade estava sitiada.
Isso, ao começo, eu também não sabia o que fazer.
Foi a mais terrível que eu passei na minha vida.
Eu temo, né, que o Brasil se torne, num futuro próximo, um narco-estado.
Porque no final, tudo é dinheiro.
All right, go back. I'll fix that.
I think she's a scam up to now.
It's some of the world's most desperate people who are getting ripped off.
Repeat after me. I am a winner.
I didn't know how big it was. I didn't really understand what I was getting myself into.
If you tell me you have a vision of being $1 billion business, then you're going to have to do what it takes. And if you're not going to do that, everybody's going to suffer.
Una batalla a muerte.
Money can do a lot of good. It can really transform people's lives, but it can also hurt them.
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg Television?
That's a great question.
It's a very good question.
Interesting question. Good question.
Great question.
I so appreciate that question.
You certainly ask interesting questions.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts, great questions. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
There you go, Tom. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yes, Tom, we are the Bloomberg Intelligence Program for the next 2 hours here on this Thursday morning. We've got Alexis Christophers sitting in for Scarlett Fu. I'm Paul Sweeney. We've got John Tucker with us as well. So we'll cover you for the next couple of hours. And when President Trump and Prime Minister Starmer begin the press conference, we will bring that to you live. But we got a packed couple of 2 hours here on a day when the market's trading higher. Big news on Intel. So we'll get the latest with Bailey Lipschultz, who will join us to tell us where the big movers and shakers are as well. Anne-Marie Horner, she's a host of Bloomberg Surveillance TV. She's going to discuss.
You're starting to get your bounce. You're into these fair value gaps up here. You know, if we bounce off that 200 EMA, that's looking pretty good.
About this big news on NVIDIA. So a lot going on in the world of tech, a lot going on in the world of U.S. And UK politics. We'll bring all that to you over the next 2 hours. But right now...
But be careful. I'm not calling out any trades yet. We're just kind of looking at the chart for what it is at this minute. I'm not calling out any trades. But, you know, we're getting overbought. You know, we're working through these fair value. You know, if we start rolling over up in this zone, you know, that might be a good place. But I'm not looking for any entry. 650 is way down here. I've got historic resistance at 654. So I can see that being a good target, and it's right on top of the third deviation or third divergence from the VWAP. Right here at the top of the zone. So I can see all of that. All right, I'll be right back. I got a call to do, guys.
And on track for a record, the NASDAQ 100 also on track for another record, 217 points higher. That is up 0.9%. Let's do the worst performing stock in the S&P 500. Darden Restaurants, the Olive Garden parent, first quarter comp sales for the company's core restaurant brands actually showing greater than expected deceleration of profits, also trailing street expectations for the quarter, hurt in part by food inflation. And after the records, Tracy McMillan at Wells Fargo sees stocks moving higher still.
We've recently changed our forecast on the S&P 500 to reflect that, and we're now sitting at 7,500 as our forecast for next year. So some good upside potential for investors.
And we don't know how long indefinite is for Jimmy Kimmel, or if Disney ABC will even have him back. For now, shares of Disney, they are lower in today's trading. Right now, down 0.6%. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. And that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alexis and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alexis Christophers, Paul Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. Well, Alexis, the market likes what they heard from the Fed yesterday, and a little bit of a delayed reaction here.
initially it was a little bit weird, right?
Yep.
We didn't know, okay, was this a dovish announcement? Was this a hawkish announcement? But it seems like investors had an opportunity to sleep on it, and they came back excited about the market because they're jumping in. And we also have yields higher as well. I
Right.
want to add bouncing back.
Yep, exactly right. And then we had what I think is just a huge piece of news out today regarding NVIDIA taking a 5% equity stake in Intel through a stock purchase. I'm not sure if they've made it or going to make it, but that will result in about 5%. And they're going to do a lot of business together. That puts Intel stock today up 25%. And so my first view of this was, hey, this is smart for NVIDIA. They're effectively co-investing alongside the U.S. government.
Exactly.
That's got to be a good thing.
And by the way, Intel stock, the highest or the biggest one-day gain since 1987.
Is that right? Wow.
But get this, AMD, not loving it too much.
Yeah, although this just seems to me, if I'm AMD shareholders, I'm like, this pie is so big, it's growing so quickly.
Okay.
AMD is in such a good, I think, from what I understand, competitive position that I'm like, all right, yeah, it makes Intel a little bit or more competitive, but the stock's hanging in there. So, but it's interesting. I think it's just another big validation for this AI trade, and if there's a way for the U.S. Economy and U.S. government to benefit, that's kind of what seems to be developing here. So it's an unusual transaction. First, the U.S. government taking a direct equity stake, and then second, a competitor taking a direct equity stake. You don't see that very often in the U.S. Economy, but there you go.
And now it seems like the news about China maybe banning NVIDIA's AI chips sort of on the back burner.
Yep, yep,
You know?
and giving a little bit of a break to Google. So we'll have that as well. So maybe a little bit of thaw between the U.S. and China here as we move forward here. Maybe get at some point soon a meeting between Presidents Xi and Trump. All right, let's take a look at what's happening in the marketplace today. I'm Paul Sweeney alongside Alexis Christophers. We're joined by Bloomberg's Bailey Lipschultz. Bailey, what are you looking at today?
Yeah, I want to start with Intel, the story of the day right now, up about 25%, biggest intraday jump since 1987. This coming after NVIDIA unveiling plans to invest $5 billion in plans to co-design chips. A big move, Paul, for what has been really a company that struggled for the last few years, though. You do have that big government stake, plans to take about a 10% stake in the company. Add on to this, a big rebound for the stock, but still kind of looks a bit like an EKG to me when you look at where this thing has been trading over the last 2 years.
All right, also Novo Nordisk on the move today. I guess we keep going back and forth with these companies and their diabetes drugs, their weight loss drugs. What's the news there?
Yeah, it's a bit of a two-horse race. Novo Nordisk ADR's ticker NVO rallying more than 6% today. This coming after a study showed that its diabetes drug outperformed Eli Lilly's. So Ozempic, that's the Novo drug, outperforming Eli Lilly's older drug, Trulicity, in a real-world survey of certain U.S. patients. This showed that Medicare patients who took Ozempic were 23% less likely to have a heart attack or stroke. So seeing some positive news there. One thing to keep an eye on, though, Novo Nordisk, again, while it is up more than 6% today, biggest jump since August, still down 53% in the last 12 months. So these are two stocks that really rode a lot of momentum.
Yep.
And that has fallen pretty flat.
But I think the next thing in this whole weight loss thing is the pill format. And that's going to make it, I would think, easier for a lot of people to take, so that broadens the market. Hopefully a lower cost maybe eventually to consumers. That could be like the second derivative or second wave of this whole thing.
Well, and that's been the big issue with these two companies is that you saw over the last few years so much excitement around Ozempic, but as a person who covered biotech and healthcare for the first 5 years of my career here at Bloomberg, there's always a question of what the next generation is. Who's going to be the company that kind of drives that?
All right, we're getting way overbought up here.
To your point,
way overbought.
When we'll bring an oral medicine to market.
Yeah, that's going to be big because, I mean, you walk around now and you see someone who maybe could benefit from
Who thinks we go higher today? Who thinks we break out of the all-time highs and go higher?
But one of them I would think would be.
I'm not convinced of that yet.
Maybe the cost is too high or things like that. So to the extent that they continue to move that forward, that could be big for a lot more people. Cracker Barrel. I mean, it's almost a segue.
We need to confirm above this zone up here to do that. Otherwise, you know, if we see a rollover.
Speaking of, I don't know, but let's go.
And then a continuation for a long, who knows?
I'm a huge fan. I go
Yes, for Hogwarts.
Chicken fried steak and the chicken and dumplings.
I'm a country boy breakfast.
We're still grinding up to the higher zone. So the zones here
eaten at Cracker Barrel.
There's not one in Manhattan.
No.
That's the challenge.
You're looking at that zone.
Oh, you do? Okay. You do get off the rock. Okay.
Looking at
The
down
Blink
here
Cracker Barrel
are our
ticker
ranges.
CBRL under a bit of pressure, down just about 2% right now, though it is trading at the
Right
lowest
now.
level since early May. This coming after the company laid out a weaker than expected forecast showing lingering issues related to that logo backlash. The company projecting revenue for fiscal 2026
Interesting.
between $3.35 billion and $3.45 billion. Analysts were above that with just about $3.5 billion. So falling short. Again, big question is how do they kind of deal with the fallout from that rebranding, given that we did see some data from the same store sales and foot traffic showing that there actually was a pretty notable drop off.
Just going back to what we were saying earlier about maybe some thawing of the trade and the tech between China and the U.S., I'm just seeing a Bloomberg Red headline here crossing the tape. President Trump and President Xi have a call scheduled for 9 a.m. Eastern time Friday. That's according to a U.S. official. So maybe that's the first step in kind of getting some things moving there. So I'm going to be interested in talking to Michael Hanlon. He covers all the restaurants for Bloomberg Intelligence. We'll talk to him about what's going on in the restaurant space, including Cracker Barrel, because he was saying that the revamped stores were actually showing some very good metrics in terms of same-store sales growth. So investors and analysts thought that this CEO was actually onto something before this backlash.
Before the issue with the logo, which is always an interesting thing.
All right, thank you very much, Bailey Lipschultz. We appreciate that. Right now, let's go head over to England. We have a press conference. Prime Minister Keir Starmer and President Donald Trump. Let's go to that right now.
This historic second state visit is a moment to celebrate the unique bond between our two countries. But today we've gone far beyond that. We've renewed the special relationship for a new era. The United Kingdom and the United States stand together today as first partners on defence, first partners in trade with the groundbreaking deal we struck in May, and now with the new agreement that we've just signed this afternoon. We're confirming our status as the first partners in science and technology, ready to define this century together, just as we did the last. This tech partnership has the power to change lives. It's our chance to ensure that technologies like AI, quantum, and others amplify human potential, solve problems, cure diseases, make us richer and freer, strengthen the cause of democracy, not tyranny. This is the territory on which the future will be won. So this partnership today is a signal of our determination to win this race together and to ensure it brings real benefits in jobs, in growth, in lower bills, to put more hard-earned cash in people's pockets at the end of each month. That's what we're determined to deliver. And we're bringing businesses with us.
All right.
We've just come from a fantastic meeting with business leaders where we set out this vision. They have responded with new deals and investment, breaking every record that we have. £250 billion flowing both ways across the Atlantic. That is a record. Expected to create 15,000 jobs here in the United Kingdom. High-skilled jobs in cutting-edge sectors where people can build careers for the long term, changing lives in communities up and down our country. And look, while we shape this bond for a new era, the fundamentals have not changed. Security remains the cornerstone of this special relationship. We have the deepest, most advanced defence relationship in the world. Our warriors train together and they fight together. Our industries build together, everything from fast jets to the new AUKUS-class submarines. So now, as we drive up defence spending, we're going to sweep away the barriers to working together on new defence technologies so we can stay ahead of our adversaries. We're united in defence and security, yes, absolutely. But we're also united in the pursuit of peace. We are working together to end the humanitarian catastrophe in the Middle East, get the aid in, free the hostages, and ultimately bring Israel and the region back towards a comprehensive plan which can deliver peace and security for Israelis and Palestinians alike. We're also working together to end the killing in Ukraine. In recent days, Putin has shown his true face, mounting the biggest attacks since the invasion began, with yet more bloodshed, yet more innocents killed, and unprecedented violations of NATO airspace. These are not the actions of someone who wants peace. So we've discussed today how we can build our defences further, support Ukraine, and decisively increase the pressure on Putin to get him to agree a peace deal that will last. And President Trump, you have led the way here, and we will continue to stand and work together for security and for peace. Mr. President, next year we'll celebrate the 250th anniversary of the United States. We've come on a long journey together since 1776. But it's no exaggeration to say that the partnership our two nations have built has shaped the world from the beaches of Normandy to the founding of NATO, to the creation of technology that have revolutionized our lives. Time and time again, it is British and American men and women side by side, changing the path of history and turning it towards our values, towards freedom, democracy, and the rule of law. In Britain, we take huge pride in that. And let's be clear, this relationship is not just about history, it's about the future. It's about the benefits it delivers now and for decades to come, to make our people safer and better off. We've shown today that we're delivering those benefits, improving people's lives. So we will go into that anniversary year more optimistic than ever and more confident than ever about our two great nations and what they can achieve side by side. Thank you. And it is now my pleasure to give the floor to Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, very much. Prime Minister Starmer, Melania and I are tremendously thankful for the wonderful hospitality that you and Lady Starmer have extended today at Chequers. Quite the place, I must say, quite the place. And we're grateful beyond words for the spectacular honor of the state visit yesterday at Windsor Castle, hosted by His Majesty King Charles III and Her Majesty Queen Camilla. These are two fantastic people. We will never forget it. As I said last night, the bond between our countries is like no other anywhere in the world. The United States and the United Kingdom have done more good on this planet than any two nations in human history. That is thanks in large part to the traditions of British liberty, which grew up on these isles, these beautiful, magnificent isles, and were carried by our ancestors to the New World. We're forever joined, and we are forever friends, and we will always be friends. This enduring connection is why I was thrilled that the United Kingdom was the very first country with which we made a historic trade deal, and a very good trade deal. He's a tough negotiator. I think it was a better deal for you than us, but these are minor details.
It's a very good deal for both of us.
He's a great negotiator who will extend our unparalleled security alliance into the realm of economic security for the first time, and I look forward to finalizing it very soon. We'll have it done very quickly. We have also just signed a historic technology prosperity deal, one of a kind, to ensure our countries lead the next great technological revolution side by side. In fact, we just left the business leaders, the biggest in the world. Some are in this room right now. And that was quite a meeting we had on business and trade and technology. This trip has galvanized $350 billion in deals across many sectors, and we're committed to ensuring that the UK has a secure and reliable supply of the best AI hardware and software on Earth. And we supply that, and we'll make sure we supply it in quantity to the UK. And we also are joining forces on quantum computing and nuclear power, a natural partnership for close allies. The United States, as you probably have heard, is doing better than it has ever done in terms of business and investment. The stock market has hit a new high, as you know, and that's for many, many days out of our fairly short 8 months. And we seem to be hitting new highs, and I think we're going to do much better even as time goes by. Jobs are at a record, and most importantly, we have more than $17 trillion, $17 trillion, and this is during an 8-month period being invested in the country, which is not only a record, but if you compare $17 trillion to the last year of the Biden administration, they did $250 billion. They didn't do $1 trillion for the 4-year period. We did $17 trillion of investment coming in. A lot of it's because of tariffs, and a lot of it's for a lot of other reasons, but there's never been anything like it. It's an economic superstar. That's what's become. It was mismanaged and badly handled for a long period of time, but it's not badly handled anymore. So that's a record, and remember, that's up until 8 months. We have another few months to go, and that number is going to get significantly higher, especially if we win a certain case that we're waiting to hear. That will be something like the world has never seen. I want to congratulate the United Kingdom on making the vital commitment to spend 5% of GDP on defense at the NATO summit this year. We've worked together very closely in so many ways. I'm very honored to tell you that we've solved 7 wars.
Oh, here we go, all-time highs again.
Wars that couldn't be negotiated or done. The U.S. has done 7 of them. The one that I thought would be easiest would be because of my relationship with President Putin, but he's let me down. He's really let me down. It was going to be Russia and Ukraine, but we'll see how that turns out. But that turned out to be, I thought it might be among the easiest of the group. But
Unbelievable.
Just about every conflict, and as you know, we're working very hard on Israel and Gaza. All that's happening over there. Complex, but it's going to get done. It'll all get done right. And likewise, Russia and Ukraine will get done. But you never know in war. You know, war is a different thing. Things happen that are very opposite of what you thought. You thought you were going to have an easy time or a hard time, and it turns out to be the reverse. As we saw in the unforgettable parade yesterday at Windsor Castle, what a place it is. The British Armed Forces carry on one of the finest military traditions in the world, one of the greatest marching bands, one of the most magnificent sights I've seen. I know that our service members look forward, and we do look so forward to working even more closely with yours as you push toward that 5% goal. And I think, Mr. Prime Minister, you're just about there. You're going to be there very quickly, along with a lot of other great countries. I want to thank NATO and our wonderful head of NATO, who's really worked very hard, Mark, for the job they've done. As you know, NATO was at 2% GDP, and they didn't pay it. Now they're at 5%, then they pay it. And we appreciate that. And we're sending a lot of weapons to NATO. NATO's paying for those weapons in full. But we're sending them, and we're doing a great job at getting them what they need. And we appreciate the fact that they're taking care of it, because the United States is into that war for $350 billion. And just really very sad. It just got out of control. They didn't know what they were doing. But over the generations, British and American warriors have shed their blood side by side in defense of liberty and freedom. And that's why it's so imperative that the United States and the United Kingdom stand together for these fundamental rights and values of the English-speaking world. And we've always stood together, and we will continue to. Just last week, a great American, Charlie Kirk, was heinously assassinated for speaking his mind. He was a great young man, incredible future. Some people said he might be president someday. I told him, I said, Charlie, I think you have a good shot someday at being president. And he just wanted to take care of youth. He loved youth. I've never seen anybody relate to youth like Charlie, and they related to him, and they're devastated. But I appreciate the many British citizens who have offered their condolences. And again, Charlie was a great person. We'll be going out to a service on Sunday. I'll be leaving with some of the people in this room just to celebrate Charlie and all that he's done. So incredible. Never seen anything like it. But I hope that together our nations can lead a movement to defend the glorious traditions of freedom on both sides of the Atlantic. There could be no greater tribute to the immortal bonds of affection and loyalty that unite the British and the American people for all of time. We have a relationship like no other. It will always be that way. We will always be united. We'll always be together. And I just want to thank you, Mr. Prime Minister, for the great job I think you're doing. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We're going to take some questions. I'll call 2 or 3 to start with, and then I'll pass over to the President. I've got Chris Mason from the BBC first. Chris.
Thank you both. Chris Mason, BBC News. Mr. President, the UK is expected to recognise a Palestinian state in the coming days as the killing in Gaza continues. It often seems that you're the only person that Israel will listen to. What more can you say to them to tell them to stop? And why is the UK's position on a Palestinian state, in your view, wrong? And Prime Minister, what will the recognition of a Palestinian state actually achieve? Is it not just gesture politics to appease people in your own party? Thank you both.
Well, Chris, let me just start with that, because we discussed this amongst other things. We had the best part of an hour, I think, upstairs earlier today, just one-to-one, going through a number of affairs, world affairs, in private. And we absolutely agree on the need for peace and a roadmap, because the situation in Gaza is intolerable. The hostages have been held for a very, very long time, and they must be freed. And we need aid to get into Gaza at speed. And so it's within that context of a plan for peace, which we're working hard on, which not only did we discuss this morning, but our two teams have been working together on, that the question of recognition needs to be seen. And so it's part of that overall package which hopefully takes us from the appalling situation we're in now to the outcome of a safe and secure Israel, which we do not have, and a viable Palestinian state. Thank you.
Well, simply, I want the hostages released now.
All right, guys, we're still grinding up. I'm trying to do my trade journal entries and get caught up. I posted the one where I blew up the last PA. It's in there. You want to look at that disaster? NVNI still running $1.10. I don't know when I should get out of that.
Was there any warmth shown during this stay? Like they offered you a little extra meal, they gave you a little smile, and they said, "Don't worry, you'll be okay." And every one of them said, "Not even a little bit." Amazing, you know, to think that during this stay, long stay in some cases. We had a man the other day, 451 days he was there. I always ask that question. And was there any warmth shown? Just a little word of, you know, encouragement. And the answer is every time, absolutely not. I'm shocked to hear it, because in the worst cases, there's always somebody that comes through. We have to remember October 7th, one of the worst, most violent days in the history of the world. Not just there, the history of the world. And I got to see the tapes, and I wish I didn't see them, actually. But I got to see them. And I want an end. I want the hostages released. And I think it's going to be okay. But it has been a brutal period of time. But this has been going on for a long time. This is not something that's over the last year, 2 years. But this has been for decades and decades. But we want it to end. We have to have the hostages back immediately. That's what the people of Israel want. They want them back. And we want the fighting to stop. And it's going to stop. But a lot of bad things. You know, Hamas said that they're going to put the hostages up as bait. They're going to put the hostages in front of any attack. And that's pretty brutal. We haven't heard that one in a long time. So we have to remember that. So I have a disagreement with the Prime Minister on that score. Okay? One of our few disagreements, actually.
Great. Can I take Jack from The Sun? Jack.
Thank you both. Jack Elson from The Sun. Mr. President, in the 9 months you've been in office, you've been incredibly successful in all but eliminating crossings on your southern border.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, illegal migration is at record levels in Britain. The Prime Minister is trying to tackle that. What advice
All
would you
right.
give to the man standing next to you on trying to stop illegal migration in Britain? And Prime Minister, if I can just ask, the President is all about drill, baby, drill in terms of trying to secure American energy and cut bills for Americans. Meanwhile, you are turning Britain's back on oil and gas in favour of renewable energies, such as wind turbines. Why do you think that you are right and he is wrong?
So we had millions of people flowing in, totally unchecked, totally unvetted from the Biden administration. 25 million, in my opinion, that would be about 25 million. They came from prisons, they came from mental institutions, they were gang members, they were drug dealers. They came from the Congo, they came from all parts of South America, they came from everywhere. Think of it, prisons from the Congo being released into the United States, prisons opened up in Venezuela and many other countries pouring into the United States. And I couldn't believe it. And one of the reasons I decided to run. I decided to run because I don't want to be controversial, but you see what's happened and you see all the information that's come out. We won in 2020.
Hey, the Lilu connection is up with Rhythmic. I just connected.
The worst thing that I saw was all of these people. You know, we've already solved inflation. We've solved prices. Oil is way down. Energy is way down in the United States. But what I saw happening with millions of people pouring into our country, I couldn't stand to watch it. And we've done a great job. Nobody, if you've seen the last, I appreciate your question, by the way, nobody, absolutely zero, and I'm not even sure that's possible, but it's a very liberal group that come out with those statistics. The last 3 months, we had zero. From millions of people a year ago, we had zero people enter our country illegally. And we do have people coming in legally through a legal process and testing and lots of other things. I think it's very important, and we speak about it. And I think your situation is very similar. You know, you have people coming in, and I told the Prime Minister I would stop it, and it doesn't matter if you call out the military, it doesn't matter what means you use, but it's going to destroys countries from within. And we're actually now removing a lot of the people that came into our country. It's a very hard chore. We were given a very, very bad hand. Millions of people came in from prisons and mental institutions. We have to remove them. And we are removing them. We have no choice. And I feel very strongly about it. Thank you very much.
Jack, let me just deal with the question of returns, because this is obviously an issue we're taking incredibly seriously. We've struck a number of deals both on cooperation with other countries, because this is a problem right across Europe, to tackle the problem of actually breaking up the gangs that are running this trade. We have had a record number of returns, over 35,000 now since we came into office. That's the highest number for the best part of 10 years. We struck the returns arrangement with France, and notwithstanding the challenges to that scheme, which you've seen in the last few days, a flight went off at 6:15 this morning, successfully returning someone under that scheme. So that is an important step forward. Obviously, there's no silver bullet here. There's a range of things that need to be done. But given the challenges of returning people, it is important that we're able to prove it can be done. It was done. It was done early this morning. So I can confirm that that flight went. It went successfully. And I'm pleased about that. Now we need to ramp that up at scale, which was always envisaged under the scheme. But it's very important that we have been able to prove that the proof of concept, if you like, that this can be done, and will continue in that way. On the question of energy, firstly, let me be really clear that I am absolutely determined to ensure that the price and cost of energy comes down, so that bills come down both for individuals, for families, with their household bills, but also for business, because this is so important. The mix will include oil and gas for many years to come from the North Sea. We've been clear about that for some time, but we also need to mix that with renewables, and it's the mix that's really important. And the approach I've taken on this is the same approach that I take to many other things, a pragmatic approach. Thank you, Jack.
I would like to say that we inherited the worst inflation in the history of our country. We had inflation, the likes of which we've really never seen. They say 48 years, and I'll accept that, but I really don't. We had the worst inflation in the history of our country, and we had a expression that I used a lot, drill, baby, drill, and as you know, we brought fuel way down, the prices way down, and we don't do wind because wind is a disaster. It's a very expensive joke, frankly, and we got our energy prices way down. That brought the inflation way down, and now we have very little inflation, and we have a very, very strong economy. So that was very important. Drill, baby, drill. And you have a great asset here. We spoke about it. It's called the North Sea. The North Sea oil is phenomenal, and I hope, because I love this country, you know. My mother was born in Scotland, and the Hebrides, Stornoway, that's Syria, Scotland. We were talking about it. And I want this country to do well. And you have great assets that you're going to start using, I believe, under this Prime Minister.
Thank you. And I've got Matthew from The Economist. Matthew.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Mr. President, you say that President Putin has let you down. Have negotiations run out of road, and what are your next steps to compel an end to this war?
Well, he has let me down. I mean, he's killing many people, and he's losing more people than he's killing. I mean, frankly, the Russian soldiers are being killed at a higher rate than the Ukrainian soldiers. But, yeah, he said, let me down. I don't like to see. It's death. You know, it doesn't affect the United States. We have, other than unless you end up in a
Okay,
war.
all right, I got a call, guys. We keep grinding up. We're waiting for the first real pullback. This zone is no longer, I don't like this zone, so I'm kind of waiting for a pullback into this zone or even a little lower, and then the continuation higher. It just looks like, the money wants to go higher. I mean, I don't know, unless we get a solid reversal in this zone right here. I don't know what else we're going to do.
Afghanistan, total disaster.
Forecast box is not on yet.
Afghanistan, but we're going to leave it with strength.
We got too much volume.
We're going to keep Bagram, the big air base, that one of the biggest air bases in the world. We gave it to them for nothing. We're trying to get it back, by the way. Okay, that could be a little breaking news. We're trying to get it back because they need things from us. We want that base back. But one of the reasons we want the base is, as you know, it's an hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. So a lot of things are happening, but I am very disappointed in the fact that that one's not settled. To think that we settled...
Like, this is a nice pullback to here, support, and then go higher, but who knows how far. But if we pull back into this zone down here, you really have to watch. You got to watch for the reversal to go short. That could be the short. So stochastic's going to pull it down into our zone, I hope, and then if the volume should look reasonable by then, we're pretty close. Make sure I drew it right, and yeah, everything looks good. All right, let's look for the pullback into these zones. I got a call to make. I'll be right back.
One said, I've been in this position for 22 years, and all I've done is kill their people. The other was there for 7 years, and all he did was kill their people. And we got it settled. And we did others, as you know. The Congo, we settled the Congo with Rwanda. That was going on, and that was a machete war. That was a gruesome war. Many people, close to 10 million people killed. We got that settled. My biggest disappointment, but it's, you know, look, we did 7, and most of them were not thought to be settleable. We did India and we did Pakistan. That's 2 nuclear. That was purely for trade. You want to trade with us, you're going to have to get along. And they were going at it hot and heavy. But the Russia situation, I hope we're going to have some good news for you coming up. But again, it doesn't affect the United States. And look, it doesn't so much affect you. Of course, you are a lot closer to the scene than we are. We have a whole ocean separating us. But I will say this, millions of people have died in that war, millions of souls, and they're not American. The soldiers, mostly soldiers, as you know. The soldiers are being killed at levels nobody's seen since the Second World War. But they're being killed, and I feel I have an obligation to get it settled for that reason. Thank you.
And just to add on that question, because we have to put extra pressure on Putin, and it's only when the president has put pressure on Putin, that he's actually shown any inclination to move. So we have to ramp that pressure up. I think it's important to have this conversation in the context of what's happened in recent weeks. We saw damage and bombing to the British Council in Kyiv. These are targets that it was thought until recently were not targets that would be hit. The British Council, the European Union Embassy, the Council of Ministers, where President Zelensky's ministers' work was hit. Again, these were thought to be places that wouldn't be hit. And then the incursion into Poland last week. And if you put that together, what you can see is either an emboldenment or at least an increased recklessness on Putin's part. And that's why I said earlier that they're not the actions of someone who wants peace. So we have to ramp up. And we discussed earlier today, we have built the coalition of the willing with British leadership and French leadership, stepping up with military planning in the seas, in the sky, on the ground, and ramping up what we do with the Ukrainians themselves. And of course, that taken with an American guarantee is now an example, I think, of the challenge of Europe stepping up to the plate, which it has done in the last few months, to show through what we and the French have done that we're prepared to take the lead in this and take the necessary measures.
But that's a war that could have been a third world war, and I don't think we're going to be there now. But that was heading to a third world war, and what a shame it is. What a shame it is.
Mr. President, do you want to call some of the
I would love to call a
outlets?
few of them. Bev, do you want to have a question?
I've got to come back to you.
Bev Turner, GB News. Thank you. Having been in DC for a few weeks, it's really interesting to see how you run the country as a proud Christian leader. And it really begs the question to the Prime Minister, if you don't mind, are we still a Christian country? But also...
when you say we, are you talking here or...?
Here. The
Here?
UK. I'm still British. I might
I'd
live in
rather
America.
have him
I'm still
answer
British.
that question.
But also,
I can't give you that answer.
That's for the Prime Minister. But also, despite what we talked about in Scotland a few weeks ago, we still have 12,000 people a year here being arrested for social media posts, for free speech violations. Does that not remain an important area that there is still...
All right, so maybe we're going to get the 20 EMA bounce. We got our forecast box on, looking okay. Let's get lined up here.
Has been all my life, and we are, that is wired into our informal constitution. Of course, we celebrate many other faiths as well, and I'm really proud that we're able to do so as a country. And on free speech, that has long lived in this country, free speech. It's one of the founding values of the United Kingdom, and we protect it jealously and fiercely, and always will, and we will bear down on any limits on free speech. I draw a limit between free speech.
Stochastics facing down. Let's just see how far. This might be a simple 20 EMA bounce. I usually don't take those. They usually happen too quick where they just touch it and go again. It can be a little precarious, but
from things that will harm them, pedophiles, those that peddle.
I almost kind of like the long right here, to be honest with you.
For individual, particularly teenagers. And so,
I'm going to wait though. Stochastics aren't. I don't like the stochastics facing down. Again, I don't like the stochastics facing, running opposite of what I'm trying to do.
Prime Minister,
So
it's
I'm
good
going
to
to hold
see you
on
again.
here for just a
You have
minute.
a beautiful country. Thanks for having us.
Thank you for being
Two
here.
questions. One, just recently, President Trump labeled Antifa domestic terrorists. Would you consider doing something like that in your country?
Well, we obviously will take decisions for ourselves. I don't want to comment on the decisions of the president, but we take our decisions ourselves.
And my question to you, President Trump, is there any update on the auto pen?
Yeah, it's just gotten worse from their standpoint. The people that used it, and in particular one person, was never told by Biden to do it, only spoke to Biden twice, and that was just talking about the weather, not talking about any order. And he was taking orders from people other than Joe Biden. Joe Biden wasn't giving those orders. Joe Biden didn't believe in open borders. He didn't. I've known him for a long time. He was never the brightest bulb in the ceiling, as we know. You can go back 40 years ago and you'll see that. Go back and take a look at the hearings on Justice Thomas, and you'll see that very much. But he didn't believe in open borders and all of this nonsense that they're peddling now, which is why they're not in office any longer. It's a shame. The auto pen was illegal. It was illegally used. He never gave the orders. He never told them what to do. And I guess the only one he signed, or one of the few he signed, was the pardon for his son. But you had the congressman who, when they got the information, they found out they were guilty, and they deleted and destroyed all information, everything. You couldn't get any of it. They found out that Nancy Pelosi actually was offered the 10,000 soldiers, and she turned them down. They found out many things that were very bad. So they deleted and destroyed all information. You talk about freedom of the press and freedom of speech. How about that one? And there's not a thing. This is after a year and a half of hearings. They destroyed everything. And somebody's got to be held responsible. So Biden, what he did is they knew, I don't think he knew, but somebody knew. I don't think Biden had a clue about anything, if you want to know the truth. But they gave a pardon to those congresspeople. They gave a pardon. Those people are so guilty. They gave a pardon, but Biden didn't know about it.
All right, we're testing the 20 EMA, guys. Testing the 20 EMA.
Any of those people in there.
Let's see what we do from here.
I know them all.
Stochastics are diving hard.
They're very smart. They're probably brilliant, but they're sick in ideology. And they were running the auto pen, and it was totally illegal what he did. And I hope it's going to be so adjudged.
Do you want to take one more, and then I'll go
Okay.
back to British?
Let's see. Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump.
Same on the ES. Let's check out the ES. ES is very organized, doing the same thing. ES looks like it's going to be held up by the 200. The 50 and the 200 are pinned together on the ES, which is an interesting zone that makes it pretty powerful. That could be support right here. So if we move this, that's not valid anymore. If we move, could be looking at support right here on the ES. Let's just see if we bounce through that.
And we, as you know, we did unbelievably well with youth, like at a level that no Republican has ever even dreamt of.
We're on the 20 on the, that's interesting. Looks like we're going to hold the 20.
TikTok has tremendous value. The United States has that value in its hand because we're the ones that have to approve it. I specifically get the right to approve it. The people that are investing are among the greatest investors in the world, the biggest, the richest, and they'll do a great job.
Kind of liking this bounce.
In conjunction with China, but we are getting, the United States is getting a tremendous fee plus, I call it a fee plus, for just making the deal. And I don't want to throw that out the window. I can say this, that you'll have a lot of very unhappy youth, and I use TikTok very legitimately, very straight, just statements every day, little statements, short statements. Sir, make it short, please. And TikTok Jack, we call him. It was pretty good. Did a good job for me, I guess. But no, I'd rather reap the benefits. I mean, the kind of money we're talking about is very substantial. And it'll be owned by all American investors and, you know, the best investors and the, you know, very rich people and companies are going to be owning it. Very, very straight, very legitimate companies. And really companies that love America, so they're going to be owning it. It's a big thing. And on a much bigger scale, and probably that's why we were able to get that, but on a much bigger scale, we're pretty close to a deal. We may do an extension with China, but it's an extension based on the same terms that we have right now, which are pretty good terms.
And my question for Prime Minister Starmer, if you feel so strongly about officially recognizing Palestine for statehood, why are you waiting for President Trump to leave the country? Why can't you just do it right now? And isn't there a risk in rewarding Hamas with that?
Well, let me be really clear about Hamas. They're a terrorist organization who can have no part in any future governance in Palestine. And what happened on October the 7th was the worst attack since the Holocaust. We have extended family in Israel. I understand firsthand the psychological impact that had across Israel. So I know exactly where I stand in relation to Hamas. Hamas, of course, don't want a two-state solution. They don't want peace. They don't want a ceasefire. So I'm very clear where I stand on Hamas. Okay. On the question of recognition, I made my position clear at the end of July as to the timing, which has got nothing to do with this state visit, and I've discussed it with the President, as you would expect amongst two leaders who respect each other and like each other and want to bring about a better solution in the best way that we can. Thank you so much. Can I go back then to Robert at ITV?
Robert Person, ITV. Mr. President, you uniquely, you alone in the whole world, have the power to persuade Prime Minister Netanyahu to stop the demolition of Gaza City, to stop the starvation of Palestine, and to stop the killing of civilians. If not now, when will you exercise that power to tell him to stop?
Sure.
And then for both of you on...
But you do understand about October 7th.
You do understand. So believe me, I understand.
One of the worst days in the history of humanity. What happened?
All right, let's get back here. I was working some leads.
Babies, they're 4 months old and just chopped up to pieces. And you've seen.
I really like the look of the ES.
Professional, and so am I.
I like the ES if we start to roll up on stochastics.
Forget about it. So I want it to end, but I want the hostages back.
We're still not rolling up yet. That's why I haven't done anything.
Which is what Hamas is threatening to do.
But as soon as they're back, that's the moment you will tell Netanyahu
Well,
to stop.
it would certainly help, but I have to have the hostages back. And I don't want them back piecemeal, as I said before.
Waiting for some kind of confirmation, and then
On a separate issue,
I might be okay with getting in here somewhere.
Vice President Vance said that free speech is under attack in the UK. Do you agree with him? And Prime Minister, we saw the dismissal of a very well-known chat show host in America last night, Mr. Kimmel. Is free speech more under attack in Britain or America?
Well, Jimmy Kimmel was fired because he had bad ratings more than anything else, and he said a horrible thing about a great gentleman known as Charlie Kirk. And Jimmy Kimmel is not a talented person. He had very bad ratings, and they should have fired him a long time ago. So, you know, you can call that free speech or not. He was
Flattening out.
lack of talent. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, firstly, on the question of Charlie Kirk, can I just express how shocking that is, I think, to everybody who believes in free speech and in democracy. It sent shockwaves through the world. And I know that he was a friend of the president, and I
Order
reached out
submitted.
straight away to
I'm going to get in here on the ES if it picks me up.
him and his family. And we all need to be absolutely clear about that. Whatever our political views, it is shocking and is to be condemned. On free speech, I'll...
Order filled.
All right, I'm long on the ES, guys.
This country's had free speech for a very, very long time. It is part of who we are as a country, and it is the values that we fought for. We fought for it during the Second World War alongside each other. So we need no reminding of the importance of free speech in this country. Thank you, Robert. And I go to Beth for the final question, please. Beth.
Thank you so much.
Sky.
Driving me crazy.
Sky News. Thank you, Prime Minister. If I could start with you. Prime Minister, President Trump has said he's ready to impose major sanctions on Russia if NATO countries stop purchasing Russian oil. He's got a point, hasn't he? Is that what you now believe is needed to bring Putin properly to the table? And what's your message to the President on US sanctions? And Mr. President, if I may, the King praised your personal commitment last night to finding solutions to the world's most intractable conflicts. You have invested much of your time and effort in Ukraine, but even as you seek to broker a deal, President Putin is escalating the war. He's firing drones into NATO airspace. You say he has let you down. Was it a mistake to invite him to Alaska? Do you regret it?
No.
And is it time to squeeze him, sir, and scare him and impose sanctions? And finally, if I may, the elephant in the room, Lord Mandelson, he is no longer the ambassador. Do you have some sympathy with him that he lost his job over historic links to Jeffrey Epstein? Thank you very much, sir.
I don't know him, actually. I had heard that, and I think maybe the Prime Minister would be better speaking of that. That was a choice that he made, and I don't know. What is your answer to that?
Well, I mean, it's very straightforward. Some information came to light last week which wasn't available when he was appointed, and I made a decision about it, and that's very clear. On the question of the pressure on Putin and on Russia, which is obviously really important, look, I think it is a challenge to Europe. There are a number of European countries which are too reliant on energy from Russia. The UK actually obviously has almost got nothing at all, but we do need to bear down and work with our European counterparts here. There are one or two countries, I think, that do need to look again at the question of energy. There's no one silver bullet here. We do have to have a wider suite of sanctions, which we've put in place a number of times, working across Europe and with the United States. And of course, we must, and we are, making sure that Ukraine is in the strongest position now, because one of my long concerns here has been that whilst we talk about a ceasefire, and we all want a ceasefire, and we talk about what might happen after a ceasefire, we mustn't forget that Ukraine needs our support now. And we've said we stand with Ukraine from the start to the finish, and that means we must continue to supply them with what they need in order to fight this war, which of course resulted from and is a result of Russian aggression. We have particularly done the sort of leadership role in the coalition of the willing, so that if there is a ceasefire and if there is a deal, and I do hope there is, that is then lasting and not then broken, because given previous history, I don't trust Putin. Thank you.
Very simply, if the price of oil comes down, Putin's going to drop out. He's going to have no choice. He's going to drop out of that war. And when I found out that the European nations were buying oil from Russia, and as you know, I'm very close to India. I'm very close to the Prime Minister of India. I spoke to him the other day, wished him a happy birthday. We have a very good relationship. He put out a beautiful statement, too. We have, but I said, you know, I sanctioned them. China is paying a very large tariff right now to the United States. But I'm willing to do other things, but not when the people that I'm fighting for are buying oil from Russia. If the oil price comes down, very simply, Russia will settle. And the oil price is way down. You know, we got it way down. We're drilling and we produce more oil than anybody else in the world. We're doing a lot. But I was disappointed to see that. And the Prime Minister was disappointed to see that. And it wasn't him. It was other countries. And you can't do that. You can't do that. You can't. That's not playing fair with the United States. And we can't have that. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, that was President Trump and Prime Minister Starmer at a joint press conference in England following the state visit of President Trump to England. That's occurred over the last couple of days. We had pomp and circumstance yesterday. We had a day of, I think, some constructive meetings is kind of how they're being portrayed, Alexis.
And that was such a far-reaching press conference just now, especially in the Q&A section. I mean, just the back of the envelope notes that I took, right? Not just the tech deals, but also we talked a little bit about TikTok, free speech coming under attack, immigration and energy policy. So
Minute 12 to the next candle.
Takeaways here from Tyler Kendall, Bloomberg, Washington.
Looking for the bounce off the VWAP here.
Tyler, you were listening as we were. What are some of the big takeaways for you?
Yeah, hey Alexis. Well, you really said it there. He hit on a range
See the
of
stochastics
issues
roll
during this
back
press
up,
conference, and
for
I
the
guess
love
we
of
could
goodness.
maybe separate them at the moment into two big buckets that we could dig into. One, of course, the economic partnerships and any updates there, whether it was on tariffs or TikTok, and the other around security concerns. Both leaders started their remarks by touting this U.S.-UK trade tech partnership that was announced earlier this morning when they were flanked by some of the biggest tech CEOs, including NVIDIA's Jensen Huang and Palantir's Alex Karp, who were there in London for these meetings. And that agreement's meant to promote this tech investment in both nations. You heard President Trump say that the U.S. is committed to making sure that the UK has reliable artificial intelligence. By the end of this trip, we are expecting about $10 billion worth of deals when it comes to investment in the UK to be announced between these companies and the government. Of course, the other big focus, if we go into the second item here, are the security, those national security and foreign policy implications. You heard President Trump say that he is committed to the US-UK security alliance, and he actually called out the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte by name, calling him a good friend, saying that he's very happy with what he's seeing when it comes to European countries boosting their defense spending. And that becomes a really important
NQ
part
fighting
of
off the
discussion when we're
50
talking about
EMA
any
right
sort of
now.
updates and developments around the war in Ukraine, which we really saw come to the forefront during
Looking to
this
hold
press
the
conference.
50
President
EMA
Trump,
on
saying
the
that
NQ and hold the
Putin
VWAP on the
really let him
ES,
down,
looking
but
for
added that
support.
he's confident that the Russia-Ukraine war will get done. I'll leave you with really the last question we heard there.
Looking for
Reporter asking about
support.
the so-called secondary tariffs.
You
We
see
know
the
that
NQ,
US
we're
has
looking for
imposed those
support
on
right
at
in my
least
zone.
India over its imports of Russian energy supply.
Yes, we're looking to
The
get
UK
back
Prime
to my
Minister,
zone.
said that he was in favor of a broader sweep of sanctions, but we didn't really hear a firmer answer when it came to whether or not our European allies are going to impose these so-called secondary sanction tariffs, which we know would hit countries like India,
we
but
go.
also importantly China, which of course the U.S. is in the middle of this big trade negotiations with.
Tyler, after rolling out the red carpet over the last couple of days, literally and figuratively for President Trump, does the UK have a certain expectation that they will get better, favorable, less onerous tariff agreements with the U.S.?
Well, that was one of the questions going in here, right, Paul? Because the UK was actually one of the first, actually the first trading partner to clinch a trade deal with the US and get that more preferential rate of 10%. That's in place, but really where the big questions are around if whether or not those sector-specific tariff rates can be lowered, most notably when it comes to metals. The UK facing a 25% tariff there against steel and aluminum, and that's something that we've been watching for really closely, but as of now, that still remains an open question. We know that there's a lot of negotiations going on, but of course, this White House has often prioritized this idea
we're about
that
to find out.
investments, that reshoring
We are about to
manufacturing,
find out.
things along those lines could
We're
ultimately
completely
help our trade
oversold on
partners with more
stochastics. We're up against support on both the ES and
Tyler
NQ.
Kendall, she's the Washington correspondent for Bloomberg News, giving us a little recap on what we saw over the last couple of days, including today's press conference including President Trump and Prime Minister Starmer. So coming up, we've got another hour to go here. We're going to check in with Anne-Marie Horder and get the sense of what's going on in the UK, how this trip is kind of winding up here. Amara,
Let's go fill that order block up
Reserve
top.
and an economic reporter, get her thoughts on the Fed's move yesterday and maybe how the Fed moves going forward. And Sean O'Hara, president of Pacer ETFs, is going to join the show to talk about ETF investing as well. We're
There
also
we
going to
go.
have a simulcast. Meta Platform's chief product
Come
officer,
on
Chris
now.
Cox, he's speaking with Bloomberg Tech's anchors Ed Ludlow. That's going to be coming up later in this hour. So a lot coming up. We'll get you caught up on the markets right now by getting a Bloomberg Business Flash with John Tucker.
All right, in this flash, Paul and Alexis, brought to you by Oracle. Attention, growing business. Oracle offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. This is for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Well, the major stock averages, they are on track to set more records. S&P 500, 38 points higher. That's up 0.6%. We're at 66.39 on the index.
See these
The
stochastics
Dow
roll
Jones
right
Industrial
through the
average up
zone.
126 points. That's up 0.3%. Yeah, the Nasdaq 100, 275 points higher, up 1.1% right now. Best performing stock in the S&P 500. Got to go back to Intel. Those shares now up 26%. NVIDIA investing $5 billion in Intel. The two companies are going to team up to work on custom data centers that form the backbone of AI infrastructure, as well as some personal computer products. NVIDIA shares, they are up 3.2% this morning. Meantime, Julian Emanuel of Evercore ISI says artificial intelligence stocks can continue to lead.
You need to stay with the AI theme. It is the theme that has brought us
Come on
to
now.
this point over the last couple of years. History tells you that what has been working, what had been the market leaders, despite the fact that there's a lot of catch-up being played, tends to work in the later stages as well.
You're looking for those stochastics to push over the 20% mark. There we go. Come on now.
4% from its initial public offering price of $23.50 per share.
Oh,
That was
push
on
right
the
through.
first day of trading yesterday. Now on its
There we
second day
go.
of trading,
A little bit more.
it is down well, I'm going to call it 5%.
If you don't have AI in your story these days, I don't know. Fintech
How
and
can they
AI.
not?
Then you'd know everything.
I don't know who timed this one out, but this is like at least, the second goal for StubHub in terms of trying to time that initial public offering. Anyway, we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash, Alexis and Paul.
Hi, JT. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alexis Christophorous, Paul Sweeney, live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. Let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. We're joined by Bloomberg's Jordan Fitzgerald. Jordan, what are you looking at today?
I mean, Intel's the indisputable story of the day. Shares up as much as 27.7%. That's the biggest jump for the stock intraday since 1987. Wow. It's well before my time. And, wow.
Yep.
Come on.
Yeah, Intel has brought up semiconductor
There we
stocks
go.
generally. The Philly Semiconductor Index is at a record high today, but AMD and ARM in particular are underperforming the rest of semiconductor stocks. AMD down 5.9%. And ARM down as much as 7.4% today. ARM already works pretty closely with NVIDIA, so I think traders are a little spooked that that could threaten that partnership. And AMD being such a close rival of both NVIDIA and Intel,
6,700 is dangerous.
could have benefited from that NVIDIA boon. But outside of the tech space,
I don't know. I mean, I just think this whole AI spending, everything I hear about it, it's just more and more and more dollars, and it seems like there's enough for the AMDs of the world, the NVIDIAs of the world.
Yeah, you
and
think the pie is big enough.
And now even Intel looks like it's going to get its take. We'll see.
I know, even Intel. Interestingly, Intel had that really big drop last August, and finally it took this $5 billion investment from NVIDIA to push it back into that range that we haven't seen in over a year.
Yep.
Come on.
Also, underratedly, I mean, Intel's kind of boosting NVIDIA today. NVIDIA was down big yesterday on that China news.
Yeah, so we got Intel up 57% year-to-date, 52-week high for the stock. That'll work.
Not too bad. I want to talk restaurants because Darden's having a time of it today. Last I checked, it was down about 10%.
Yeah, most since March 2022. Soft sales for Olive Garden didn't rise as much as people were hoping. The never-ending pasta bowl does not seem
All
to
right,
be
stochastic's peeling up.
the
Come on.
moneymaker it might have once been. I think those are free. That might be the problem.
Oh no, don't tell me Olive Garden's going to start charging for those.
They did say on their earnings call today that they're making portions smaller, and prices might be going up.
Stop filled.
So if you were an Olive Garden fan,
Liquidation candle.
It's going to come to an end at some point because their portions are huge.
Their portions are huge. I can't say I've been to an Olive Garden in a while, but that's a lot of carbs they put in front of you.
That's right. All right, Jordan, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Jordan Fitzgerald, she covers the equity markets for Bloomberg News. For more conversations like this, subscribe to our Stock Movers Reports. Listen for
Order filled.
5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and anywhere you
What is
listen.
this?
So, again, the big news is I think if you're in the marketplace here, a little bit of a delayed reaction from the Fed yesterday, but we're starting to see strong, solid moves across the board. S&P up 0.5%, and even in the tech-heavy Nasdaq up a little over 1%.
Yeah, and
Order
what?
submitted.
We've also got, I just want to mention gold because it's been on a tear. I guess not surprisingly though, down about 1% right now.
Yep. All right. Very good. So we'll keep an eye on the markets here. We're waiting for Anne-Marie Horder and get get some reporting coming out of London before everybody jets back to the U.S. But right now, let's check in with Amara Omake, Federal Reserve and economics reporter. Amara, talk to us about kind of what you're hearing from your sources about the Federal Reserve and the move they made yesterday.
So yeah, what my sources are saying and what the big takeaway from yesterday's decision and Chair Powell's press conference yesterday is that you have Fed officials who have grown a little bit more concerned about the labor market. And you heard Chair Powell describe the cut.
My strategy didn't.
Yesterday as sort of an insurance cut, right?
Okay.
The labor market is showing growing signs of weakness. We've had all these revisions that have indicated that jobs growth was much weaker than we originally thought earlier this year and last year. And so what you see is the Fed really reacting to that. But at the same time, you heard Chair Powell talk about the fact that the Fed faces a really challenging situation because inflation is still above their 2% target. There is still some concern that tariffs could lead to inflationary pressures. And so the Fed does have to balance these two situations that they face now, right? Inflationary pressures potentially and a weakening labor market. And so, yes, they did cut, but the path forward is not necessarily clear.
You know, I just want to bring up an interview that we had on Bloomberg earlier with former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers, who's being critical of this Fed, saying that the U.S. economy's biggest risks lie in inflation, not the job market. I mean, we did get jobless claims this morning. They were better than expected, right, coming off that big jump we saw the prior week. Hard to know what to make of the job market, but do you think this Fed's going to face a lot of criticism for thinking the job market is now the biggest threat to this economy?
I think the Fed is facing questions about how they manage this tension in their mandates, right? They have a mandate to foster stable inflation, but they also have a mandate to foster maximum employment. And I think what Chair Powell was saying yesterday is that, you know, for much of this year, the Fed was on hold because the labor market wasn't flashing these warning signs that compelled them to cut, right? And they were concerned about inflation. And so in some ways, the labor market was kind of giving them the luxury of remaining on hold. But what Chair Powell was saying yesterday is, look, we're seeing growing risks and we want to respond to that. I don't think he was saying that, you know, they're no longer concerned about inflation, but he's saying we're trying to figure out how to calibrate appropriately here as we try to manage risks on both sides of our mandate. And so I think you're going to see people continuing to question whether the Fed is striking the right balance in the months ahead.
Amara, so it appears that the labor market seems to be a little bit more front and center for this Federal Reserve vis-a-vis the inflation. I don't know, you could read it either way. I look at it, you know, unemployment rate 4.2%.
NQ is about to rip.
Like, I'm okay with the labor market, but a lot of folks feel like there's some undercurrents out there that are a little troubling. How do you think the Fed views it?
Yeah, I think the Fed views it just the way you said, because Chair Powell said yesterday, like, the unemployment rate suggests that things aren't necessarily falling off a cliff, but the Fed officials often say that once you have a labor market that starts to weaken, you know, a further weakening can happen really quickly. You can start to see a very fast rise in unemployment and more economic pain for people. And so that's what they're trying to guard against. I think also, you know, so far in the inflation data, it seems that companies are really sort of absorbing the tariffs, at least for now. And so on the inflation side, the worries have receded a little bit from where they were when President Trump first announced the tariffs back in April. But then at the same time, you've seen these labor market concerns start to bubble up. And I think if you look at some of the data under the hood in the labor market, that's also where the concerns are coming from. If you look at the Black unemployment rate, for instance, at 7.5%, that's pretty high. We hear a lot about new entrants into the labor market, young people having a very difficult time finding jobs. We hear about it being a low firing but a low hiring environment. So if you are a person who is looking for a job right now, a lot of people are out there reporting that it's very difficult to find a job if you don't have one. And so all of these things are contributing to the Fed saying here, look, we wanted to cut to give the labor market a little insurance, give it a little support, but we're also going to keep our eye on inflation and the potential for tariffs to maybe add some inflationary pressures here.
Amara, thank you so much. We really appreciate getting some of your time. Amara Omoke, she is Bloomberg's Federal Reserve and economy reporter. She is giving us some color there on what we saw from this Federal Reserve, and the market certainly reacting well here today. Certainly the news of the day from a company perspective is Intel. We saw early this morning, we saw a pretty cool story. NVIDIA deciding to buy or invest $5 billion into Intel vis-a-vis a stock purchase, a straight-out purchase of common stock there. And that's alongside the earlier investment by the U.S. government of a 10% stake in Intel, and the stock reacting favorably here today. Shares of Intel up about 26% today. That sets a new 52-week high. Stock's up 57% year-to-date. This stock was really hurting as recently as 6 months ago, but boy, it's gotten a couple big shots in the arm as it relates to their AI outlook. Let's check in with Mandeep Singh. He's the senior tech analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. Mandeep, how surprised were you and Silicon Valley when we woke up this morning and saw that a competitor was going to make a $5 billion investment?
Yeah, I was expecting something to happen in terms of an investment in Intel after the administration took a 10% stake, but a an investment from NVIDIA? That was the last thing that I anticipated. So I was more in the camp that one of the hyperscalers, whether it's, and Amazon did have a partnership with Intel. It was announced back in 2024. So I thought it would be one of the hyperscalers that would make an investment. So clearly the surprise element was the fact that the partnership or the investment wasn't for foundry, but it was more chip co-design. And look, that's where NVIDIA has taken share from Intel over the
Yeah,
past
if it
few
hits me
years.
here, then I'm done.
Intel was a dominant force in data centers with their x86 architecture. NVIDIA, with the shift to AI, really took share from Intel. And so it is a big surprise, the fact that they are investing
You
$5
fucker.
billion. And the plan is to develop a co-designed chip for PCs as well as data centers,
and to help them better compete against AMD, which we see a little under pressure today.
To my mind, NVIDIA is almost a monopoly in AI chips. So the fact
look
that
out, antitrust regulators.
Yeah.
But when I heard about this deal, I just thought irony, right? This tie-up between two Silicon Valley rivals. But I think it also really underlines the power shift. When you think about it, you would have thought years ago, well, Intel would be the aggressor here, right? But sort of the tables have turned.
They have, and look, that's just a function of where Intel is at right now, both in terms of their foundry positioning as well as, the data center market share that they have lost. Where they still have a dominant share is in PCs and desktops. And that's where everyone was anticipating a big refresh cycle because of AI. At the end of the day, if AI was to become pervasive, we'll have to upgrade our devices, whether it's PCs or smartphones. And to my mind, Intel does have a good chance of being part of that refresh cycle. So what NVIDIA has done is really kind of put a stake in that refresh cycle, where if they can develop a co-designed chip for the PCs and laptops, then that's where it could create another line of business similar to gaming. So right now, gaming is about a high single-digit percentage of NVIDIA's revenue. Well, this could be another line of business that they could add if this partnership was to result in a product or a chip that everyone would want to use.
All right, Mandeep, I'm going to put my cynical Wall Street hat on. This is simply
I agree
a
with you.
political move by Jensen Huang to cozy up to the Trump administration by co-investing alongside the U.S. government in Intel, whether it's a good investment or not.
Yeah, $5 billion is like change for a company like NVIDIA that's almost generating $100 billion in free cash flow every year right now.
So the clients you talk to, the investors you talk to, they think there is some soft upside to NVIDIA by investing alongside the government here?
I mean, NVIDIA right now is taking stakes in a lot of companies, CoreWeave and a lot of NeoClouds, because they want to make big bets. With that kind of balance sheet that NVIDIA has, they can afford to do it. And so this is another one of those minority stakes that they took. I don't think they have any high expectations here, but still, it does help them politically.
I mean, these are the numbers that blow me away with the tech companies that Mandeep Singh that follows. This year, call it, the calendar year 24.
All right, if we can turn that 200 EMA into support, I'm starting to feel better.
$40 billion of free cash flow.
Free cash flow.
This is the stuff, like, literally, we don't know what to do with it. So we're either going to give it back to shareholders,
right?
We're going to, I don't know, or we're going to make
buybacks,
or we make investments in. So there you go.
But Paul was talking earlier about how he thinks the pie is big enough, right, for all these players, and that not to worry too much about AMD. Is this tie-up a threat to them, do you think?
It is if they come up with a product. So if they come up with a chip that
That's
can
not the
drive
first
a
time I got
PC
hit on the
refresh cycle,
liquidation
it's gonna
candle.
hurt AMD. But look, these design wins take time to result in a product, and strategically, yeah, they will develop something. That's why I go back to what Amazon and Intel did a year back. Did anything change after that? No.
Good point. Is there anybody out there that maybe AMD now should start to cozy up to?
Probably one of the hyperscalers, because the hyperscalers are doing a lot of their custom chips, and if AMD
Hey, Brian, how you doing,
that
brother?
Ecosystem,
that certainly will help drive up their orders. So I
Lilu email you yet?
with one of the
It might not be till tomorrow.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that. Mandeep Singh, Senior Technology Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. He leads our global team of technology research analysts around the world.
All right, it'd be nice if we went all the way back to the highs. Let's see how this next candle looks.
NASDAQ up 255 points. That's 1 point.
It'd been nice if I never got liquidated on that one wick.
Coming up, we're going to check in with Sean O'Hara, president of Pacer ETFs. He's going to join the show to talk about ETF investing and current flows. Where's the money going? This is Bloomberg.
All right, let's keep rolling. All right, damn it. Let's go. Yeah, that was the original play. I just got wicked out on that stop loss, or on that insane candle. Or on the hammer candle, the liquidation candle I got hit on. I got to pull some contracts off.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
Fucker.
Order submitted. Order filled. Order canceled.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The Dow.
Yeah, I'm still in the long, Brian. I'm just scaling out a little bit.
Business Flashes brought to you by Oracle.
I got wicked out on a liquidation candle and kind of caught me out.
Current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitments, see if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Developing story with the Federal Trade Commission and 7 states suing Live Nation Entertainment and Ticketmaster for failing to stem the use of automated ticketing bots and large-scale
Make a phone call too. What do we got going on here?
trading lower now, down by 2.1%. Equities are jumping as a risk-on sentiment permeates Wall Street after the Fed delivered its first interest rate cut this year and signaled more are ahead. S&P up 43 right now, off session highs 66.44, up by about 0.6%. The Dow up 140, up 0.3. NASDAQ up 263 for the NASDAQ Composite Index, a gain of 1.2%. The 10-year 4.11% with the 2-year 3.56%. Gold is down $20 the ounce, 36.39, down 0.6%. And West Texas Intermediate crude lower by 0.7%.
Order canceled.
63.58 for a barrel of WTI. American Express is boosting the annual fee for its Platinum Consumer Credit Card to $895. That is a $200 increase. It is also adding about $1,500 worth of potential.
Order
profits.
submitted.
American Express shares, they're up 0.8%. Recapping, S&P up
Order
now by
submitted.
41, gain of 0.6% with the 10-year, 4.11%.
Order submitted.
I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pelleton, thank you
Order
so much.
submitted.
We appreciate that. Alexis Christophoulos, Paul Sweeney. We're here in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. Looking at the markets here, ripping as Charlie was just reporting here. Where are investors putting money these days? That's a question I have. The market's been up across the board, but it's really been focused on some of those big cap tech names. But let's see where people are putting the money to work these days. Sean O'Hara joins us, president of Pacer ETFs down there in Malvern, PA. I know a couple of companies down there in Malvern, PA, financials. Sean, thanks so much for joining us here. Love to get a sense of, as this market continues to move higher, Sean, where are your clients putting their money in your ETF complex?
Well, good morning. I guess thank you so much for having me today. You know, we're seeing growth continue to take in assets. We sort of have a different take on growth. You know, one of the things that I think is a concern to me is that, you know, those
It's a big problem with this strategy too. It fucks with the ATM.
and have so much weight, they sort of squeeze out, if you will, some of the other players in these broad indexes. And there's great names sort of at, you know, in the middle and towards the bottom of the S&P 500 or the Russell 1000 that have as good a growth prospects as some of the big mega cap stocks, maybe even more. So what on the growth side, what we do is we use free cash flow margin as our screen. The reason NVIDIA is such a great company, and I think the previous tech analyst you had on said it very, very well, is they have a very high free cash flow margin. And for those listeners, free cash flow margin is the free cash flow a company generates divided by its sales. So it's just a simple measure of how effectively they convert their sales into excess free cash flow. So for every dollar's worth of new sales that NVIDIA makes, they generate like 60 cents worth of free cash flow. So we use that screen to pick stocks, and what that allows us to do is own names that are in the Russell 1000 growth, for example, that just have insignificant weights in the broad index. The Russell Growth Index is 392 stocks, and 7 of them have 52% of the weight. And so it's like, you know, there's a big dinner party, and all the adults are stealing all the food from the kids. And so we're taking in money in our growth
There we go.
strategies these
Come on.
days. We're taking
Let's
in
put
money
this
in
one
some
in
of
the
risk
bank.
management strategies that we use. We have an income play off of the S&P 500 as people are focused on yields, and it looks like we're entering an easing cycle. I think investors are looking for other ways to generate yield.
And you just hit it. I mean, we need breadth in this market, right? It's one thing to go up, but you just want to see more participants. Looking at the Bloomberg terminal, I see here that inflows into ETFs week ending September 10, $22.2 billion. I mean, that sounds like a significant number to me. Am I right?
Yeah, and most of it, if you looked at, you know, the day-to-day flows, most of it's big broad market, S&P, NASDAQ, a lot of money flowing into short-term fixed income strategies these days. I don't know that that's necessarily going to be a permanent trend, given especially if interest rates go down. But that's sort of creating this ongoing fulfillment of this prophecy. If you know, the more money that goes into the S&P
filled.
ETF, the more money goes into those big
Order
names.
canceled.
The more money that goes into the NASDAQ, as example, the more money goes into those 7 names. So that they do have support by those flows. And you know, we're obviously not a big, you know, market cap weighted, you know, cheap beta ETF shop here at Pacer. So we try to find innovative or unique ways to give access to investors to the names that are not getting as much attention in those broad indexes. Like, you know, Apple Oven, for example, is a stock we've owned for 3 years in our growth fund. It just got added to the S&P 500. We've made almost 500% on Apple Oven before it went into the S&P. And it's such a small weight in the overall index that even if it continues to rip like it has, you almost won't feel it. And so what we try to do is find names that have high free cash flow and high free cash flow margins, and then we weight them by momentum. When we pick 100 stocks out of the broad index, as opposed to, owning the whole breadth of the index, and we don't market cap weight, which is another big thing. So that market cap weighting has become sort of, what used to be a broad index like the S&P, because
Not
it's
liking
cap weighted, is becoming
the
very, very narrow,
stochastics
very,
here.
very concentrated. And so there's just many, many opportunities beyond, the top 7 names that investors should be paying attention to.
Fascinating
Order
stuff.
canceled.
Sean O'Hara, president of Pacer ETFs. Thanks so much for joining the show. We appreciate your time. Want to talk supply chain now, and who to do that with?
Order
And Gene
submitted.
Soroka, CEO of the busiest port in the U.S., the Port of Los Angeles. And guess what? He's here on the East Coast, right here in our New York
my head
studios. So,
stomped for
Gene,
no
thanks so much
reason.
for joining us. We
Great to
appreciate
see
it.
you, Alexis.
Great to see you. I know the LA port handles a lot of international
Hey,
cargo,
Hogwarts.
especially from Asia. I know that trade volumes in August were near all-time records. Here we are, mid-September. Where do things stand now?
It's been a roller coaster of a year. When hard trade policy comes out, you see a real slowdown in cargo flows. Then when that
Yeah, I'm
policy
long.
is softened and deadlines extended, cargo picks up for that window of opportunity, and that's what we've seen.
I'd be looking really good right now if my
Busiest 2 months in the 117-year history of the port.
I got wicked out on a hammer candle, on a liquidation hammer candle.
Trying to protect themselves for the all-important year-end holiday season for retailers.
If I'd
and the parts for American
they just
factories
barely
are
got me
lower.
down here on this one, and then I've been coming
We're not
back.
sure how tariffs work, but the reality is, I believe they occur at your port. The actual collection of the tariff occurs on your turf, right?
That's
At your
right,
port.
Paul. And a cargo container cannot leave the port without that tariff being paid by the importer of record to U.S. Customs.
So there's a customs office at your
Order
port,
failed.
and what they do
Order
is
canceled.
collect whatever tariffs may be on any particular good, and that's how that happens all the time, I guess.
That's exactly right. And LA is the largest customs district in the nation. Director Africa Bell runs that shop for U.S.
Order
Customs.
submitted.
And her rank and file members are working around the clock, just trying to keep up with what the
Order
tariffs are,
submitted.
how to apply them to the shipments, and keep the commerce moving.
It's got to be really
Order
confusing, isn't it?
submitted.
Because I just feel like the
It's
needle moves
unbelievable.
constantly. How many companies, though, are really able to pull forward
Order
their
submitted.
inventory? Are you still seeing that in a big way as we move closer to the holiday shopping season?
Yeah, Alexis, here's the interesting
All
fact.
right,
You've
let's
got
fill
about
it again.
125,000 companies that call Los Angeles home to import their goods over the course of a year. No one
This is
company
called
has more than
Trade
5%
Management
share.
101.
So we're made up mainly of small to middle-sized businesses, some of whom are telling me now they're dipping into savings to pay these tariffs.
So
Let's fill it this time.
Is our customs office, are they in fact keeping up with the collection of tariffs on all these additional goods? I mean, do they have the manpower to do it all? Do they have the facilities to do all, the technology to do it all?
They truly have risen to the occasion, Paul, and doing a great job. I look at those vital
Order
statistics of the
filled.
port through
All
the
right.
Port Optimizer every morning. A
Order
90-second
canceled.
flash report. Our numbers on velocity are better than they were before COVID.
You know, I think we all saw those dramatic photos of the cargo falling off in Long Beach.
See if we can
and I
get a
live
little
in
bit
the
more.
heart of Long Beach. I think it highlights also what a dangerous job this can be for those workers. But I'm just curious, did that have any impact, knockoff effect on your port?
That's right,
Shit, I
Alexis.
gotta-
You know, the first thing
fuck,
is,
I gotta
thank
work on it.
goodness no one got hurt. The men and women of the International Longshore and Warehouse Union are on the ground moving all this cargo, and thankfully, no one was in harm's way. The investigation will continue. I was talking to some folks last night at a big industry event back in Long Beach, and they haven't been able to get their cargo out yet. So the U.S. Coast Guard, National Transportation Safety Board are going to take a deep look at this, see what the causals are, and how we can make sure it doesn't get
We're on
repeated
full on
again.
long now,
Effectively,
so we
that
just gotta
particular
see if we got the
terminal in
momentum
Long
to
Beach
double
is an
tap
investigation
the
site.
highs.
So shipping lines are having a maneuver
I might be able
around
to
that
get
as
out
best
of
they
this
can,
one.
but no real slowdowns because of it.
Amazing.
So the economic data seem to suggest that in terms of tariffs, the question is who pays for it. We know that it gets collected at your port by the U.S. Customs Office, and then it's a question from that perspective, how much gets passed along down the line to the wholesaler, to the distributor, to the retailer, and then ultimately to the consumer. what's from your view at the port? Do you have any understanding of how that's happening, how that's playing out?
Yeah, Paul, three real areas that importers have been focusing on. Can I go back to my manufacturer and negotiate a little bit on the price and see if we can mitigate? Some mixed effect there. Do I just absorb it and try to find efficiencies in my own company?
See the deviation or the divergence or deviation from the VWAP right here. That's the first deviation from the VWAP. That can always be a tough level.
And then others are saying that they're trying to pass on to their customers if they're in the factory business, manufacturing, or to consumers. And
we break through that, we should at least take my next target out.
Spread across those three categories, and I think we'll start seeing even more of that hit towards the fourth quarter of this year.
I know that in just a few weeks, if it holds, we're supposed to be collecting
if we take that out,
tariffs on Chinese ships that call up ports, U.S.
I'll go do my call because I'm safe
President
then.
Trump's going to be speaking with Xi Jinping in a phone call Friday, tomorrow.
Yeah.
How do you guys at the port sort of prepare for something like this?
This is another cost.
NQ testing the highs again, historic highs.
To their importers. So right now, early days, the new penalty fee goes into place on October 14th. It'll be phased up. But right now, we are estimating that it could be anywhere from about $125 to over $300 per container. The shipping line will pass that to the importer of record on these fees. About 30% of all vessels that call Los Angeles today are built or managed from China. There's going to have to be some movement around this. Some companies may try to absorb, others will shift different vessels into the rotation to avoid this penalty as a whole.
Gene, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Gene Soroka, he's the Executive Director, the Port of Los Angeles, joining us here in our studio. And folks, I first started talking to Gene back in the very, very early days of the pandemic when we first started hearing about, gee, we might have some problems if everybody's shutting down and getting stuff through our ports and getting it on our shelves. You think about the toilet paper and all that kind of stuff. Gene Soroka was kind enough at that point in time to come on and help us understand kind of how this whole supply chain system works and how they were working, and the folks at his ports and other ports around were doing a great job at helping us understand how this whole thing works. I think we all became experts on global supply chain like overnight. We're like, oh
Never
yeah,
said supply chain so much in my life.
Exactly. I'm talking about in cocktail parties. Hey,
Order submitted.
Gene Soroka, thanks so much for joining us. Looking at the market, still got green on the screen here today. The S&P's up.
I resisted the ad or the urge to add on that.
Bloomberg, good morning.
On this candle, I don't want to add, but I think I'm close to yielding. Ye have faith in the forecast. Yeah, I don't like that. There's a lot of support here. Like all of the support is here. You got 20, the 50, the 200, you got a fair value gap, you got the forecast, you have so much support here. I almost want to add, but you never know. I don't want to get liquidation wicked again. All right, I gotta make a phone call. Fuck. Oh, shit. I gotta make my call. I'm gonna watch the trade while I'm on it.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index, and Russell 2000 all rallying. Equities jumped as a risk-on sentiment permeates Wall Street after the Fed yesterday delivered its first rate cut this year and signaled more ahead. S&P right now up 44 to 66.44, up by about 0.7%. The Dow up 145, now up 0.3%. NASDAQ up 1.2%. The tech-heavy NASDAQ 100 index up now by 1.3%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Right, let's get back into the world of technology. Meta Platforms Chief Product Officer Chris Cox is speaking with Bloomberg Tech anchor host Ed Ludlow. Let's listen in.
That was being dog-fooded internally, right? This was about testing. Fast forward to today, and we have a halfway, the Meta Ray-Ban display, smart glasses with a display in the lens. And the reaction has been, this is a consumer technology innovation worth talking about. So delighted to do so with Chris Cox, Meta's Chief Product Officer. I think that context is really important, right? The evolution from Orion to this halfway point. But my question to start is, who is this targeted at, right? You have generations of prior generation Meta Ray-Ban wearers, or is this a new entry, people starting from scratch?
I think it'll probably be some combination of both. So just because we're talking about it here, these are the Meta Ray-Ban displays. Right. You can see we've worked with Ray-Ban to get them into the form factor that people are comfortable wearing. This is the most worn design for a pair of sunglasses or glasses. And so we're starting with something. We didn't want to put something onto the market that was clunky. We're starting with something that's really, really nice. And I'll also just mention there's a waveguide in here.
Okay, which a waveguide being?
Basically, it's light that's being projected through a series of mirrors into a small display that appears just below your right eye, and you can actually change where that is.
It's $800, right?
That's right.
But the emphasis over and over again is like, this is a consumer product.
Yes.
It's not for engineers.
That's right.
What is the one killer feature in it then that you think is going to appeal?
Messaging.
Just messaging.
Well,
so
that's,
Mark
if you
Zuckerberg was
ask me
talking
for a
about that's how
killer,
he uses it. Yeah.
Yeah, messaging I'd say is going to be the most useful to start. It comes with this wristband, which is an EMG wristband. You wear it around your wrist. It detects very subtle muscular and nervous system sort of activity so that you can just use a tiny gesture with your fingertips to control essentially a cursor that controls the display. So we've worked to get into something that means that you can use a display in glasses without needing to wave your hands around in the world or carry around a mouse or something like
and this is why evolution is important. The neural band is directly from the Orion project. I remember experimenting with the technology 1 year ago.
So the R&D here is you have the North Star, which you've seen, which is Orion, like you said, and then you're also working forwards from what we know people are comfortable wearing, which is the Ray-Bans. I think we're going to see early adopters pick it up, to your question.
Yes.
I think we're going to see enthusiasts, like you were mentioning to me before, you wear the Meta Ray-Bans a fair amount.
But I wear them when I'm driving.
Yeah, well, that's a thing.
Because the display in the Ray-Ban display, obviously, if you're driving, not the best use case.
Yeah, not intended for driving.
Last night, you did live demos. Some of them didn't go very well, but you're getting a lot of credit for doing live demos. Just very simply, and for transparency, what did go wrong in those demos?
I haven't looked into them. I believe it was the Wi-Fi, but we're trying to have these events where we're not canning them. We know people don't want something that's canned, so we're erring on the side of trying to do it live.
I've got a question from our audience.
Yep.
Ray-Ban display, will it be available for prescription lenses?
Yes.
And why was that important? This is a question that's come up a lot with Ray-Bans.
Well, just we know around 1 to 2 billion people on Earth wear glasses. A bunch of them are wearing them as sunglasses, and then a whole bunch of folks are wearing them with prescriptions.
Chris, where are these going to be manufactured?
I'm not 100% sure.
You're chief product officer, and you don't know where?
Yeah, I think it's in a handful of places. The parts are assembled in a bunch of different places.
Not China? Or is there a sensitivity around supply chain hardware in China?
I believe there's some work being done in China, but I'm not 100% sure.
What I'm always trying to understand with Meta is where the company stands today. At times, and presently, I think about the family of apps. You ran Facebook. Those people that are religious users of Facebook or WhatsApp, what is their relationship to this new generation of hardware?
So you'll be able to use WhatsApp on the device. We're trying to make sure that we're starting with communication, which is where the company comes from, making sure those products work well on the device. You're also able to view Instagram Reels, which we know people love. We're trying to just get a handful of first-party experiences right, and then eventually we'll be able to open that up.
Mark was talking about this as the vehicle for superintelligence, but you also have a background in software, so this is the interface. This is how I interact with it. But what other AI features can we expect to come through this mechanism and the family of apps as well?
We mentioned yesterday translation, live translation.
Yes.
Including the ability to caption somebody you're speaking to in a different language. We also mentioned the ability to focus a conversation. We're calling it conversation focus. So if you're in a crowded room, if you're at a party, if you're at a concert, you're able to focus in on the person who's speaking to you and get a clear audio of that. And so all of those things involve applications of AI to bring these things to life in ways that are practical.
I got a lot of questions from Meta users in the audience about what the developer community needs to know, but also your role in AI at Meta. What is it that you are focused on right now? Because we've reported a lot on the team changes, the superintelligence team. From a product perspective, I think people really want to understand, like, what is your focus?
Yeah.
And where are you going to bring more functionality to that?
Well, so there's the wearables, but there's also creative tools. So the ways that people are creating video, creating content, making that's really, really easy. AI is going to make it a lot easier for folks to do that. And a huge part of what Facebook and Instagram are is just, viewing the content that we create for each other. So that's where we're expecting to land a lot of the newest technology.
Okay, so September 30th, it's very close. And you will soon be able to, if you wish to, Kara,
Connection
get
lost.
Meta Ray-Ban displays. But the market, 1% gain, I think you said. The reaction is that this is a genuine innovation in consumer technology. And so it'll be interesting to see out the gate who goes for it. Back to you in New York.
Fascinating. All right, that was Ed Ludlow, Bloomberg Tech anchor, speaking with Meta Platforms Chief Product Officer about the new glasses coming out here. The Meta is continuing to push these glasses. They got a lot of cool technology in those glasses. I think they're retailing for $799.
Order submitted.
So we'll have to see how that plays out, but good to hear
Order
some
submitted.
Feel dizzy.
Maybe. We'll see.
I don't know.
We had, while
Order
we were listening
submitted.
to that interview, there's a red headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal. President Donald Trump has asked the U.S. Supreme Court to let him oust Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook while the legal fight over her firing proceeds, pulling the justices into the battle over the central bank's independence. The Justice Department asked the court on Thursday to at least temporarily pause a federal judge's ruling that has allowed Cook to remain in her position for now. We'll have more reporting on that coming up. Right now, let's get back to the stock market. It's been a busy day for the restaurant companies reporting earnings. We had Cracker Barrel, we had Darden earnings. We check in with our expert on the restaurant business, because not only is it a view just kind of what's happening out there in the restaurant business, but I always view the restaurant companies as a pretty good gauge of how people are feeling, consumers are feeling, and how they're spending their money. Michael Hanlon joins us, senior restaurant and food service analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. Hey, Mike, let's start with maybe some good stuff. Darden, what's going on with our friends at Darden?
Order submitted.
Yeah, Darden, it was an interesting quarter. Sales were fantastic, but slightly below, very high expectations. And the most interesting part of their report was that their margins contracted, largely due to beef costs and Uber fees, because they did this 1 million free delivery promotions supported
All right.
by Uber Eats marketing.
So I'm looking
dollars,
for a turn up
right?
from the
So it actually
stochastics. The
made up 5%
NQ
of sales, and that's very impressive.
is turning up, which you were just watching them on the ES.
Within a year. So, yeah, the margins.
So I'm looking for another turn up
this
here.
company has best-in-class margins. They've always protected their margins, and so seeing a same-store sales gain that a very strong same-store sales gain without the margin expansion, I think shocked some investors today.
So what are they planning to do to widen those margins? I heard the portions might not be as big. Are they looking at possibly raising prices on the menu?
Well, they're going to raise prices, but not too aggressively. So they're very careful about increasing their prices. A big reason why we think they're outperforming is that they've increased their prices a lot less than competitors since the pandemic, right? And so they don't want to lose that advantage. So they are going to raise prices this year, but it's going to be modest and less than peers. You mentioned the smaller entrees. That's really a move.
Shit,
to boost
here we go
traffic.
again with
So
this.
what they're doing is they're taking 7 of their popular entrees. They're making an additional
What's
lighter
happening?
menu with those 7 items. They're shrinking the portion and
dad
they're
is going.
lowering the price. And they're hoping that actually brings in greater traffic.
This
with
is so
low-income
bad right
consumers.
now.
So
What's going
shrinking
on?
the size of the entrees isn't a major plan in terms of saving the margins. With the margins, it's going to be, executing, right? That's what they're known for, consistently becoming more productive in their restaurants. That's how they're going to try to fund this. There will be some slight price increases, and they mentioned they could be a little bit more aggressive.
My charts
if,
froze.
the higher beef prices remain stubborn.
All right, let's move on to my favorite, Cracker Barrel. They're still paying the price for some of that rebranding issues. What's going on there?
Yeah, that one. Oh man, it's the timing of everything that happened to them is such a shame, because they recorded a great quarter. Same-store sales were up 5.4% in the restaurants, a couple hundred basis points ahead of the street. But sales have decelerated pretty significantly here. Since August 19th and the logo controversy. So, the stock is down a little bit today. It opened much lower. We think the call was a good one. I thought Julie Massino did a great job in the call. I don't think there was any panic in her voice. I think she's running a steady ship right now, and
Order filled.
focusing on the things that they've been focused on from the beginning, which is providing better service and higher quality food.
Order canceled.
At a good price point.
All right, guys.
It seems
That's
like
what that
they
was.
may have sandbag guidance as well. I think that's
Order
a big part
canceled.
of the reason why
Order canceled.
the stock's
That's
not
over.
down more, right? Is that they
Gotta hold the
basically
climb
are
out of it.
extrapolating current traffic trends throughout the rest of the quarter. When second measure data that Bloomberg owns that we follow is showing that traffic may be stabilizing here over last week. So I guess we'll see.
I just gotta wait for the next setup.
The report showed that food away from home, so at restaurants, actually outpaced what we're paying for food at the supermarket. But I mean, if you look at these two reports from Cracker Barrel and Darden restaurants, are people eating out less, or is that really not holding true when you look at the numbers?
They both reported Olive Garden was over 5%, Longhorn's over 5%, Cracker Barrel's over 5%. A lot of these stories about the death of the consumer, I think, are overstated. We've been saying it all year. Restaurant sales are going to continue to be better than they were last year. Second half's going to be better than first half. It's not an issue. To me, the bigger issue is what we heard out of Darden. It's inflation, right? The Fed just cut rates in an inflationary period, right? While we're seeing inflation go up, while we're seeing CPI and PPI go up, right? And so beef prices are stubbornly high. I mean, I look across my Bloomberg monitor and commodity prices are up across the board today, and they've been up for basically this whole year. So I think through year end,
Let's see if the NQ holds it up at the VWAP.
All right, Mike, thanks so much for joining us. Mike Halen, Senior Restaurant Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence down there in Princeton, New Jersey, giving us the latest on some of these restaurant companies reporting earnings. Again, news just crossing the Bloomberg terminal. President Donald Trump has asked the U.S. Supreme Court to let him oust Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook while the legal fight over her firing proceeds. Now, this is pulling the judges into the battle over the central bank's independence. Let's get some more reporting there. We're joined by Sarah Forden. She is a D.C. legal team leader here. Sarah, what do you make of this move by the Trump administration going to the Supreme Court?
Yes, hi. Well, this was expected. It just took a few more days than we were expecting, but he has been routinely taking his cases up to the Supreme Court and getting favorable rulings from them. And they have in the past allowed him to fire other federal officials. But they've also said in an earlier case that the Fed is a different entity.
All right, we're gonna take our time and grind our way back.
So it remains.
There's nothing wrong with that loss. I got wicked out on a candle, and I grinded it back, and then it gave up the level.
While her lawsuit over Trump's attempts to fire her plays out.
It's probably too early, Sarah, to know whether or not Lisa Cook's camp has responded. So that's, I guess, my first question. Have they? But also, yes.
There's nothing wrong with that trade. It's just a loss.
Agreements to go his way from the Supreme Court recently, some decisions. But this dispute over Cook's position is really uncharted territory, isn't it?
Yeah, we're in new ground. The law says that.
Now I could be down 400 instead of 2,000. I could have cut it there, but
there's a lot of discussion on what that means.
I was playing that level.
She is arguing that these allegations of mortgage fraud that he has levied at her are just that, allegations. She has not been, charged with anything officially, and so now, we're going to see these issues play out further in the courts.
Sarah, when do you think the Supreme Court will decide whether or not to take up this case?
This could move quickly. They're acting on an emergency basis, so we don't know exactly when they're going to decide. But so far, they have been acting pretty fast on his request.
Have they generally been agreeing to his request to hear these cases, or are they saying, hey, we got day jobs here. We've already got a docket that we have to deal with. We can't keep every day responding to what you need.
Yeah, so these are two different things. These are filings on what is called the emergency docket or shadow docket, where they can act very quickly. It's different from when they decide to take up a case. And
who's thinking we're going long the rest of the day?
A ruling. So,
or do we break down more?
An unprecedented number of requests going up from the Trump administration to the Supreme Court's emergency docket, more than other presidents have in the past. And then occasionally they will take a case and decide they're going to actually hear the underlying issues, for example, as they're doing on the birthright citizenship case.
Sarah, could they just kick it back to the lower court, though?
Yes, I mean they can do a number of things. And we don't have we don't have the crystal ball, but they could kick it back. They could decide not to take it, or they could decide to issue a decision on whether or not she can stay in her job.
Sarah, what's the consensus, the current feeling among folks in the legal world about kind of how this case is likely to go? Is it does the government have any case to say she needs to be out, or
Guess if we analyze that, I could have cut it. I could have cut it at about 400 or 500 loss, and then waited. But I was thinking, well, what if it blasts through and takes my targets out? So that's the greed.
He has, he's the executive. He has the prerogative to shape federal agencies the way he
So
wants to.
stochastics are rolling back up.
The Federal Reserve, the central bank, is a different entity.
We're in a no trade condition
in terms of the official
due to volume.
on the board, and that they can't just be removed, at the whim of the president. They can only be removed for cause. And cause means things like, negligence, malfeasance, sort of serious allegations.
I mean, either way, though, if their ruling will be precedent-setting, will it not?
Yes, I mean, as you said, we're in uncharted territory, so what they decide here is going to send a long signal.
All right. Sarah, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Sarah Forden, she's a D.C. legal team leader, giving us the latest here. Again, the news just recently crossing the Bloomberg terminal. President Donald Trump has asked the U.S. Supreme Court to let him oust Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook while the legal fight over her firing proceeds, pulling the justices into the battle over the central bank's
And interesting, because she sat at that meeting yesterday and she voted for the quarter-point cut in rates.
Yeah, it's so a lot of folks kind of view this as a political situation here, not so much as it relates to economic policy or performance of her duties at the Federal Reserve.
You know what's interesting? Treasury Secretary Bessent has similar discrepancies in his mortgage applications that Trump is pointing to with Cook. So many things are going to come down in the next few days.
Yeah, and that was a news story coming out of Bloomberg News yesterday about Mr. Bessent. So again, kind of ironic there. For our listeners in the U.S., hey, a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Stay with us. Your top stories and global business are coming up in just moments. Again, green on the screen today. The S&P's up 35 points. That's a 0.5%. NASDAQ doing a little bit better. Up 215 points. That's about 1%. And the small cappers, the Russell 2000, it's up 1.7%. Lower interest rates will do that to you. Alexis Christophers, Paul Sweeney. We'll have more. This is Bloomberg.
So we do get out.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by ZipRecruiter.
I'm Steve Kathan. As he wrapped up his state visit to the UK, President Trump took on an issue that's a major talking point back here at home, as we hear from CBS's Linda Kenyon.
President Trump was asked about free speech and ABC's suspension of the Jimmy Kimmel Show.
Jimmy Kimmel was fired because he had bad ratings more than anything else, and he said a horrible thing about a great gentleman known as Charlie Kirk.
Charlie Kirk, a conservative activist who was assassinated, connected with young American voters and was a personal friend of President Trump's on other issues, including ending Russia's war against Ukraine.
The one that I thought would be easiest would be because of my relationship with President Putin, but he's let me down.
The president also said he disagreed with Prime Minister Starmer on recognition of a Palestinian state.
Well, Trump also vowed to return the Bagram Air Base in Afghanistan back to U.S. hands.
We're trying to get it back, by the way. Okay, that could be a little breaking news. We're trying to get it back because they need things from us. We want that base back because they need things from us. We want that base back.
The U.S. gave up control in 2021 when the Taliban seized power. A judge is blocking the Trump administration from deporting Guatemalan migrant children who came to the U.S. alone back to their home country. And the administration's asking the Supreme Court for an emergency order to remove Lisa Cook from the Federal Reserve Board. Now to southeastern Pennsylvania, where 2 law enforcement officers are hospitalized after yesterday's attack that left 3 others dead. This woman lives near the scene where they tried to serve a warrant in York County.
You could tell that it was no longer just one gun shooting anymore. Then it went from like pap, pap, pap to pap, pap, pap.
Middle school student in New York is under arrest for allegedly soliciting explicit photos from other students. Police detective Andrew Krieger says he posed as a female.
They were requested for pictures, videos themselves to be sent, that if they didn't send more, that their pictures and videos would be sent to their friend groups. And they were also requested to send gift cards as a form of payment.
Well, CBS's Omar Villafranca tells us economic conditions could make Halloween costume shopping scary.
Derek Kennedy owns Magic Etc. Fort Worth Costume in North Texas. This year, Kennedy says the tariffs have had a terrifying effect, like slower shipping times and higher wholesale prices.
Most of the costumes are made overseas, and through the different manufacturers, the tariffs have ranged anywhere from 5% to 19%.
The U.S. is suing Ticketmaster over what it calls an illegal ticket resale tactic. Wall Street, right now the Dow is up 80 points. This is CBS News. Death by chocolate? Not likely, according to some new findings.
Freaking out about getting older? Try chocolate. Results of a trial by researchers at Brigham and Women's Hospital show cocoa extract
All right, guys.
may actually help
So
you
we
live
just
longer
got to
by slowing down the inflammation.
we got to
that
decide here:
accelerates
are we gonna
reducing
go
the risk of
along,
chronic disease.
or
One
is
of
the
the authors,
VWAP on the
Dr. Howard
ES gonna
Stesso,
hold us
says the
down?
results call for more attention
So
to
now
the
we're starting in the
advantage of
VWAP
plant-based
chop
foods for
mode. So we gotta wait for the
cardiovascular
next
health,
setup, and then
including cocoa products, which are rich in
grind
flavonoids,
back what we
while
lost
others
on the
include
first
fruits,
trade.
vegetables, and tea, all hailed for their antioxidant properties.
Kind of got screwed on that liquidation wick again.
NCAA has moved to go to one.
If it hadn't, it just barely picked me up for the stop loss. If it hadn't, this would have been a winning trade. It's just it is what it is sometimes.
Now for players to switch schools
I mean,
will be a 10-day
that's just
period in
life
early
in real
January.
trading.
Steve Kathan, CBS.
I had
News.
almost all of it grinded back, and then I got greedy, thinking, looking for the pop that I was expecting. Didn't get it, and I'm where I am right
From
now.
Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
President Trump wraps the trip overseas. Welcome to the Thursday edition as the President and Prime Minister Keir Starmer talk geopolitics today and meet the press. This is the business portion of the journey, and we'll get an update on what we learned in that news conference in just a moment. Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern is there. NVIDIA announcing a multi-billion-dollar investment in Intel. One of the takeaways from this trip, Jensen Huang is out there, and we'll discuss it with Bloomberg's Mike Shepard. We'll count down to a possible government shutdown with Mike Dorning from our Capital Influence team, review the data with Bloomberg's Molly Smith, and we'll have analysis from our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributor Rick Davis with us alongside Democratic strategist Arshi Siddiqui, Bellwether Government Affairs, and it's all after a look at Wall Street. Let's start right there right now with Charlie Pellet. He's got his view on the markets from world headquarters in New York. Charlie, how's it look?
Thank you very much. Here's what's going on. We've got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ.
All right.
We are off session highs.
Working leads, digging out of a hole.
S&P up 36.
I liked yesterday more before. I kind of like the short, to be honest with you now.
Of 1%. Dow Industrials up 102, higher by 0.2%. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 228 right now. NASDAQ higher by 1%. Equities are jumping.
Order
as
submitted.
A risk-on sentiment permeates Wall Street after the Fed
I like the
delivered
short.
its first interest rate cut this year and signaled more ahead. Updating you on the
See if I get
Netscope
picked up.
IPO. It opened at 23, IPO'd at 19. Stay with Bloomberg. We'll bring you more on Netscope as trading progresses. 10-year right
Probably
now,
not.
4.11% with a 2-year, 3.57%. Spot gold down $17 the ounce, 36.42 on the precious metal. Right now, we do have gold down 0.5%. West Texas Intermediate crude 63.61 a barrel, down 0.7%. President Trump is asking the U.S. Supreme Court to let him oust Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook while the legal fight over her firing proceeds, pulling the justices into the battle over the central bank's independence. White House National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett is offering an endorsement of the Fed's decision to cut rates by 25 basis points. Even after President Trump and his allies had pressed for a bigger move, there was one dissenting vote in the decision cast by Stephen Myron, who wanted a 50 basis point reduction until joining the Fed board Tuesday. He was the president's chief economist. Hassett made the comment this morning on CNBC.
Moving kind of slow and steady and heading towards a target, watching the data come in. That's what prudent policy is. And so I know that my colleague Stephen wanted to go to 50, but I think 25 is a pretty broad consensus, and I think that's a good first step in the right direction of much lower rates.
National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett interviewed on CNBC. NVIDIA has agreed to invest $5 billion in Intel, says the two will co-develop chips for PCs and data centers. A surprise move this morning. Intel now up 28.8%, NVIDIA up by 3.3%. And again, updating you on the Netscope IPO, opened at 23, IPO'd at 19. Recapping, stocks higher. S&P right now up by 0.5%. I'm Charlie Pellet. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Balance of Power continues with your host, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, we wind up the band once again here. Welcome to the Thursday edition with the great Charlie Pellet in New York. He'll be back in about 15 minutes with another look at Wall Street. We're tracking the Thursday trade as, again, Wall Street influenced by Washington. What did they talk about at dinner last night? Donald Trump, Jensen Huang, all of a sudden there's $5 billion in the air for Intel. We're going to get to that in a moment with Bloomberg's Mike Shepard, who owns this story, of course. Welcome, as I mentioned, to the Thursday edition. On Bloomberg Radio, on satellite radio, channel 121. We see you on Sirius XM and on YouTube. Search Bloomberg Business News Live if you want to watch the program. We've got some great voices and a lot of breaking news lined up for you as President Trump wraps the big trip. Pretty good trip for the president. He seemed to enjoy himself. Yesterday was all about the ceremony. Of course, today was more about the business at hand, including meetings with business leaders who followed the president overseas. The president sat down to talk geopolitics with Keir Starmer. They held a bilateral news conference as well. Here's a taste of what the president had to say.
The ties between our countries are priceless, and it's really an inheritance. It's a beautiful inheritance. Today we're making those ties closer than ever before. We've done some things that financially are great for both countries, and we work together, and it keeps us together, and I think it's an unbreakable bond we have, regardless of what we're doing today. I think it's unbreakable.
An unbreakable bond, said the president. Keir Starmer also echoing that sentiment. Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern has been traveling with the president on this trip and joins us right now from outside Windsor Castle, where she's been the last couple of days here. Anne-Marie, how's the White House framing this journey?
You going long? Yeah, I was trying to short into the VWAP, but
Order canceled.
I never got filled.
Massive win for the U.S. administration.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing anything yet. My chart reads a short. It hasn't changed back to a long yet. Plus the ES is below the VWAP. The NQ, I was short on the NQ. I've been going back and forth. Sorry, guys. But we're above the VWAP here, below the VWAP on the ES. So yeah, it's grinding slow. I don't want to go crazy. I can grind this back. I just don't want to go crazy. I really should adjust. I mean, it's so tough, man, because I could have pulled the trade off and then waited, which is probably what you should do. But if it blasts straight through and hits your targets, you know. But I find that more times than not, I'm better off cutting the trade
that took place with the royal family yesterday.
than to try and roll go into the targets. That's what I kind of find.
Right here coming into the United Kingdom.
So if you're going to front run the long,
that the president was very careful to pick certain individuals,
LVLS
press corps, who asked some pretty
levels,
questions.
is that what you're asking? Oh,
Well,
yeah,
no,
hold on.
absolutely, that's true. He didn't get a question from Anne-Marie Hordern, though.
So we got a level right above the VWAP. We're grinding below it.
On Palestine.
And then it's basically, that's why I liked this I like this zone here because there's nothing really stopping it going back to all-time highs. You know what I mean? Once we clear this level and kind of get above the 200 EMA, it's kind of looking pretty clear, you know.
Who can have no part in any future
Oh, below, sorry.
On the question of recognition.
Yeah, below, I've got a trend line. I got a trend line at 86.
Nothing to do with this.
And then I don't have anything until like 72.
As you would expect amongst two leaders who respect.
You know, and then something at 61 with a trend line. That's what I got.
Repeatedly, they both were about this, and at what point he might tell
I don't have anything at 80.
Netanyahu to pull out of Gaza. He wouldn't answer that question, Anne-Marie, even in light of
49. Let me check 49.
Released. He was not definitive, was he?
Yeah, I got something at 53, 54.
No, the president continuously said, and he repeated a lot during
You're
this
missing
press
71.
conference, simply he wants every single hostage being taken out of Gaza right now. We should note Prime Minister Keir Starmer also said the same. Keir Starmer, though, put a lot of emphasis as well on what is going on in terms of the
No way it goes that low.
in Gaza, in terms of number of Palestinians due to humanitarian aid not
Yeah, no worries.
in place. And he also
Yeah, I still think we go long. It didn't work out for me, you know what I'm saying?
With President Trump, he said, I said this over the summer, if there was no ceasefire agreement between Israel and the Palestinian people in the conflict in Gaza, then he was going to formally recognize a Palestinian state. So he was framing this as this has already been out in the forefront, a discussion that they have had with a number of their partners, because he has been saying this publicly. The United States, for their part, for the past few weeks, have been talking about the fact that they do not want to see anyone recognize a Palestinian state because they think that gives leverage to Hamas in the negotiating table, as well as continues to give leverage to them to continue running Gaza. So this was one area where definitely the two, as the president said, disagreed. He says one of the few areas they disagreed, but they didn't debate it in front of the press. Potentially, though, it was a bit more of a frank conversation. Keir Starmer said that the two spoke for at least for an hour, one-on-one, on a number of issues, and of course, this was one of them.
Fascinating stuff. Anne-Marie, we're glad you're there, and Anne-Marie will have another update for us an hour from now, live from the UK, as the president heads for Air Force One. Really interesting headline that broke in this trip, knowing that Jensen Huang was sitting right in the front row left at that business meeting. An incredible headline here on the terminal that most of us woke up to this morning. NVIDIA making a $5 billion investment in, of all companies, Intel, the chip maker so many had left for dead. And this is a massive...
Ooh, I like this long right here.
How and why this deal emerged, and that's why we
I can get in here. I'm going to do this.
Submitted.
Was this something they cooked up on the back of a napkin last night? How did it happen?
Well, deals like this don't happen overnight, but the timing is,
even
you
with
point
Trump?
to, well, even with Trump. But the timing, of course, you know, there is coincidence and then there is politics.
Sure.
And we see in this moment, just an hour before
fucker,
the
dude.
two men
Come
appear
on.
at this tech leaders forum, the news emerge of this $5 billion investment from NVIDIA. It's a crucial shot in the arm for Intel, which so many out there had really, as you put it, left the company for dead, thinking that its prospects for a turnaround remained years away at best.
Yes.
This provides it not only with capital, but also the prospect of a partnership with NVIDIA on two new products. We still don't have very many details on those, but that's just the kind of thing that Intel needs to set itself up to try to build the customer base it is looking for and that it will need for the long haul.
Really interesting. We've come a long way from when the president called for Lip-Bu-Tan's
Order
immediate
filled.
resignation, calling him highly
All right, here we go, guys. Let's see if this is good.
Resign. Now we're making multiple deals with the man. Some of the analysis has been really
And
interesting.
get over to
one analyst I'm reading about on the terminal here says
and move
NVIDIA's
up to
investment less
break
about
even.
money and more about influence. Is that what we're talking about here?
Well, the influence play in this is not zero, certainly, Joe. And we have seen Jensen Huang really go above and beyond the call of duty for a CEO typically
looking good.
in trying to build a relationship with President Donald Trump, who
I'm gonna
views
pull this
himself
first
in a
one
way
off.
as CEO of the United States of America, and he is really trying to run the government in a lot of ways as a business. We heard him today in reference to TikTok saying we will get fee
Target
plus
filled.
from
I
whatever
got one in
deal
the
that
bank,
emerges.
letting
So
the runner
he
run.
is trying to negotiate in so many different ways with companies, not only unveiling deals, but also attaching terms for the U.S. with them. And when we're thinking of NVIDIA, we also have to think about the permission that Trump's administration has granted back to the company to sell its H20 AI chips in China. That comes with a catch, the 15% cut that will go to Uncle Sam.
Which I'd still love to hear more about once that's actually codified. Mike, we still have a lot to learn, and this is his specialty. Shep, we thank you as always
Thank you.
on this one. We're going to have much more to follow here on Balance of Power. Intel shares up over 30% when this news hit, and NVIDIA is rising as well. If you're in the good graces of the Trump White House, it seems you're good for business. We'll have a lot more ahead on Bloomberg.
All right, so we don't want to add too early. We don't want to add too early, that's for sure.
Stop filled.
And hit my stop. Fucker. All right, we're gonna wait. We're gonna wait. See what happens here. Made a couple hundred on that. Six, 8, 1. It's fighting along. It's fighting along.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all moving higher. Day after that Fed decision, S&P right now up 39. That is a gain of 0.6%. Dow up 140. Up
All right, guys.
0.6%.
You know what?
NASDAQ up 233.
The long looks just so juicy here, I gotta be honest with you.
Markets and sentiment. Intel up now by 20.
I'm gonna accept the risk if I can get in right here.
The tech-heavy NASDAQ 100 index up 1.2%. The Russell 2000 index of small-cap
Order
shares
filled.
All right, I'm in.
decision up now by 2%.
I'm gonna move to break even pretty quick though.
1% for the 2-year, 3.57%. Gold down 0.4%, 36.
All right, I'm at break even.
And West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.7%.
Give myself a little bit.
WTI 63.59 a barrel.
So if we snap down with another liquidation candle, I'm covered.
17,811 on Bitcoin. Goldman Sachs' chief U.S. equity strategist David Kostin is going to retire. Goldman says Ben Snyder will take over as the new chief U.S. equity strategy. And keeping tabs on cloud cybersecurity company Netscope, its IPO shares opened at $19, now trading at just about $23 each. Novo Nordisk higher after its diabetes blockbuster Ozempic beat Eli Lilly's older drug Trulicity in a real-world.
All right, I'm gonna pull one off. We're gonna manage this. See if we can't grind ourselves back and look like pros for a minute.
Target filled.
All right, now we're in the money. Let's see. We got to clear this deviation from the VWAP. If this deviation from the VWAP turns into support, then I think we got a serious chance at challenging the highs again.
Okay, Charlie, many thanks.
SM's in for the long. All right, brother, I hope you, let's do it. We're in it together then.
And the New York subway, Charlie Pellet, with us every day here on Balance of Power. As we talk business and politics and often mix them up together, we're counting down here 5 working days, right? 5 legislative days left to figure out how to keep the government open after September 30th. And you know, this is a big game in the media. As I say, they'll have the countdown clocks up pretty soon. Countdown to the shutdown. Big sort of deep voice, you know, promos. And then somehow they pull it out of the fire and we don't shut down. That's been the model recently, but this time has felt a little bit different to people.
Oh, it came back and got me. I wasn't watching. I was working a lead. Well, we're grinding back little by little. I'm going to get back in, though, right here if I can.
Order submitted.
I'm going to get back in.
Not need that, and the speaker
We're not hurting anything by
at least on the House side here,
doing this. A couple hundred at a time.
Stopgap that will keep the government open until about Thanksgiving, the 21st of November. What happens in the Senate is a very different situation and a big question right now that we have for Mike Dorning. You know, August recess is over when Mr. Dorning is with us, Bloomberg Capital Influence Deputy Team Leader. Great to see you. It's been a while.
Yeah. Like
Order filled.
All right, I'm back long again.
You get 6 weeks for August.
I am going to get myself to break even pretty quick.
Where's your head on this one? Is it different this time or not?
I'm not going to take all that risk on this.
But
I already got burned once doing that.
Bloomberg intelligence analysts who
I am going to pull one off.
Shut down this time at about 30%.
At the top of this.
There's pressure. Democrats need to do something. There's been more and more criticism of the president and the feeling that he's been acting unilaterally and essentially taking away a lot of power from Congress. That said, there is an off-ramp here temporarily to do a short-term solution that might last until Thanksgiving or so. That often happens with Congress, and they might have the bigger fight next time. The reason I say that is one of Democrats' big demands.
Stop, Phil.
There we go. Yeah, I got snapped on the stop loss, so that's okay. All right, let's see what happens. Maybe we get a big spike down.
Because they're rolling back the Obama.
We're managing. We're okay.
A lot of Republicans on the air say it's just not going to happen. We're not playing that game. That's a matter for December, and we'll deal with it then.
So
is that a deal breaker?
It's right now, from the Democratic standpoint, it's a deal breaker. But there is an argument for Democrats waiting because people will get the notices for those premium increases on November 1st. So it might make the public more engaged in this issue. I was kind of struck by something Senator Schumer did today, which was instead of trying to drag things out, let's have a quick vote on the Republican plan and on the Democratic alternative in the Senate.
All right.
And that suggests to me that maybe they
Let's
have
do
an
one
idea
more, but
where
let's
there's a
play around right
temporary
here.
Order
freeze here,
submitted.
or maybe they just want to message things and get everyone on the record
You know
before.
what? Let's
you know,
do
the
this. I'm going to
alternative
sit
way
in this
would be
fair value
they're just
gap.
trying to get everyone
Let's see
on
if
the
we get a
record on each
liquidation
plan
down.
first before they have the shutdown fight.
What's the Democratic alternative?
Just for a
Democratic
little bit.
Is the plan?
I'm going to sit here for a
Key
little bit.
differences between the
Oh,
Republican
sure.
plan
Sorry,
and
dude.
basically
You guys got to let,
pay
when I'm bouncing back and forth, you got to
things
let me
as
know.
they are
So I'm sitting here.
for
This,
the
I've
next
been,
6
the
or
last 2
7
trades have
weeks,
been on
and
the
then
E,
we'll,
on the
you know,
NQ.
figure it out later. The Democratic plan
I'm getting a
is
little nervous because
let's
stochastics are
fund
so,
things
you know, we
as
could
they
see just
are
a quick
for the
little
next
pop
year,
down,
but
challenge this fair value gap, and then that could be the run to the
long-term
races. So I'm not going to get too
subsidies
crazy.
so there isn't the premium
If I can get in during,
and-
inside here,
and
then
kick back all
that's
of the
good risk for
Medicaid
me.
cuts
I'm
that
okay with that.
happened in the Trump tax cut, because a lot of that was paid for by Medicaid cuts.
Okay.
And then change some of
That's
the
going nowhere with
rollbacks. Yeah,
Republicans,
that
right?
one especially is going to be a hard line for the Republicans.
Keep dreaming. Yeah. So September 30 rolls around. We're likely going to be spending, what, we'll be here the Saturday.
Yeah, Congress is not going to get this done ahead of time. I can.
Okay, fine.
We will.
Next
There's a very
weekend.
strong chance that we will not know the answer to this until September 30th, late in the day.
Got it. So yeah, don't make weekend plans.
Yeah.
When we come back, then if assuming that passes, and we shouldn't assume that, but if you say, you know, Nathan Dean keeps telling us that, to your point, 30-40%, they pass the CR. That means it's a massive funding fight ahead of the Christmas break.
If they put off a shutdown now, there's still a likelihood, and I think a greater likelihood, that they would have a shutdown after the next go around.
We've got a lot to talk to Mike Dorning about. Stay close to us. It's great to have you back, and we'll do this again as we learn more. We've got a couple of plans out there, maybe a vote today. As I mentioned, the Speaker wants to see this happen pretty quickly. If Chuck Schumer calls everybody on the carpet, then we'll have a better sense of where we are. On this day after the Fed meeting, pretty interesting to hear from Charlie Pellet here, because Wall Street isn't concerned about a shutdown. Nathan tells us that on a regular basis as well. Had a little bit of a sell-off yesterday, or at least a soggy session, we'll say, following the Fed. But everybody's in a good mood today. S&P 500, 66.43, up 0.5%. The NASDAQ up 1%. And it's following the Fed meeting, the dot plot that would suggest now another couple of interest rate cuts are coming, or at least 50 basis points. Let's listen to Jay Powell from the news conference yesterday.
Risks to inflation are tilted to the upside and risks to employment to the downside. A challenging situation with downside risks to employment.
All right, let's see if we, see the deviation here is rejecting it. So let's just see if we reject one more time. This will probably be the time we go right through because I'm not in. But stochastics are pretty overbought. So let's see. I'm not getting in up here, no fucking way. I'm not getting in up here.
Thanks to the dual mandate, right? If inflation is up,
If we get a quick liquidation and we test this zone and I get in, that would be like the best entry for the long. And your risk is okay if it continues through.
here in DC for the very meeting we're talking about. Great to see you.
Yeah, no, I'm not, like, you mean the long?
No, I don't envy him or
do you
any
think
of
of
the
the-
people on the committee.
Right.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying I'm out right now. So I'm just saying I'm not willing to re-enter up here at the top of this candle. I don't want to re-enter. That's all I'm saying. I think we're going long. I've been liquidated like 2 or 3 times in this series
There are a lot of economists who are also
because of a
warning of
quick
ways
downward spike. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just, I don't want to, I'd rather be on the entry on the bottom of that candle, or I'd rather be on the entry in the fair value gap if I can't be in anywhere else right now.
But then are we going to, we never have really solved the
Now
inflation
it's gonna
issue
go.
coming out of the pandemic. And
Damn
here
it.
we are now, you know, with
I can't get in
inflation
now,
still running
though.
well above the 2% target. Powell is talking about how there's reason to think that the tariff pass-through is going to build an
I don't know. I
inflation.
feel like I played that okay. I didn't want
I
to,
wouldn't really think that that adds up to
I didn't want to let my
market where we
stop
should be
run
cutting interest rates, and that's where a lot
just
of
in
economists
case.
are really wary that the risks to inflation.
Let's
are
see how this
proving
candle
very
acts.
tilted to the upside.
The stochastics are so overbought, it makes me nervous.
I mean, yeah, that would be this kind of environment exactly where you have a slowing economy, but still high inflation. And I mean, to be clear though, stagflation, I think, refers more to like, you're talking about like stall speed growth, like really closer to zero. We don't have that, thankfully. You know, we have.
All right, I got a
now
phone call,
that's, like,
guys. I'll be
more in
right
the
back.
area of, well, 3% in the latest quarter. This year looking to be somewhere in that neighborhood of 2%. So this really is still an economy that is growing at a decent pace. But again, that so much of that here depends on the labor market.
You mentioned inflation running hotter. We're above 2%. Fed said yesterday it'd take till 2028 to get us back down to the target level, which is quite a while from now.
Yeah.
What's changing here in this dynamic? Is it tariffs or is there more to it?
I mean, I think that there's just still so many of the lingering pressures that have still just never really fully gone away.
So this is still a post-COVID world we're trying to manage.
A lot of it is. And I think that's where when we saw, you know, the disinflation happening in the last couple of years, when inflation peaked in 2022, you know, it's come down in the last 3 years a lot. So like, there's certainly, that's nothing to ignore. You know, we did have 9% inflation 3 years ago.
It's incredible to think
so
about.
It has come down. That's on the CPI basis. It has come down quite a bit. But 2% being that magic number, we're not quite there yet. And a lot of what the disinflation was due to was that goods prices were coming down. Remember, so much of us were buying so much stuff when we were locked up at home, and then we wanted to go out and experience the world again, and services was the bigger factor. But now services inflation is proving to be quite a bit stubborn, and that's really the risk here, because so much of that, again, is stuff that it tends to be a bit more persistent than the good side of the equation. But Powell's also talking about that the good side of the equation isn't really settled either. Yeah. So it's hard to then see where that next big chunk of disinflation is going to come from.
Fascinating. So we get back into this last mile conversation that's apparently never going to end. Talk to us about the data quickly. This is your main job here as our economics editor. Coming off of the last jobs report, we get jobless claims today. How would you describe this job market that Jay Powell's trying to handle?
I mean, it's so tough, especially with the jobless claims data lately. It's been quite a bit choppy. You know, we're coming off of that Labor Day.
See, these are the ones that make you lose your mind.
Into the data. Plus, we had, you know, some states.
I had it all called out, and now it's fulfilling the prophecy, but I was too chicken. I was afraid of the chop. But it's okay. We could still get a rollover, challenge this zone, and I could get another shot. Could get another look at the big move. So.
The jump that we saw in the previous week.
So it's not over. Let's be pros. We're chipping away back at our loss. And we took a loss because we got hit on a liquidation candle. I mean, if you've been watching this for a while, you know, you've probably seen that happen a couple, 3 times. You know, if you got a reasonable stop loss there, you know, you can get hit. And then it can take off, and that's just part of trading. The trick is not to start losing your mind in revenge trading. Now, I'm stating this because it's something I've done, and if you've been watching for a while, you've seen me do it. You've seen me do it. And I'm making a pledge to myself to be the example, to be a professional example for everybody wanting to get into, you know, real trading and not, you know, crazy gambling trading. So we're gonna grind our way out of this negative, and it'll be okay. Every trader takes a hit, and it's how you react to it that that really measures where you're at for your skill set. I would say that's what I would probably say. So I'm going to try and prove I've got it, even if I end up red for the day. As long as I don't make it worse by doing something stupid, then it'll be okay. I can accept the loss if it's an honorable. You know, when you lose and it's an honorable loss and it was correct, because there's a correct way to lose, because you can't win all the time. That's awesome, dude. I'm really glad. See, that's what I was hoping for the community to be able to do, is kind of hop in and help each other and just kind of be because it's lonely out here in the trading world. You know, it can be lonely sitting by yourself at the keyboard. That's why I created this whole thing. Yeah, perfect, man. I love it, dude. Are you kind of experimenting with it now? Are you gonna are your entries gonna be based off like EMAs, or like how's your mentor do levels on his entries, or or is that part of the class? I bet that's part of the class. Yeah, because that's the meat. That's the meat and potatoes. Is where do you enter? And yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, you get something consistent, then throw another 40 down and try it again. That's what I've done, you know. All right. Next call is 1:30, 2:30. NVNI is at $1.01. I got a 3-cent trail on it. 3 cents trail. If my trail hits, I'm up about 900 on that. That's real money. NVNI. That's like the third time I've made 500 to 1,000 on that one. It's locked in now. I'm just hoping it runs a little more before the selling comes in. LIDR getting back to $2.70. $2. My stonks. Anybody want to pump some stonks? Everybody gets to pump 1 stonk a day. While we're waiting for the next setup. All right. All right, guys, I want to thank everybody who's here today. I really appreciate the fact that you're here. We're trying to practice good, responsible trading with a strategy I've custom programmed over the last 4 years. Took some heat this morning. We did manage it back, but then I rolled the dice. We were going to hit my targets, which, you know what? I got to quit doing that because, like, as I go back and check, anytime I roll to hit my targets after I'm taking heat, it almost never happens. So I just got to trail it up and just take the smaller loss. Just take the smaller loss and let the ego go.
4.10% with a 2-year, 3.56%. Gold is down $15 the ounce, 36.44. That is a drop now of 0.4%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 5.10, 63.68 a barrel. And Bitcoin right now at 117,733. White House National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett is offering an endorsement of the Fed's decision to cut rates by 25 basis points.
Oh, good. $100 is a good day. When you were having the most success, you were making like 100 at a time or whatever, SM.
There was one dissenting vote, though, yesterday. That was cast by Stephen Myron, who wanted a 50 basis point reduction. Until joining the Fed Tuesday, he was the president's chief economist. On surveillance this morning, Goldman Sachs Vice Chair Robert Kaplan, former president of the Dallas Fed, talked about the Fed decision and that loan descent.
What you also saw yesterday, I think, is support and a desire to work as a team and work with the chair. And so you could have gotten more dissent yesterday. You didn't.
Goldman Sachs Vice Chair Robert Kaplan interviewed this morning on surveillance. Lyft is testing a feature that will tell drivers how often a rider tips and how punctual they are, providing additional information that drivers can use when deciding which trips are going to be worth their time. Lyft down today by 1.6%, rival Uber up by 1.8%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Charlie Pellet, Charlie's a big tipper. I don't think he's going to have a problem. I don't know about everybody else around here. It's really interesting to hear. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. It's great to have you with us. On the Thursday edition of Balance of Power, we're getting there. It's Little Friday, and we have a lot to talk about. Pretty interesting situation that's coming out of New York as we consider this idea of political violence in America being perpetrated only by the radical left, as we hear. J.D. Vance made that assertion once again last evening on Fox News, as we'll show you, and it lands as a Texas man is arrested, charged with making anti-Muslim death threats against Zohran Mamdani, of course, the Democratic candidate for mayor in New York. Jeremy Fistel, now in custody in Texas. The U.S. Marshals and NYPD got their hands after an investigation leading them to 4 threatening phone calls that he made to Mamdani's Queens office. It reminds us that we have seen repeated threats and attacks, even deadly ones in the case of Minnesota, against Democrats as well. So consider the words of the vice president last evening on Fox News. He was talking about the shooting death of Charlie Kirk and the reaction that we've seen and heard. Listen to the vice president.
This is a person who grew up in a pretty normal family, actually had a pretty good home life, who was radicalized by the far left, by the social networks of the far left, by the ideas of the far left, and got so far down the path of radicalization that he killed my friend. That is not a both sides problem. My friend is dead because of left-wing political radicalization, and if you want to cut that out, then be honest about it.
Once again, bleeping the vice president, as we frequently do, the president of the United States, and we assemble our political panel to talk about this. Rick Davis is with us live from New York, Bloomberg Politics contributor, Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital. And Arshi Siddiqui is back with me in Washington today, former senior aide to Speaker Nancy Pelosi, founder, CEO of Bellwether Government Affairs. It's great to have both of you with us. Arshi, there's something else that's been going on here as well. There was an attempt in the House of Representatives to censure Ilhan Omar and remove her of her committee assignments for criticizing Charlie Kirk. We're in a moment right now that's very confusing for a lot of people. I think Spencer Cox called it an inflection point, one that could lead to something better or something much worse. What is your thought?
Well, I think he is, Governor Cox has shown great, I would say, leadership in trying to take down the temperature. Obviously, this is really a personal issue. Not only these acts of violence have become much more common, and they're not the exception anymore, but also there are a lot of really strong relationships that we've seen in Washington, D.C., where folks are expressing their grief in real time. And I think that Governor Cox has just done a good job of really just lowering the temperature.
Are you out of your trade, SM?
We can only solve this.
I'm working on making my trade journal entries.
This is not a both sides issue.
Ugh,
Listen,
it's
obviously
still
the vice
going.
president has some very strong feelings and a great
It's
deal.
going without
So
me.
There's no doubt about that. But I think when you do look at what happened to Mamdani, there are examples across the spectrum, and the question becomes there's 2 issues I think in play in Washington, actually across the country right now: freedom of speech, and also how do we disagree in a respectful way? And I think that only gets solved as folks join together.
Of course, Rick, we've already had a lot of opportunity to talk about this since the shooting of Charlie Kirk, and I'm curious your thought on this vote in the House. It was a squeaker, 214 to 213, to table the resolution to censure Ilhan Omar. Was that the right thing?
You know, these things are always difficult in the House of Representatives, especially. No member wants to vote to censure another member, especially throw them off committees. We've seen that happen before in the past, and it's a very, very difficult vote for anybody to take, R's or D's. But there's always a backstory to these things too. And Nancy Mace brought the resolution to do it, and she's now, last month declared that she's running for governor of South Carolina. And my suspicion is that her political ambitions might have weighed heavily into her current activities on the floor of the House of Representatives. So I think a lot of Republicans shrug their shoulder. They see this as performative, and it doesn't surprise me that it failed. I'm actually surprised that it didn't fail by more.
Interesting. There's been talk of targeting so-called left-wing organizations. Everyone reaches for Antifa because I'm not sure anyone really knows what these organizations are, Archie. Maybe you can shed some light on this. The president says he will designate Antifa a major terrorist organization. How do you do that? Where's the head office for Antifa?
I think that for the president and for those who are going after some of these organizations, that is actually the piece where not many people know what Antifa is, but they have a negative connotation, right? But there are all sorts of other organizations that are well cemented, well founded, and really doing good work out there. That this is a message to everybody, and I think that is where it's creating a chilling effect.
But they're being accused of funding political violence.
And
subsidizing.
And I would say that it's hard to find the facts there, so I think that makes it the perfect poster child.
Do you worry about this targeting, Rick? And what about this Antifa bit here? Can you call the CEO of Antifa on the phone? Aren't these a bunch of guys running around kind of making their own decisions?
Yeah, I haven't spent a lot of time on sort of getting to know Antifa, and the little bit of time I spent, I think I know less now than I did before. It's being referred to as an ideology.
What do you guys think here? What are you feeling? Are we going to hold this and go higher, or are we going to get another pullback into the zone down there?
Indoctrinated into the world of domestic terror organizations, even though there's no classification that really calls them that. Proud Boys during January 6th, a good example. Everybody can say they know what a Proud Boy is. Nobody can tell you what an Antifa is. So at the end of the day, the FBI has been making warnings in multiple administrations that the greatest threat is not from terrorist organizations outside the country, but those that are resident inside this country. And if this actually generates a conversation around these radical groups that are not got stability and a normal way of life that most Americans would want to see and not be anarchists in their behavior, I think that's a good conversation to have. Whether or not there is something the administration is going to do specifically on this, I don't know what that would be or who that would be too, but it's worth a conversation because we can't keep sweeping this stuff under the rug.
Really interesting that the cancel culture seems to be moving around. Now, Rick mentions Proud Boys. It was the head of the Proud Boys who's now leaving phone messages at employers to get people fired for talking about Charlie Kirk. Should both of these types of organizations be considered? Because the White House doesn't seem concerned about the Oath Keepers or the Proud Boys. In fact, many of them were pardoned.
Well, I think it's an interesting point how we were talking about domestic terrorism, because obviously there's bipartisan will to really root that out. We've seen the consequences. We saw that in Oklahoma City. We don't want that repeated. There have been smaller incidents. I think the challenge here is, though, again, it's the culture of intimidation, and where are you going into free speech and political expression?
All right, how's everybody doing out there?
There should be a bipartisan effort, and I think there is.
Anyone want to report where they're at for the day? They got wins, losses. They get any of the plays we're trying to make?
At a whole new level.
Boy, that's for sure. And I always try to connect these kinds of conversations.
Waiting for leads to come in. I'm caught up, I think.
I am deeply curious if this corrosion in the relationship between Democrats and Republicans make it more difficult to get anything done in Washington, which brings us to this idea of a shutdown, Rick. What happens if anyone does get to the table, what do Democrats and Republicans tell each other in the spirit of bipartisanship and keeping the government funded when everyone's so angry about all of this?
Well, I think you see some of these record retirements, especially in the House of Representatives right now, is indicative of the fact that the caustic environment that they work in now is taking its toll. And, look, years ago, we've always had continuing resolutions, in this government for the last 50 years. And the reality is it's a failure of the budget process as much as anything. But there would never be this kind of a debate over a 2-month continuing resolution like this, where the party in power is basically endorsing spending that was put in place by the party prior to it. And so you really wonder, what's the argument here? All the various policies that they're debating now, ACA, insurance subsidies, can be dealt with in the appropriations process and should be dealt with in the appropriations process. And so I think Thune has the right idea. Everybody take a step back, calm down. We're just trying to fund the government for a couple months while we work out the appropriations. That's the proper place to have the debate over what goes and what doesn't go into government spending.
Archie, Rick really
about 2,100. Damn. Good job, Rox. Good job. You were probably on the opposite side of me.
September funding demand.
Ronnie. How you doing, Ronnie? Good afternoon, my friend.
Do Democrats see it differently?
Democrats see it very differently, Joe, because the fact of the matter is that there is a real and urgent deadline.
No, well, right now, I'm looking for a pullback to go long. I was in on this long down here, and I made a few hundred back, but I was playing it real tight, and I got stopped, and I never got back in, and then it took off without me. So I'm really looking for a pullback to try and take the long again. But right now, there's no trade. You know what I'm saying?
Reconciliation bill, the Republican reconciliation bill. There was a decision not to include it in the
So
CCR.
the box is all green, so we're only looking for longs with a green box, forecast box.
5 million Americans are going to lose their health care if
Yeah, dude.
extended, and that's according to the CBO.
Yeah, it's better if you feel like you need to call it a day. It's probably better to do that than to just
So there's a way to fix and right the ship. And then the last point I would say is that there are Republicans that actually support this strongly. And if anything, I think the Democrats are being very productive.
I haven't taken a short yet today.
Because they could have been a little bit more aggressive in what they asked for. We have a bill that has a number of Republicans on that package.
What do you think about that, Rick? Mike Dorning made the point earlier that notifications would be...
Are you on an eval, Hogwarts?
People in November, I think the 1st of November, Archie's suggesting that premiums might start rising in advance of the end of the year. Should that hasten the conversation?
I'm sorry, dude. That stings.
Pressure on the appropriators to do something about it. I mean, look,
real
at
life.
the fundamental level, this is
One day I'll be out in the real world in real life.
When Barack Obama
Okay, that's cool.
ACA on a
Is it just like $100 or something? Something small like that?
They knew that at some point these things would be expiring, or that they'd be in the awkward position of having to ask for the budget to consider them.
Oh, okay. That's manageable. You know what I'm saying?
Done properly. And
Yeah, totally get it. Totally get it, brother. That's so yeah. But 10 up on stonks at 10K. Fuck yeah, dude. Stonks are where it's at, brother. I'm up $1,000 on NVNI. I got the trail on. So if the trail hits, I think I'm going to be up like 850 or 900. And I could get some leg on it. But I'll cut it down if that's all there is.
These insurance subsidies expire, it's on them. I mean, like right now, stopping the government funding process.
I just chuck in the S&P.
I think they've made the wrong choice.
Fascinating. Great conversation.
What's the S&P?
Archie Siddiqui, our great panel.
Oh, S&P. I just chuck in. Oh, okay, yeah. I get it. S&P. Yeah, okay.
Cancel culture. Jimmy Kimmel can tell you a little bit about that, and we'll have the panel's read on that coming up. Also, we're going to speak to one of those retired members of Congress, Patrick McHenry, who actually held the gavel. Join us in the next hour on Bloomberg.
Would I short here? No, I wouldn't, dude. I wouldn't, because I got a green forecast box. I made the forecast box so I wouldn't trade both sides. You know what I'm saying? I'm only looking on one side of the trade, and when I'm on that one side, I'm looking for entries. So I'm not looking for a short, I'm looking for an entry for a long right now. You know what I'm saying? So I would really need a pullback. So what I'm looking for, honestly, I kind of feel like this is the zone down here for the long. I feel like we're going to crash down here somehow, and then this might be the long. Or the first stop would be, this might be the first stop. You know, but I'm going to make good and damn sure that we got consolidation before I get back in. All right. There's not much else I can do here. What are we doing? We're waiting. We're waiting. We're waiting. We got to fill some time. So, yeah, I'm looking for the stochastics to roll over, get a hard landing here, and kind of like hopefully we're in one of these zones and confirm when it starts heading back up. Now it could crash through and it could be the short, and we could finally start filling some gaps down below, and there's not a lot holding us up. You know, there's some pretty big gaps here, so that can always happen too, guys. So make sure you got your stop set. It got pretty snappy this morning. Hey, how you doing, Brian? Is Brian still kicking around? Hey, Brian, how you doing? Are you trading your cash account, or are you messing around on paper trading until your Lilu comes through? Brian made his eval yesterday during news. You know, he wasn't real trading. He was just playing with the eval during trading and got through, and he knows that. So yeah, he got it, man. Yep. Now, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Now the real shit starts. So we don't want to be over advantageous on that PA. Maybe, you know, once you pay for the PA, you know, go down to micros, and then maybe have an eval on the side to practice on, you know, if you can afford it, you know. And that's the smart way of doing it. Just from all the evals I bought, if I could start out with, you know, what we're doing here, that's how I would do it.
Regulators. We regulate
This is
any
still
stealing
looking
of
pretty.
this property. We're
Hey,
damn good, too.
Fatality GT.
But you can't be any geek off the street. Gotta be handy with the steel, if you know what I
Fatality
mean. Earn your keep.
GT. Thanks for the follow. You got to be
Mount up.
forecast traders. Mount up. You got to be handy with those entries, if you know what I mean. You got to earn your keep. Forecast traders. Mount up.
Is still at Windsor Castle. We'll have an update for us straight ahead. Also,
Hey, did you guys see the thing pop up?
Politics contributor and former Congressman
The alert?
Patrick McHenry, the former Republican congressman who once held the gavel as Speaker pro tem.
Hey, Rox, did the alert pop up when he clicked that? I wonder if that's working.
He was given an award by the Speaker of the House and will be with us in the chair here as we count down to a possible shutdown. He'll give us the real scoop on what's
Oh, it did pop up? Okay. You saw Young Guns? Emilio Estevez? Oh, but was it on the screen?
That's true. It seems like
you think so? Okay. I didn't see it.
when that happens. Of course, in this case,
You heard it? Okay. All right. Hey, pay attention. See if you see it next time. Hey, Vitality, are you a futures trader? What's up, man?
with that story in mind, live from World Headquarters in New York.
You do options, stonks? We do futures trading. You're looking at the NQ chart for the NASDAQ. Shit, look at. Options? Okay, yeah, there's a ton of guys here that do options too. You do like an ETF fund where you take calls and puts and stuff, or you work in stocks? I don't know a lot about options, but I'm getting ready to learn because there's a lot of people that hang out that do options. Stocks? Okay, yeah. Those are the best, man. I love a good penny stock at 52-week lows, if you know what I mean.
Gold is down 0.4%, 36.46 the ounce, and West Texas
We're doing futures here. Most of us are like prop firm traders, so we don't risk our own capital. SPX Iron Condor eating today. Yeah, rocks. I'm going to name my junk Iron Condor.
Balance of power. NVIDIA has agreed to invest $5 billion in Intel.
Not that high risk. That's fucking funny. I don't know much about it, to be honest with you. I don't know much about options. I've been focusing on futures my trading career, just trying to get this far. And I'm down 1,700 today. We're going to grind it back, though. We're not going to do nothing stupid.
Balance of power continues right now, and back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Rudy Gupta.
All right, Charlie. Many thanks. Charlie will have more on the markets in about 20 minutes as we keep tabs on the Thursday trade. Welcome to Little Friday. You made it to the Thursday edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg TV and radio. It's great to have you. The president is on his way home along with the First Lady. They just climbed the stairs onto Air Force One, officially wrapping the trip to the UK. It was a busy day before that. Of course, they
Yeah, the move is always the day after the
following a
Fed.
meeting with business leaders.
Yeah, fucking Fed.
Has been traveling with the
Fucking
spoke
Fed.
earlier during that
Should
business
have
meeting.
already lowered rates by now.
Relationship with the United Kingdom. Let's listen.
Ties between our countries are priceless, and it's really
Are you looking to learn futures, or are you just hanging out, Vitality?
making those ties closer than ever before. We've done some
With prop firm trading, you're not really risking any of your own income or any of your own. I'm not selling anything. I'm just saying for new people who want to learn and they can afford, $50 a month for an eval, it's the right thing to do for somebody looking to learn that can afford that, in my opinion.
Have wrapped up. Anne-Marie, what was the news to come from the news conference? There were a lot of concerns about what topic might come up, some of them pretty sensitive, including...
Is it fully... Oh, no, you can make money on it, but it is paper trading. So there's 3 steps. There's 3 steps to prop firm trading, okay? There is... There's the evaluation process, okay? Step 1 is evaluation. So I'm working. I work from home. I'm working leads. I've got a corporate sales job, so I go back and forth. So if I stop for a second, it's because I got to do something. 1 second.
Because I was in the Oval Office in May when they announced this deal. The Prime Minister was on speakerphone, but standing next to the President for how long we were in there, about 45 minutes to an hour or so at least, was Lord Peter Mandelson. So that was one issue that did come up at the very
end. So the first step is the evaluation process. So I'm just going to say, Lilu, there's like 5 or 6 different prop firms that people in the group here use. My favorite for somebody who's brand new, who's learning, and doesn't have any idea if they can pass or not, and they barely know how to use they barely know how to enter and exit a trade on a chart. Lilu's the best value. You can do micros, get a 50K account for $40 a month, and you get 10 whacks. It's a 10-pack. So you get 10 chances at getting to the second level. So if you get a Lilu eval, it costs you like $45 a month. And if you pass, you go to the next level. So how do you pass? Well, you got to make $3,000 before you go backwards $2,500. That's the only rule on the eval. As long as you go forward 3,000 and stop, you pass. Okay, that's step 1. Do you get that?
We have NVIDIA announcing a stake in Intel a month after the United States, U.S. government took a 10% stake in Intel. I think a lot of people are asking, is this state capitalism out of this U.S. government or potentially state economic warcraft because the concerns they have about national security and China getting a leg up on the USAI industry.
Lots, of course, happening.
Okay, second step. You pass the eval. Now you're going to have to pay to convert the eval. It's about $120 plus tax to convert that evaluation into a paid account or a performance account. This is still paper trading on the performance account side, but there's more rules. What a prop firm does not want is they do not want gamblers. They do not want people playing news and putting all their contracts in. They want somebody who goes through the day, plans out their trade, plans their entry, plans their take profits, and doesn't overtrade. That's what they're looking for. So there's rules on the PA, like there's a 30% rule. You can't make more than 30% of your total balance in one trade. You have to go so many days, either like 15 or 30 trading days, depending on the account. You just have to trade that many days, and you have to get to the minimum balance in order to get the payout. Okay? So those are the rules. So let's say you're on an account that gives you 15 trading days. So you trade 15 days. Well, that's because it was so cheap up front. If you want to pay 50 to 100 for an eval and you get one chance and then you got to buy it again, but the paid account is like 5 days, there's prop firms for that. You know what I'm saying? So there's two types of prop firms. So there's like Lilu gives you a really good chance and makes it really cheap on the eval, but it takes longer on the other side. So if like Top Step is more expensive on the eval, but they pay out quicker on the backside. You know what I'm saying? So it's half dozen one or the other. Where are you at with your trading? If you're brand new and you don't know shit, you need to do Lilu. I'm sorry. Or you're just going to spend a lot of money and get pissed when you blow through evals because you get 10 for the price of one everywhere else. But you got to do longer days in order to get to the payout because they're letting you basically get through by luck on one of them. Because you can basically take the 10, put all your contracts in, and get lucky once and you're through. You know what I'm saying? So if you're serious about it, and you're completely new, I recommend Lilu. If you're more experienced and you know what's going on, well, then that's a different conversation. You know what I mean?
Oh, well, it's a good old day.
Does that kind of make sense?
No, there's no such thing. Like we have a regulated means of us having a legal fist fight.
I just want to make sure that makes sense before I move on.
And that is our set of politics. And that was the cage match of the founders era. Yeah. And the fights there, they continue today. And we're in the midst of it right now, talking about government funding and all these things of, the
okay, well then, what I would probably recommend is if it's your first time trading futures, you probably want to do Lilu once for $45. If you get through, like if you do real trading, like you're really, really trading, and you get through in a few days or something, do the PA there, and then if you fail the PA before you get the payout, just go to another place where they let you get a payout quicker.
What do you make of that?
That would be, you can do what you want. I'm just from experience and just from
appease the president.
We haven't maybe seen. You can pick one or the other. But anyway, once you get to the second step, let's just talk about the second step, no matter what prop firm you're with, okay?
NVIDIA has a massive interest.
So you can decide what's right for you yeah, okay. All right, so whatever, I'm not going to argue with it. I'm just like, there's goods and bads to both ways. You just got to make sure you understand your money and your skill level. So let's say you get to the second step, no matter who it is. With Lilu, it's 15 to 30 trading days. Let's say you go 15 days, you make the minimum, you stay within the 30% rule, and you can claim your payout. So you're going to go 2, 3, 4 payouts. And as long as you're consistent and you're not doing any crazy shit, the third step is what you're really trying to do. The third step is the prop firm calling you, having a conversation about bringing you in to their stable and funding you with real cash in a live environment. So they're really putting $10, $15, $20,000 in a real account and you're trading it live to take 90% of the profit. Does that make sense?
Because it is of major consequence in a generational way.
So the performance account where you earn payouts is where you're proving that they can risk real money on you.
Look, Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders wanted this for the CHIPS Act, and there was resistance, bipartisan resistance to that type of direct investment in these companies. I resist this. I think it's really not where we want the government to be long term. I don't think that's in the interest of the American taxpayer. However, the Trump administration...
You know what I'm saying? So literally, you can risk none of your own capital, learn how to trade, go through the whole system in, 3, 4, 5, 6 months a year, however long it takes you, and not really have a lot invested.
State-based capitalism is called socialism. This is not exactly
All right, well, trade your own money. It doesn't matter. So what I don't recommend, this is what I'm not going to recommend, okay, under no circumstance. You can do whatever you want, and you can hang out and do it like... The worst thing that somebody who doesn't know what they're doing in futures can do, no, you don't lose anything with a prop firm. That's the point. You just pay... Once you pay for the performance account, if you never lose it, you never spend anything again. You only collect payments until they invite you to trade their money.
And I don't think a third turn.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Well, so to trade futures on a micro, you need to load 5 to 10 grand in an account. And if you click the wrong side of the fucking DOM, that can disappear in one trade if you don't have a stop loss. You know what I'm saying? If you don't know what you're doing, the worst thing you can do is load a margin account with your own cash. That is the worst humanly possible thing you could ever do.
Look, if you look at
and if you're doing a prop firm, you're trading for live real money, but you're not really risking anything but the eval. You know what I'm saying? That's why I recommend it.
The permitting to bring these things back on shore, and permitting is still what is impairing the ability.
But there's a process. It ain't going to happen in 2 or 3 months. It's,
tax credit stuff of the Biden administration. It's impaired by the regulatory hurdles of doing big things in America, and we've not fixed that.
Well, it might with Top Step. If you're good and you got a good system out of the box and you can get to their 5th payout, which is what? You can get a payout a week, 5 days. And, 2 or 3 months, you could be trading real money with Top Step if you really know what you're doing. The only reason I'm not doing Top Step right now is because, honestly, that PA, I had a PA for that 22 days. I would have collected payouts with Top Step. I would have almost made it to the live. But I've been working Lilu because Top Step doesn't allow you to use NinjaTrader anymore.
And incentives around that. That's why you have the CHIPS dollars, right? To bring those things.
And I'm NinjaTrader for life, so
litigation reform.
I'd have to figure out a way to run their DOM next to my chart, and it's just a pain in the ass. I don't really want to do it.
Build roads and bridges and railroads, and we can build the highest tech manufacturing on the planet here at home.
As we consider President Trump's and this administration's relationship with corporate America, that includes Howard Lutnick as well, who's been a big part of some of these arrangements, some of which I think...
Yeah, that's all that it is. So a lot of guys do that because they don't want to risk a lot of capital, but they want to get in the game and learn. And it's a super cheap way to learn.
From its sales to China.
Well, I don't know. It can take everybody a different amount of time. You know what I mean? If you've been trading before, you got an advantage. But if, like me, I started this and I didn't know anything. And I figured everything out on my own. And it could take you a year. It could take you forever. There's no guarantees. And there's a lot of psychological stuff to it,
and so you see this operationally.
Everybody is different.
Best deal for the American taxpayer and believes that he's running a corporate enterprise.
But it's not a get-rich-quick scheme. I'm going to tell you that.
He's delivering, meeting the president's expectations, meeting the president's goals, meeting the.
But it's a way of getting in the game for no money. You know what I'm saying?
Markets-driven.
That's the idea.
What you see here is the cultural clashes that have been very hot.
It's not super flashy like driving a Bugatti
this is very hot since President
down Main Street at 110 miles an hour.
everything is fraught with peril when you engage in this political process. And it was Republicans who were on the losing side of that lost their jobs and lost their affiliations, not just from being political commentators. Look at Ronna McDaniel, couldn't even be a political commentator because she was blackballed by her colleagues at MSNBC. So politics has been ripe at play in politics. And when these comedians go from being comedians to politicians, there are consequences to that. And you want to.
I'm out of my NBNI.
Look, look at late night TV.
Yeah, so, you know, I'm not trying to sell anything. I'm just, like, I'm trying to show people the most efficient way of learning how to do this without burning your own cash. You know what I'm saying?
Made fun of everybody.
Yeah, I work from home too. That's why I do this.
Right?
It's like a side thing for me.
A political commentator and went into the.
But I'm trying to develop it for like people like you and me that work from home that maybe don't like their job, want to make extra money, and maybe find a way of doing it for a living one day. You know, like my strategy is a fully programmed one-click strategy. You can load this and have it, but I'm still messing around with the programming. I can't get it through licensing, so people can subscribe if they want it. That's the long term. For me, that was a long-term goal, is to have a community, have everything you need. If you showed up with nothing and didn't know anything, you'd have everything you need here. That's the long-term goal, to hang out and learn.
And don't watch if you don't think it's funny. I don't watch Jimmy Kimmel. I don't think he's funny. It's been very grating to watch.
I don't know, guys. Are we going to get the rollover, or are we just going to bounce off the 20 and go higher?
And so I have a sense of humor about politics, but it gets exhausting when they think that they can just be on the
I got some dry powder now.
Get away with the rap of comedy. You better have a sense of humor.
Never really got around to actually doing it. Yeah, it's not that complicated. If you have somebody that can break it down into steps and describe each step, it's not that hard. But if you don't really, like if you just hear somebody talking about it, then you get misconceptions as to how it really works. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to start making content for the Discord where I'm going to, like this weekend, I'm going to start drawing out the outlines and creating the content, like the explanation of how a prop firm works, you know, how to read the forecast, how to, you know, everything you need is going to be in Discord eventually. If you want to join Discord, the link's at the top. I only started it 2-3 weeks ago or something, a few weeks ago, 5, I don't know. The channel didn't really start growing past 3 people until maybe a month ago. I'm trying to, in my spare time, get the information filled out in Discord. Trying to, you know. It's fun to have people hang out doing the same thing you're doing, you know. Oop, I got out at 98. It's 91 now. So I got out at the right time. Oh, well, that's good. I mean, that's good. If you're working your own account and you're crushing it, man, high five, dude. High five. I'm looking at maybe loading up my margin. See, when I first started trading, I was on my own money and I did well for 2 or 3 months. And then I got stuck on a big trade and I was in it for 4 or 5 weeks or something. And I just barely got out of that. And I pulled all my cash out and I started learning how to prop firm trade and make a strategy based on prop firm trading, you know, based on evaluations and stuff. And it took me a while to build everything and understand it because it was trial and error. I didn't really have a mentor on this specific, like specifically prop firm trading futures. And that's what we're trying to do here, is like focus on that. We talk about options and people put stonks in there and options, and we talk about all kinds of stuff. So, all right, guys, whoever's looking to front run the short, this might be a, you know, the 20 EMA might be a spot, you know, if you like the short at like 83 something. I'm not gonna front run the short. I'm gonna wait and see how far the rotation goes into my zones. All right.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing day after the Fed decision. S&P right now up 45 at 66.45. That is a gain of 0.7%. Dow Industrial is up 203, up by about 0.4%. NASDAQ, the composite index, up 266, up 1.2%. Tech stocks, small caps, the outperformers. NASDAQ 100 index up.
Hey guys, I gotta make a call. I'll be right back.
2000 index of small cap shares up now by 2.4%. We've got the 10-year yielding 4.10% with your 2-year 3.56%. Gold down $15 the ounce, down 0.4%. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.9%, 63.46 a barrel. Federal Trade Commission in 7 states are suing Live Nation Entertainment and Ticketmaster for failing to stem the use of automated ticketing bots and large-scale resale operations. Live Nation shares, they're down right now by 2.7%. Again, recapping, stocks higher, S&P up 45. That is a gain of 0.7%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Kriti Gupta and Joe Mack.
Hey, Charlie, many thanks to Charlie Pellet every day here with us covering Wall Street on Balance of Power as we talk politics in Washington. Thanks for being with us here on the Thursday edition on Bloomberg TV and radio. We were just discussing with Patrick McHenry the cancellation, if I can use that term, or I guess sidelining of Jimmy Kimmel's program on ABC. A lot of people never saw or heard what Kimmel said that brought us to this moment, because we're going to talk about this with the panel coming up here, having heard from the former congressman, the former chairman on this. Let's go back to the 15th of September. This is Kimmel Live and what he told us that night.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it.
As anything other than one of them, which upset many folks on the right. Walt Disney's ABC network now taking it off the air indefinitely is the language that we're hearing, not in fact canceled. With this backlash to the remarks that the late night host made about, of course, the shooter in the Charlie Kirk case. You know, people are very sensitive about this stuff right now, and President Trump did weigh in. It was 1 o'clock in the morning, 1:04 a.m., as we were just describing a short time ago, of course, in the UK. Local time, 1 o'clock in the morning, after a very long day of celebration, pomp and circumstance, the president wrote, "Great news for America. Congratulations to ABC for finally having the courage to do what had to be done. Kimmel has zero talent." The president of the United States weighing in on this. He's, of course, called for the removal as well, or cancellation of other programs in late night, which is something that Stephen Colbert can tell you about. We want to assemble the panel for more on this. Rick Davis is with us today, Bloomberg Politics contributor, Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital. And Arshie Siddiqui is here as well, CEO, Bellwether Government Affairs, former senior aide to Speaker Nancy Pelosi. It's great to have both of you here. Rick, was this the right thing to do? And do you think Kimmel would have been fired without the influence of this administration?
Well, each administration has its own impact on the media, and there's no question that this administration has had its finger on the scale for a long time, right? I mean, they send their cabinet members out to right-leaning organizations to communicate their desires and programs, and they have a regular combat with other networks. So it's not like it's new that we've got this tension with Donald Trump and outside media groups. I think that in the context of what we're seeing in this administration, you touched upon it in the last segment about government intrusion into the business community. This is much more about that to me than it is about what Jimmy Kimmel said about Charlie Kirk. I mean, when you have your network affiliate organizations complaining because they have mergers and acquisitions that are in the pipeline at the FCC, and the FCC, Brendan Carr, chair, says something that, you know, is going to threaten a potential approval, and they've held up approvals for less than this in the past, then you really have a lot of federal government intrusion into the business sector. And that's just been happening every single week of this administration since the beginning. You can debate the merits of it, but that is the policy of this administration. These regulatory agencies are going to be a key part of every media organization and every business in America until at which point in time the administration changes.
Archie, weigh in here. At the end of the day, one of the arguments is that maybe this is for the public interest, whether you're talking about ABC and Jimmy Kimmel, whether you're talking about CBS, or whether you're even talking about government stakes in companies like Intel or NVIDIA's involvement. When we're talking about the overlap between the administration and corporations, how do you view it?
Well, I think what we've seen is that there's been this exercise of complete government power in new bounds, which has been interesting for Democrats to watch because Republicans have been the party of limited government. And we see the exact opposite, that we're talking about whether it's stakes in Intel, but now we're talking about talent decisions at a news organization and a media organization. So I think, you know, the challenge here is this is in some ways a new low from the perspective of humor and laughter is what brings us together as a country often, especially in this town. And if you take that away, then where does that leave us? And it creates a real culture of intimidation. And I think that's what we're seeing in the corporate community, is that corporations are positioning themselves to make sure that they keep their heads down and are very, very careful on how they navigate very uncharted waters.
President wants more, by the way. We've got Colbert, Kimmel now. He also went on to write, that leaves Jimmy and Seth, two total losers on fake news NBC. Their ratings are also horrible. Do it, NBC. Does this keep rolling, Rick? Because that would kind of speak to the intimidation factor that some folks have talked about here. If networks are worried about losing their licenses, does it actually have to do with ratings?
No, I don't think it has anything to do with ratings. I don't think either one of these instances that you've described had anything to do with ratings. I think it had everything to do with the parent companies being concerned about their ability to foster corporate development, value for the shareholder in a Trump administration when some of your top talent are out there skewering him every night. And so, you know, how NBC reacts to that, if they have a merger that they need to get approved by Brendan Carr at the FCC, they're going to think twice about it. Whether or not it's making money or losing money, I don't know. But you can't separate the business interests of these parent corporations with the need for comedy within the Trump administration in order to function as a business. And these comedians are simply, you know, they're a tool in that organization. And so whether or not NBC decides to reinforce that or abandon it, we'll see, because Trump will test them, right? He is a incredibly good person at creating incredible amounts of tension amongst the people that he wants to influence. And without that tension, he doesn't have as much influence.
You're a well-respected member of the business community. You're joining us from New York, very close to some of the Wall Street big figures that we regularly have on Bloomberg Television. Is there a fiduciary duty for corporations to appease the president?
No, there's not a fiduciary duty to appease the president. There's a fiduciary duty to the shareholders of their companies. And in so much as the president can affect the value of those shareholdings, is an important consideration. I mean, when Biden was in the administration, the promotion of climate programs and diversity in the board ranks was a big challenge for a lot of corporations. Now it's something different with Trump. It's not like the first time presidents have tried to influence corporate America.
Well, of course, this comes the same week as the president filed a massive lawsuit against the New York Times. And Archie, I want to ask you about cancel culture. We've heard that term a couple of times, and it seems to be moving. Barack Obama, of all people, takes to Twitter. After years of complaining about cancel culture, he writes, the current administration has taken it to a new and dangerous level by routinely threatening regulatory action against media companies unless they muzzle or fire reporters and commentators it does not like. I'm assuming you agree with this statement, and if that's the case, what happens to the New York Times and everybody else?
Well, I wouldn't put New York Times in the cancel culture point. For me, that's
$15 billion lawsuit or something, right?
Well, cancel culture in the sense that, yes, it's an effort on the cancel culture. And we've seen that where we have the fringes of the Democratic Party and the far left and the far right who have really kind of honed in on this. And now we have the president weighing in. So to your point, in that sense, it's in some ways normalizing cancel culture in a whole new level when you get a presidential approach to this.
I believe he's also suing Rupert Murdoch, who was at the state banquet last night in London. What do you make of that?
I think the president has had a very significant track record, and a successful track record is using the legal system to promote his goals and really send strong messages. And I think that is actually a strong avenue for him to express his political leanings. So I think we are going to continue to see that, and I think that's tried and true in his DNA in terms of how he functions.
You know, Brendan Carr, at the head of the FCC, Rick, has made the point that if you want to go ahead with political commentary, you could have a podcast, go on YouTube, go stream. We're talking about broadcast licenses. Do you believe there should be a delineation between broadcasting on the public airwaves and everything else that we do online?
Well, we give network spectrum, access to spectrum, and the result is that they make a commitment to act in the public interest. And I can tell you, having managed lots of campaigns, that there have been a lot of very heated conversations in the editorial suites of these networks over whether or not my candidate was getting the same coverage as the opponent. And it is an obligation of these networks, because of the government support they get through the airwaves, to do that. Now, if they want to find new ways to broadcast their medium, then fine, do something different. But it is actually a bargain between network broadcasters and the federal government.
Well, that's an important part of this conversation, Archie. I mean, could this be the end of linear television as we know it? Why doesn't everybody just go online? The audiences are certainly there. You can watch this program on cable. You can watch us on YouTube right now. You can subscribe to the podcast. Does everybody need a transmitter and have to worry about what goes over the public airwaves?
I do think that I think the public airways really occupy an important space, and if we lose that, that is a role in a weakening of our democracy overall. Because trusted sources of news are so critical, as you well know. So I do think, from that perspective, this is bouncing up.
All right, guys, I'm back.
Speech, and that goes to the heart of
all right, so we're challenging my original zone. The zone is no longer valid.
In a fair
So we're challenging my original zone to take the long. So let's see if this, we need to see if this fair value gap is going to be real support, or if it's just going to head on through to the 200 EMA. So we just got to give it a couple more candles to find confirmation and see if there's an entry opportunity here or not.
That we're going to continue beyond today, I'm quite sure. Big thanks to our panel, Bloomberg Politics contributor Rick Davis at World Headquarters.
You know, or this could be the real short. We could plummet right through, and then we could be on to filling gaps down below. So we kind of got to wait to see what's really going to happen. It looks like we're going to plot. Well, let's see. This could be a golden ticket candle. My ass. Hey, Hogwarts. Listen to this. What's up, brother? All right, we cleared that fair value gap. There's officially no support now. The 200 EMA just turned into support, maybe. Oh, shit. Oh, you unbagged on the short? How'd you do? You got the short on the way down? Well, the short was right here on the cross. That would have been like if you were front. I called the front run on the short up here. So if you felt like it was finally going to give it up. Yeah, cool. All right, good to go, brother. Okay. As soon as I was, okay. Sorry, I'm going back and forth working leads. I've got the trade journal all caught up in Discord except for yesterday. I got to put yesterday in there. I got in the short at 12:33 and ate so much drawdown, minus 40%, and I just got out at 1:30, 1 hour hold. Damn, dude. That's the long way home, my friend, but you know what? You still got it, right? I think we might have found support here at the 20 EMA. Or I'm sorry, the 200. The white dot dash is the 200 EMA. That was a pretty nice short though, right here, huh? The EMA cross, if you got in at the 20-ish, you got yourself some coins. Yeah, it's scary adding, man. You watched me add and I've ripped my face off. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm a poster child for, you know, adding into something and then not giving it up. You're looking for another 30? Well, right now we're kind of looking for a pullback into a short. I don't think we're going long anymore. You know, so the pullback is like up here, somewhere in here. Stochastics pull back and then we go short again. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know either, dude. The order block here. You think it's going down to this order block at... It kind of has to challenge that. Whether we hold it or not, I don't know. Well, it's challenging it right now. It's in it right now. I don't know, man. I'm just trying not to make today worse. I'm trying to wait for the real trade and then just execute.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We are off session highs, still holding on to gains day after the Fed decision. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index, Russell 2000 all advancing. Got to begin with the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares outperforming, up 2.4%. Keeping it all in context, S&P up 38, up 0.6%. The Dow up 185, up 0.4. NASDAQ composite.
All right, let's see what happens.
NASDAQ 100 index up now by just about 1.1%. Bets that Fed rate cuts will keep powering corporate America, driving stocks toward records. Traders rushing into the riskier corners of the market. 10-year 4.09%, of the 2-year 3.56%. Gold is down right now by 0.4%, 36.44 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude tumbling 1%, 63.41 a barrel. And Bitcoin now up 1.6%, 117,530 on Bitcoin. Novo Nordisk shares are higher after its diabetes blockbuster Ozempic beat Eli Lilly's older drug Trulicity in a real-world survey of certain U.S. patients. Shares of Novo Nordisk up now by 6.1%, Lilly up by 0.4%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. And Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Brady Gupta.
All right, Charlie, thanks as ever. Charlie Pellet has been watching NVIDIA and Intel for us all day. Big movers on this news of a massive investment, billions of dollars worth, NVIDIA pouring money into Intel. The analyst reaction has been pretty interesting as we try to understand what would be the financial benefit for NVIDIA, the world's biggest chip maker, to do business with a chip company that many had left on the side of the road. Interesting. Jensen Huang, right now, of course, the CEO of NVIDIA, along with Lip-Bu Tan of Intel, are holding a briefing, and we're just now starting to get some details on this deal. Huang says the Trump administration, Creedy, was not involved in the Intel partnership, which many people just assumed, as Jensen Huang was traveling with the president. They were sitting together, essentially, when this was announced.
And this is, of course, on top of the fact that the U.S. government already has a stake in Intel, so this only amplifies how much that's worth.
Let's get into this with Ed Ludlow. I'm delighted to say that Ed is with us right now. Of course, the co-host of Bloomberg Tech, with us live from San Francisco, and our man when it comes to covering NVIDIA and the related companies in the chip space. What are you making of this, Ed? And was this not directed by the administration?
Nailed every single point. I've just got off the line with Jensen Huang and Lip-Bu Tan, and the way they explained it is, yes, the Trump administration had absolutely zero to do with this partnership focused on the technology. They basically explained that going back more than a year, which would predate Lip-Bu Tan's tenure as CEO of Intel, and also predate the kind of closeness of the relationship between Jensen Huang and the president, they started engineering talks. The stake is very different, and the way that Jensen Huang explained it is that, well, why wouldn't they invest in Intel? If they believe in the products that they're going to do together, then they see that this is a great addressable market opportunity, so they put the equity stake in, and from Intel's side, they still need to shore up the balance sheet with cash. You use the word road, and I kind of put this to Lip-Bu, if you'll allow me just for a second. If you go down to Santa Clara, about 30 miles south of where I am now, 25 miles, and you go up on the roof of Intel, and you look across the 101, you will see NVIDIA. And they've been rivals across that freeway for a long time. And so this is a historic moment in that context.
Wow, I love that. This is why we talked to Ed Ludlow. I've got to ask you, though, about the relationship between not just President Trump and Jensen Huang, but Lip-Bu Tan. Going back to the 7th of August, do you remember the post? President Trump on Truth Social, the CEO of Intel, is highly conflicted and must resign immediately, saying there is no other solution to this problem. That was just the 7th of August. Ed, we've come a long way, haven't we?
We have, because then, within a couple of weeks, the meeting took place at the White House between Lip-Bu Tan and the president, and then very quickly after that, the United States took this stake in Intel, which is quite rightly points out, because of the gain in Intel shares today is now worth vastly more. To be completely transparent, those of us on the briefing didn't actually put to Lip-Bu Tan any questions about his kind of status right now with the president. But the thing that NVIDIA and Intel have in common is they are both under pressure to do more in this country. To answer your earlier question, when Jensen Huang said that the administration had no involvement in making this deal happen, he said, I am now in the United Kingdom, right, with the cabinet and the president, and that he had informed cabinet members about the deal this morning. So that's kind of the latest reporting. But Lip-Bu, in this conversation that we've just had, didn't really reflect on the president's role and their current relationship beyond the idea that Intel's committed to the United States as a place of activity.
Ed, it's great to have you, as always. Thank you for helping us sort this out. We'll be looking for more headlines on this. Check in with Ed Ludlow a bit later on, with us from San Francisco at the Bloomberg Bureau there. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Creedy Gupta in Washington. As we add the voice of Dina Titus, been looking forward to this conversation to get the view of a Democrat. We spoke with Patrick McHenry earlier this hour on exactly what is happening on Capitol Hill. She's from Nevada's 1st District Congresswoman. Titus, welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. It's great to see you. Are you preparing for a government shutdown? Should our audience be doing the same?
Well, we don't know. The vote has been rescheduled several times. Now it looks like it's going to come tomorrow. The Democrats are voting no, though, because there's no consideration of health care and putting back some of the cuts that have been made to Medicaid, or extending the subsidies for Obamacare. And it would be an easy fix. If you can't help people who need health care, what's the point? and you leave the government open, they just take advantage of that and use it to cut more programs. So
All right,
I
guys.
see Democrats sticking together as a no, and who knows what their side's going to do.
We're hanging around the VWAP on the ES. We're all over the VWAP. So if we break the VWAP on the ES, then we're probably going to start filling gaps down.
That everyone remembers when the debt ceiling comes back into question?
Well, I'm sure it'll be bandied around, but it may be some different number by then. You know, you've got very selective use of statistics, and what they use today may not be.
So let's just see what happens. It's kind of weird right now. We're in VWAP chop mode, ES below the VWAP, NQ over it. So we need to decide if we're going to challenge the highs again or if we're going to start filling gaps before we can take a trade.
Then they're going to
All right.
have to do the explaining because it's going to all be on them.
Republicans who have joined us, Congresswoman, have suggested that there is still time, that the current CR that is going to hit the floor expires on the 21st of November. Of course, the subsidies expire at the end of the year. Would that not allow time for a robust debate around Obamacare subsidies and government funding by the end of the year?
Well, it could if they would allow it, or if they have any interest in doing it. You've already heard the president say, "Oh, don't bother with what the Democrats want." There's been no input from our side, so you're really just kicking the can down the road. There's no indication that they'd come to the table later. They haven't come to the table up until now. They've had plenty of time. It's not like this came as a surprise that this deadline was here.
Congresswoman, we are just getting some headlines coming from the president as he speaks to a gaggle on Air Force One. If you'll bear with me, I'd like to read them to you. He's talking about taking away the TV licensing, saying it's up to the FCC's Brendan Carr. He also goes on to say the TV licenses should be taken away if it's bad publicity for me. This, of course, follows the news overnight where we did see Jimmy Kimmel being put on indefinite leave from ABC around some of his comments around Charlie Kirk and the assassination there. Congresswoman, your response to his comments?
Well, it's astounding to me that the president would say we're going to take away freedom of speech for somebody who criticizes me. I mean, it's all about me with this president. I think somebody quoted us saying that these regulatory agencies that are supposed to be watchdogs have just become lapdogs. They just do whatever he wants. The Justice Department, that's just become his personal lawyer. The FCC, you name it, whatever he wants, that's what they do. What has happened to the Constitution, the Bill of Rights? You may not like what Jimmy Kimmel says, maybe it's inappropriate, maybe you disagree with it, but you can't just take away somebody's First Amendment rights because they don't like what you're wearing or what you're saying or, you know, making you look bad, then you don't appreciate it. I mean, good God, that's what the Constitution is there for.
Well, maybe does this help Las Vegas? Jimmy Kimmel off the air, you can go into residency on the Strip, no?
Well, Las Vegas needs some help. I'm glad you brought that up because with all the uncertainty and the tariffs and insulting our international customers like Canada, it's hard to make them mad. They're such nice people. Tourism is down in Las Vegas. So maybe Jimmy Kimmel will perk up the Strip.
That's interesting. Of course, this is your home district. I talked to Derek Stevens about this at Circa a couple weeks ago about some of the declines that we've seen in traffic. Of course, he's doing pretty well at Circa with betting on the rise, and it brings us to an important story that you've got your hands on. A House committee rejected your attempt to restore a full federal tax deduction for gambling losses. We've talked about this, Congresswoman, on this program before. That's why Derek Stevens joined us, because the president's big, beautiful bill would only allow you to deduct 90% of losses if I come to your hometown of Las Vegas. Not that I ever lose there. You tried to get it attached to the NDAA, and it didn't work out that way. And when I talked to Derek Stevens about this at Circa, he made clear he was talking to you, Congresswoman, and your colleagues.
All right, guys.
Delegation in hopes to fix this. I want you to listen.
Still don't know what we're doing yet. We're still in VWAP chop mode. We're above VWAP NQ, below VWAP ES. ES is challenging the VWAP again. ES is challenging. So let's see where we end up. I'd really like just a comfortable entry and try and chip away at my deficit. Just something comfortable. Let's see what sets up.
In this deal, every state and every legalized sports book, as well as the U.S. consumer.
I don't know how worried they are about this up in the pools at Stadium Swim, Congresswoman, but do you have a plan B?
Well, I do, and I really appreciate Derek Stevens. He's been a great ally on this and kind of rounding up the gaming industry because they weren't engaged in it too much from the beginning because they liked other parts of that big, beautiful bill. But he's really gotten them energized, and I completely agree with him. But in the first place, you don't tax somebody on money they don't have. It's like ghost money, phantom money. You know, you're paying taxes on $100,000 and you really only got 90. You know, that doesn't make any sense. And so we've got to restore that full deduction. I'm going to use any mechanism possible. We've got the bill that stands on its own. We had the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee saying he wanted to fix it. We've got bipartisan support. The other Republican co-chair of the Gaming Caucus is on board with the bill. We can perhaps attach it to another bill come to fix what they did last time that was wrong. Maybe there's a bill at the end of the term. It's like kind of like the Christmas tree bill where you do tax extenders. So we're not giving up. Now remember too, you've got a whole nother year. This doesn't go into effect until the end of next year for next year's taxes. So there is time to get this done. It's a little frustrating though. The Republicans stuck this in there. Then they suddenly realized, oh, where'd this come from? This is a bad idea. And there's so many easy ways to fix it. It's like one sentence, and yet they don't seem to want to do it.
Huh. Well, it doesn't sound like you're giving up and you have some time to work with, Congresswoman. Well, there's a report now that Las Vegas is in talks with the NFL to host the 2029 Super Bowl. Is that the kind of deal that brings tourism back to the way you want it in Las Vegas?
Oh, absolutely. That'll be right in my district. We have that fabulous Allegiant Stadium. Las Vegas used to just be kind of a gambling entertainment town, but now we're a sports town. Aces and the Knights and the Raiders and the A's. So it'd be great to have the Super Bowl.
I'm looking forward to seeing that new baseball stadium. So you play in the slots or the tables, Congresswoman? What's your taste?
I kind of like a crap game myself.
How about that? Interesting. Is this now? Are you on the Strip or Fremont Street? Where do you go in Las Vegas?
Well, you know, it's interesting. When you live in Las Vegas, a lot of people come to visit you, and I wonder if they're visiting me or they just want to come for Las Vegas. So we take them wherever they want to go. Downtown and the Strip are both in my district.
All right, we're coming out. We're going to do the show out there, and we'll.
Yeah, we could be off to the races. It's looking okay.
Congresswoman, thank you. We'd love to stay in touch with you on your Fair Bet Act. Congresswoman Dina Titus, the Democrat from Nevada's 1st District.
A little sketchy to go long into that fair value gap, though.
Interesting conversation, Creedy, and it's one that's being had as President Trump talks to reporters on Air Force One. He's making a lot of headlines with the gaggle on the plane.
Lots of headlines. Of course, we addressed that with the Congresswoman, his comments on Jimmy Kimmel and the role there, talking about the FCC. To me, what caught my eye, of course, is what he said around sanctions. He's saying that he's got Keir Starmer in support of the sanctions, also going on to say that the UK is not a culprit on Russian oil, but Europeans very much are.
Yeah, he made that point in the news briefing as well. We'll unpack some of what the president and the prime minister said in the late edition of Balance of Power. We'll keep tabs on what he's saying and posting from the aircraft on the way home. President Trump and the First Lady are airborne right now on their way back to the U.S., and they'll be back in Washington tonight. Bloomberg Business Week Daily, straight ahead.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
And a very good afternoon, everybody. Yes, indeed. It is Thursday, September 18th. Carol Master, Tim Stenivek, live at Bloomberg headquarters in New York City. Stocks. We have seen U.S. stocks headed toward all-time highs once again. Chip names and tech heavyweights, definitely the outperformers. This as we continue to get some headlines from President Trump. He is on Air Force One, headed back to the United States.
Yeah, just now, the president's saying that it is up to FCC Chair Brendan Carr if television licenses should be taken away, and calls Carr a great patriot. He spoke to reporters on Air Force One. He said, Carol, that if television networks are almost entirely, quote, against him, then, quote, maybe their licenses should be taken away.
All right, it's certainly one of the big stories, one of the most read on the Bloomberg. We're not going to get to it in this hour completely, but we are later on in the broadcast continuing to monitor some of those headlines from President Trump. We are going to talk about NVIDIA, a big story, tech story, semis, NVIDIA, that surprising $5 billion investment in Intel. And then we've got some stuff when it comes to the Federal Reserve one day after yesterday's decision, including President Trump asking the Supreme Court to let him fire Fed Governor Lisa Cook.
Also, Dr. Susan J. Blumenthal, she's a retired Rear Admiral, former U.S. Assistant Surgeon General. She's joining us a little later in the hour on why half of the U.S. population faces a gap when it comes to health care.
All right, let's get to the trade. Let's get to, once again, Charlie Pelle. Charlie, welcome back.
Thank you very much. Good to be back with you guys. We got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all surging day after that Fed decision. Right now, the S&P is up 36, trading at a record 66.36 where we stand right now, up by about 0.5%. We've got the Dow up 146, up 0.3%. NASDAQ Composite Index up by 1% right now. Small cap shares, though, the standout. The Russell 2000 Index up 2.3%. The 10-year 4.10% with the 2-year right now 3.56%. Equities at records after the Fed delivered its first interest rate cut this year, signaled more ahead again. The 10-year 4.10%. Gold down $16 the ounce, 36.43, down by 0.5%. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.9%, 63.47 for a barrel of WTI. Bitcoin, meanwhile, trading higher by 1.7%. Bitcoin 117,603 right now on Bitcoin. That Netscope debut has delivered over $1 billion windfall to Lightspeed. Netscope shares jumping as much as 28% in their trading debut this morning. And NVIDIA, topic we're going to be talking about a lot more today right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. NVIDIA agreeing to invest $5 billion in Intel, says the two will co-develop chips for PCs and data centers. Intel surging 22.5%, NVIDIA up by 3.4%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. And that's exactly where we start, that agreement or deal for NVIDIA to invest $5 billion in Intel. NVIDIA CEO Jensen.
All right, guys, I'm writing a deal. Yeah, I don't see the long yet. I mean, I think it's probably going to go long, but I don't see the entry yet.
Prime Minister Keir Starmer unveiled a new technology partnership to deepen ties on AI.
I don't see it.
So we're taking the next logical step with a historic agreement on science and technology partnerships, and this will create new government, academic, and private sector cooperation in areas such as AI, which is taking over the world. It's, I mean, I'm looking at you guys. You're taking over the world, Jensen. I don't know what you're doing here. I hope you're right. All I can say is we both hope you're right. But it's pretty amazing.
That was President Trump earlier from the UK. With more on the global backdrop when it comes to the industry, that has a role in with making so much of our world tick. We are talking semiconductors, of course. I want to bring in Bloomberg TV BTech co-host Ed Ludlow joining us from San Francisco. Ed, just off the phone with Jensen Huang and Lip Bhutan, CEO of Intel, and of course Jensen, the CEO of NVIDIA. Ed, what did they tell you? What did you find?
Yeah, I mean, the main takeaway is that the president and the administration were not involved in the brokering of this partnership and deal. It predates more recent events with both companies and the Trump administration. The way that they both explained it is
Ed,
that.
really? Do you believe
Yeah,
that?
well, I'm so glad that you did that. So let's get into it. You know, that was what they said.
Okay.
And what I find interesting is that they claimed that 12 months ago or more, engineering teams started meeting and working together. Now, that would not only predate the sort of more recent relationship between Jensen Huang and the president and Lip-Bu Tan's relationship with the president, but I also point out that Lip-Bu Tan was not CEO of Intel 12 months ago. He was on the board. So this is a kind of legacy thing if they're to be believed. Now, to your point, the equity stake and the investment of $5 billion of NVIDIA into Intel. How do we interpret that? The way that Jensen Huang answered it is, why wouldn't we invest if we believe in the success of the products that we're working on together? Because they'll realize an excellent return. But nobody in this briefing that I participated in asked Jensen if the investment itself was catalyzed or proposed by the administration.
Yeah, I mean, just the cynic in me would say this looks really good for NVIDIA to make this investment in a company that is partially owned by the U.S. taxpayer, partially owned by the U.S. government, and show his support, show NVIDIA's support for this company. I want to think about this in the broader context. I mean, Pat Gelsinger, Ed, was the CEO at the time, and I think it was notable back in, January of this year, I think it was, when NVIDIA had that big decline as a result of the DeepSeek news. Pat Gelsinger essentially coming out and saying that he was going to buy some of the NVIDIA stock. On LinkedIn, he said that. That was a really big deal because these two companies were seen as rivals even then. Are they still seen as rivals right now?
Guys, if I jump in my car right now and I go 25 miles down the 101 and I park up
Oh,
an
here we
Intel
go.
onto the
We're
roof,
starting to get a little something going.
see NVIDIA's headquarters. And
Are we going to reject off this fair value gap, or are we going to prove the front run for the short? Which is it going to be?
Since way back when Microsoft kind of bailed out Apple, which is a moment in history long forgotten. The way they explain it, and you tell me if you want to get into the nitty gritty of it, is that it's a simple technology story. The architecture that Intel CPUs are based on still dominate the data center market. So all the CPUs that go into data centers, Intel has a good hold in that market, and NVIDIA sees an opportunity to leverage that to their advantage.
I'm trying to understand. So NVIDIA invests $5 billion. The U.S. took a roughly 10% stake.
All right.
In August, and that investment
She's pushing hard. Push it.
Japan's
Push it
SoftBank
good.
Group committed to investing investment last month in Intel. It's a rather notable group of investors. How should one read that? What is Intel becoming?
All right, I got a call, guys. I'll be back. We'll see what happens.
Is there a grand takeaway here?
The way to interpret it is that Intel still needs cash. So Lip-Bu Tan was very honest that he's still focusing on shoring up Intel's balance sheet. The difference between Microsoft investing in Apple way back when is that Apple was facing bankruptcy. Intel's not, but its profit has been eroded or obliterated. And Gelsinger's kind of thing was to try and get back on a product roadmap. Lip-Bu Tan's is like, I'm going to cut back. I'm going to cut down to profit, get the balance sheet strong. But on paper, Intel also represents everything that this administration wants. A U.S. company with heavy footprint in the United States that on paper can do more manufacturing. The problem is this NVIDIA agreement has nothing to do with manufacturing, really.
Well, our next guest was giving us hints and cues several years ago about the chip wars, and so we're going to talk a bit more about it with Chris Miller. But you set us up so well, as you always do. Ed Ludlow, Bloomberg TV BTech co-host, joining us there from San Francisco. All right, so let's get to Chris Miller. He wrote Chip War, The Fight for World's Most Critical Technology. It was written in 2022. That book made us all sit up and take notice of the importance of semiconductors to the world, to the most developed nations when it comes to economic growth, national security, and so much more.
Chris is professor of international history at the Fletcher School at Tufts University. He does consulting, but he has not consulted for Intel or for NVIDIA. He joins us from Palo Alto, California. Chris, the book, laying it out for us 3 years ago, America's edge is slipping, undermined by competitors in Taiwan, Korea, Europe, and above all, China. Should we be shocked by a partnership such as this? Strange bedfellows in a previous life, no?
Well, I think from the perspective of 10 years ago, this would have been a a pretty surprising pair up, but today there's a real logic for it. NVIDIA is a leader in AI chips. Intel has been trying to catch up when it comes to AI, but also Intel's got a lot of unique know-how when it comes to building processor chips, which AI servers still require. So certainly on the chip design side, there's differing areas of expertise that both of these companies can bring together.
All right, but just all of it together.
I'm sorry.
The U.S. taking that 10%, approximately 10%.
I had the mute on. So you want to be, you don't want to be in at above the 20.
NVIDIA. What is this? I mean, is this what you thought would happen, need to happen to ensure U.S. remain a dominant player in the semi space?
Either, Jesus.
Well, I think we're
What
going to
pain
need
in
to
the
wait and
ass.
see what implication this announcement has, if any, for Intel's manufacturing business. I think there's no doubt that Intel's going to be an important chip designer in the future, perhaps smaller than it used to be.
All right, we're getting a nice
They've
little
got a
pullback
unique
now.
position in the market on the chip
You got to
design
watch the
side.
stochastics,
From a
though.
national perspective, what really matters is Intel's manufacturing arm, and that's where Intel has really struggled the last couple of years to stay at the.
So I kind of like this zone tapping the 200, but you got to watch the stochastics too. You know, we may have to work down. You know, we may have to revisit the VWAP. We're on the VWAP now in the ES, so this is kind of a dangerous area to make a decision. So just think. Just be careful.
Successful manufacturer of.
But I got to make a call. I'll be back,
The
guys.
announcement today doesn't really say anything about that, but I think a lot of people will ask whether this is a stepping stone for other U.S. companies, NVIDIA or some of its peers, to bring more of their manufacturing business to Intel's manufacturing arm.
So chip war, it is on, or where are we? Is it the beginning of the chip war? And I'm just curious, are you starting to think about, I don't know, another book and where it goes from here? Give us your thought here.
Well, I think we're in the thick of the chip war right now. Next to this news about NVIDIA and Intel, there's a big debate going on in Beijing and in Washington about which companies should be allowed to buy which type of the AI accelerators that NVIDIA specializes in designing, that are almost exclusively today produced in Taiwan. And so you've got these competitive commercial dynamics intersecting with high geopolitics. And today you can't really separate the chip industry from the decisions of President Trump or from Chairman Xi.
Well, that's a really good point, and kind of brings me to my question about Intel specifically and the U.S. taking this unprecedented stake in this chip maker earlier this year. What did you think of that, Chris?
Well, I think the U.S. has been pretty clear in its desire, going all the way back to the first Trump administration through the Biden administration, as well as both houses of Congress, both parties, that it sees Intel's success in manufacturing as important for U.S. national security. Right now, most of the world's advanced processor chips are produced by one company in one country, Taiwan. And the U.S. wants a more diversified base of manufacturing these ultra-critical chips that are key both for smartphones and computers, but especially for AI. And Intel is one of the 3 companies in the world, alongside Samsung and TSMC, that can produce these cutting-edge chips. And it's the only U.S. company, the only company with a major U.S. footprint, at least right now. And so that's why the U.S. government has been trying to find ways to help Intel out.
So,
and
what would it?
Go ahead.
Well, what would it take for Intel to be able to compete with TSMC? I mean, it got money from the U.S. government. It got money. It's getting money from Intel here. As Carol always says, the devil's in the details. And you said we need to see exactly where this money goes. But what do we need to see to say, okay, this company, this U.S. company, is now competing with TSMC?
So there's no doubt that Intel needs money, and it's raised some money from SoftBank and the U.S. government. But the key thing that it needs is customers for its advanced manufacturing processes. You'd only prove whether or not they work if you've got at least medium-sized, but ideally large-scale customers that are going to let you produce thousands, tens of thousands, eventually millions of chips on your manufacturing process. You can't scale up without customers. And right now, Intel's got a couple of smaller customers for its manufacturing business, but it's thus far failed to win a very large-scale customer. And NVIDIA is one example of a company. There are others that could provide a really large contract that would let Intel test out its cutting-edge manufacturing. And right now, I think the entire ecosystem is waiting to see, will it win some big customers that lets it complete that scale-out and testing of its cutting edge manufacturing.
All right, so we're talking with Chris Miller, professor of international history at the Fletcher School at Tufts University, author of Chip War, The Fight for the World's Most Critical Technology. Hey, Chris, one thing I want to ask you, and I want to go back to China. There was a story I was reading this morning by our Javier Blas, an opinion piece, and it was asking, why is China stockpiling so much surplus oil? And there were like 5 or 6 different reasons, and one of it was, does China fear an interruption in supply beyond U.S. and European sanctions? Oil traders who traffic and intrigue utter only one word, Taiwan. Do you believe that there is a strong possibility that there will be a conflict involving Taiwan? And what does that mean for TSMC, who is so crucial in terms of the global chip supply chain? What could that potentially mean for the United States, the global economy? I mean, can you play that out and what the likelihood is?
Well, there's no doubt it's a possibility. Nobody knows for certain what the likelihood is, but I think the magnitude of impact is so large that even if you think it's only 5 or 10% likely, you've got to take steps to prepare. All of the biggest, most valuable companies in the United States require silicon that today can, in some cases, only be sourced from Taiwan. That's true for NVIDIA, true for Apple, true for Google, true for Microsoft, true for Meta. The entire US tech ecosystem relies on Taiwan's expertise. And that's why there's been this push for the last couple of years to find ways to diversify the U.S. from being so centrally exposed to China's decisions about war and peace in the Taiwan Straits.
And the reality is that the U.S. is still very, very exposed, correct? Because of how much TSMC still produces.
That's right. I think the U.S. has made a bit of progress, but there's still a long way to go. And it's a long way to go because TSMC is an extraordinarily capable company, and the entire Taiwanese ecosystem is just so central to producing the semiconductor hardware that our tech firms and AI firms depend on.
What do you think of the politics of this and the fact that TSMC is, has this facility in Arizona and is working to increase its presence here in the United States? Does it put that at risk?
No, I don't think so. I think TSMC's got a strong signal from its customers that they want U.S.-based production. It's got this uncertainty created by the tariffs that incentivizes more investment in the United States. And it's got a signal from the U.S. government, again, across multiple administrations, both parties, that they're going to keep pushing for a bigger U.S. footprint. But I think the challenge that TSMC faces is twofold. First, all of its key R&D remains in Taiwan and will be in Taiwan as far as we can see in the future. So Arizona is helpful in diversifying today's manufacturing, but it doesn't really get you diversification of the next generation. The second thing is that the ecosystem in Arizona is still less developed than it is in Taiwan. And so sourcing the gases and the materials and all the spare parts and specialized equipment you need for a cutting edge chip plant, it's still harder and more expensive in Arizona than in Taiwan. And that's going to be the case for some time until we keep building out the scale of Arizona. And all of that means that Taiwan's going to stay very, very important for our tech ecosystem for many years to come.
Chris, really quickly, 30 seconds here. I mean, was President Trump right in his increasing tensions on China? It started in his first term and ramped up in the second. Was he right, especially when you think about semiconductors? And just quickly, if you could.
Well, I think the key driver of tensions in this sector is actually China's desire to become self-sufficient. We were in a pretty stable equilibrium in 2015 before the Made in China 2025 plan was released. That happened before any of the U.S. policies to support its own chip industry. And that was really the catalyst for introducing geopolitical tension as a central facet in the chip industry.
All right. So glad we could get some time with you. So relevant as always. Chris Miller, author of Chip War and professor of international history at the Fletcher School at Tufts University. Coming up next, the latest Fed decision now 24 hours behind us. Not done, though. President Trump's legal pursuit to fire Fed Governor Lisa Cook, it is still on. The latest on that when we come back.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg Equities, climbing to records after the Fed yesterday delivered its first interest rate cut this year and signaled more ahead. We got more on the topic coming up in just a moment right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Right now, the S&P 500 index is advancing by 35 points at 6636. That is a gain of 0.5%. Dow Industrials up 147, now up 0.3. NASDAQ higher by 229 points for the NASDAQ Composite Index, up 1%. The NASDAQ 100 Index up 1.1%. The outperformer, though, small cap shares. The Russell 2000 Index up now by 2.3%. 10-year 4.10%, with the 2-year 3.56%. Gold down $18 the ounce, down 0.5%. And West Texas Intermediate crude 63.54 a barrel, down 0.8%. Bitcoin up 1.9%, 117,870 on Bitcoin. Federal Trade Commission and 7 states are suing Live Nation Entertainment and Ticketmaster for failing to stem the use of automated ticketing bots on large-scale resale operations. Live Nation down now by 2.8%. Briefly, first day of trading for the cloud security firm Netscope, up now by 18.3%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. So we plan on talking about this morning's jobless claims and moves in the U.S. Treasury trade following yesterday's Fed decision. We will get to that. But top of mind really is President Trump's latest move when it comes to a member of the Fed board. He has asked the U.S. Supreme Court to let him fire Fed Governor Lisa Cook while she fights his attempt to oust her, pulling the justices into a high-profile legal battle with major implications for the United States central bank's independence, something that Fed Chair Jay Powell was questioned about quite a bunch yesterday.
Well, somebody who was there was Michael McKee's Bloomberg TV and Radio International Economics and Policy Correspondent. He's back with us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. Also joining us on the rate side of things, we've got Bloomberg Intelligence. Mike, I want to start with you because I have the pleasure of sitting near you in the newsroom, which is great for me. I don't know how it is for you.
It's just fine.
I ask you a lot of questions.
When I can't find Tim, I turn around and he's like at Mike's desk.
So there was a point this morning, earlier today, where you had a thick printout and you were going through legal document.
Oh, I was reading the Trump administration filing with the Supreme Court.
So what did you find in that filing? What's the case that they are laying out?
There's nothing really new. Basically, they are refiling the same cases they filed in district court and then at the U.S. Appeals Court, arguing that the president has the unreviewable right to fire anybody for cause, and cause is whatever he deems it to be, which the district court judge rejected, but the appeals court didn't address that. The other aspect of it is that the district court and the appeals court ruled she did not get due process because they just went on the Bill Pulte tweet that she did something wrong. And the administration argues that while he sent out a firing letter on Truth Social, and that should have been considered enough notice, and then she never called Trump up to complain. And so she forfeited her right to due process. The question for the court will come down to not how silly did that all sound, but does a person in the office that she holds have a right to due process under the law? Because there's some offices that do and some offices that don't.
And Will, we're going to bring you in just a moment. We want to talk rates. But Mike, so the issue is it about due process, or is it about, does the executive branch, does the president have the right to fire someone that's part of the U.S. central bank, or was the central bank set up to be somewhat independent, or to be independent, and that the executive branch didn't have those powers?
The real key question is going to be, does the president have essentially an unfettered right to fire people and say whatever he wants is the cause? Because the due process thing it comes up in a number of different areas. So that's something for the court to settle, but it's not the key question here for the Fed. The key question is, what is cause? Because Federal Reserve Act says that governors serve 14 years unless otherwise removed for cause by the president. And the argument that the Cook side makes, which prevailed in the lower court, was that the president has to, it basically has to do with what you're doing in office. Okay. And the administration says, no, we can do it at any time. And then the argument that the Cook people made, that the judge also kind of accepted, is that if that were to be found the case, then the president could just make up something about anybody he wanted to get rid of, and they wouldn't have to prove it because it wouldn't be reviewable, and he could just fire everybody, which is the fear out there, that if he really wanted to do this, he could like start firing everybody at the Fed.
Feels like it gets also to the rule of law and just, I don't know, some deeper stuff. It's a lot, and it's not done yet. Having said that, I'm not going to say it's confusing, but there's a lot there. But I will say that I feel like, I don't know if the dot plot was confusing, but there was a lot there too, and a lot of choices. Matt, come on in. Come on in. Will Hoffman, U.S. and Canadian rate strategist at Bloomberg Intelligence, is with us. Will, the rates market moved down right after the Fed decision, then it moved back up where it was pretty much before the decision. That was yesterday. Today, rates have moved up again. Shift in expectations about rate expectations this year and for next. Is there a smart takeaway from what's going on in the Treasury trade right now, in the U.S. rates trade?
Absolutely. Thank you for having me, as always. So yesterday, I guess the best way to describe the press conference was volatile, which we saw kind of in front rate pricing. But the move today is pretty unsurprising, with yields selling off a little bit. A lot of the move has to do with what's going on across the pond over in Europe, with Bank of England decisions coming out this morning, and some bear steepening in their bond curve as well. But given how far U.S. rates fell and how fast they fell, it's unsurprising that after we bounced off that 4% level, that we probably took some profits and take our time to think about where we may head to next after the word insurance cut popped up after a terminal rate of 3%.
I know we're talking about yesterday's Fed meeting, but I want to go back to what Mike was saying about this new filing from the Trump administration and its attempt to fire Lisa Cook, because it's all related here. And I'm wondering what the bond market reaction, Will, would be in your view. What's the Bloomberg Intelligence view of what would happen if the Supreme Court came out and said, yes, the president can actually fire Lisa Cook?
That's a great question. I think the current state of the headlines has not had a huge impact on short or long-term rates with relation to the Lisa Cook news. It's been in headlines for a long time, and it's a risk that we've had a decent amount of weeks to digest. But when the Supreme Court does finally come down and say, in this case, yes, at cause is a wider definition than expected, you're probably not going to see much of a, I'll say, sell-off in the front end. It's really going to be a 10, 20, 30-year space issue. We saw a flash of it right when, I'm not sure if anybody remembers amongst the flurry of headlines, but that one that we got of, I've drafted or someone said that there was a letter drafted to fire Powell, and the 230s bond curve did something called a twist steepener, which you usually don't see persist for very long, where 2-year yields rally and 30-year yields sell off. No one trades 230s necessarily because of the duration mismatch, but that's where you're going to see any behavior. And it's going to be, I'd say, a pretty meaningful move if we do have the probability of, I'll say, a revolving door in and out of the Fed building over the next couple of years.
But Mike, do you, if the president, if this goes to the Supreme Court and they rule in his favor, would we assume that the next target would be Fed Chair Jay Powell? That this has then emboldened the president and actually expanded his powers?
We don't know, but there is a theory that would embolden him to try to fire Jay Powell. He could also go to try to replace others on the board. He wants a supposedly majority on the board to be able to block the Fed bank presidents from being reappointed. And right now, if he gets one more seat, he'll have 4 of the 7. But I don't think Chris Waller will go along with that, and I'm not sure Mickey Bowman would go along with that. So he'd have to fire a couple more people to try to get a control of the board that he would do.
Would go crazy. Would you not expect?
I would expect so. I take Will's word for it. But because then essentially what the president is trying to do is take over the board and lower interest rates and then inflation runs wild in people's minds, and so the market sells off. This is a two-part thing. The decision about about cause, etc., is a longer-term case for the court to take up and get briefed on and have oral arguments and that sort of thing. The question right now is, will the court say that she can be fired while this is being litigated?
All right, guys, we are in a range. We're in a nasty, nasty range.
Her being fired.
I do have the trade journals all upgraded, updated, except for yesterday. So if you want to see some miserable action and you want to see some good trading, and mix for everybody.
Refrain has been that the bond
In
market
that batch.
will essentially serve as a guardrail here, and I think it's fair to say we saw that in the wake of liberation.
So
when the president said,
I don't know who's feeling froggy, but I'm not sure if you jump to the long or it's going to flush. Anyone have any ideas? We are in a nasty little range here.
Does that still happen?
I do not know if it's a flush or if it's a long.
It's a good question. I'm sorry, I did lose you there for a minute, so I missed the start of it.
Well, just wondering if the bond market still serves as a guardrail.
Absolutely. I will say probably less of an extent as the dollar is going to serve as a release valve for any pressures that we see in the bond market, meaning as the bond market tries to price in terms of yield higher and higher to offset forward expectations of higher deficits.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Ronnie. I don't know which one it's going to be, man. I'm not going to guess.
An attempt to maintain some form of
I'm not going to guess. We're 2:30. We got about an hour. Got about an hour to figure something out before we bail on the day and just take my L.
But for now, real yields
Take my honorable L. Oh, look. This is looking good. This is looking. I like how this one looks. All right. I'm just going to stick something right in here just to see what happens. Just to see. I'm right at the bottom of this cloud right here. Yeah. I'm kind of.
Mike, you were there.
I'm leaning toward the long, to be honest with you, but
I mean,
if I get in right here, I really can't get hurt.
I mean, he made a statement of like it's really hard to kind of figure this out right now.
But this could be a fake out, man. We could totally be getting faked out right now, you know?
Don't take the dot plot seriously because we don't know if we're actually going to cut.
Because we're working between the zones I've drawn, you know?
The latest data show that the labor side has slowed.
Fake out.
And we kind of expect that to continue because businesses are telling us they're not hiring right now, but we don't have proof of it, and it's a lagging indicator. We also expected inflation to go up a lot faster than it did because of tariffs. It's gone up. We think it will be a one-time event, but maybe it's.
Hey, is anybody in? It was Rox. Was it Rox or was it Spiznik that's in CYCU? I'm trying to buy some. It moved 2 or 3 cents. I was trying to buy it in the 19s. I don't think that's going to be a real thing. I think I'm going to have to buy it where it is right now.
Wait, basically, is what I'm saying, until you get right up to the meetings.
It's tricky. Michael McKee, of course, here
Damn it.
in studio. Will Hoffman, Bloomberg Intelligence, U.S. and Canadian rates.
I'm disappointed right now. But how were you going to know it was? How do you even know this is the real breakout? You know what I'm saying? You don't. I'm taking my trade off. I got to make a phone call. Let's just see what happens here. This is still in the range. It could be just a fake out. I'll be back in a minute. Ooh, suck it, suck it. Who likes the long?
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at
Yeah,
Bloomberg. We've got
yeah,
the
something's gonna happen
records,
soon.
the Dow, the S&P,
I know it.
NASDAQ 100 index, Russell 2000, all
I just don't know what side I want to be on.
47 right now, up 0.6%. The Dow up by 0.2%. NASDAQ up 1.1%. The Russell 2000 index of small cap shares up 2.3%. 10-year 4.10% with spot gold currently yielding. The price is down 0.5%. An ounce of the precious metal now at $36.42, while West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.7%. WTI 63.62 a barrel.
What's up, Hazard Matt? How you doing, buddy?
Will tell drivers how often a rider tips and how punctual they are. Lyft shares down.
You having a good day so far?
I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much.
How'd you make it do that? Oh, that's a dash underscore dash. That's hilarious.
Where we focus on key issues and developing technologies that are impacting the present and future.
Oh, now it's a short. Who? You ready for the short? See, it's a fake out. I knew it was a fake out.
$2.5 billion commitment through 2030.
That's why you put your, that's why you, like when you're in these ranges and you're seeing fake outs, you got to put your stops or your entries on the end of the candles so you can escape.
Focusing on areas of women's health with the highest rates of mortality. That includes autoimmune disease, mental health, and cardiovascular health. So we've got a great guest to talk about all of this.
We've got Dr. Susan J. Blumenthal joining us. She's retired Rear Admiral, former U.S. Assistant Surgeon General, and the first ever Deputy Assistant Secretary for Women's Health. She's also visiting professor with the MIT Media Lab. She joins us from Washington, D.C. this afternoon. Dr. Blumenthal, Carol just mentioned some of the money that's going to women's health issues around the globe. I think I know the answer to this question before I even ask it. Is it enough?
Well, no, but it's excellent that new investments and innovations are coming to bear on women's health. Women represent 51% of the population. They make 80% of the healthcare decisions, but their health has been traditionally, underfunded and under-innovated. And so we hope to turn the page here in the 21st century.
Are you hopeful that that actually happens? Because I feel like this is, we laugh, but it's not even, I think about it, not funny. Like women's issues have been underfunded, undercovered. I have doctors in the family, both women. We talk about this. They see it. We see it. I see it. I have a
Waiting
daughter.
on it to short. Trade trends, not close-ups. I spelt that wrong.
It just feels
Oh,
like
trade trends.
they have been ignored for a long time.
About to fund a ninja account with 500 turn, 500 in 1500 in 2 weeks. So I like my strat. All right.
My mother had cancer, and I decided
That sounds good, like good progress, man.
should have to suffer the way she
I love
did.
it.
I was very honored to work at the National Institutes of Health for 12 years, and there helped to expose the inequities that existed, that women had been excluded from research studies on heart disease, on AIDS, on lung cancer. Sex matters, we all know that, but in the conduct of research and the delivery of healthcare services, women had been excluded as a target, as a focus. So as the first
Okay,
Deputy
cool.
Assistant Secretary for Women's
Yeah, I
Health,
want to see it,
we've
man.
shown a spotlight on these issues.
I love that
We
stuff.
wove a focus
Honestly,
on
I know this probably sounds weird, but I like almost care more about your guys' accounts than I do my own. I know that sounds like freaking weird, man, but it's like I'm worried you guys are going to do some of the dumb things I do or make the mistakes I've made, and I just don't want to see anyone do that.
Then got mainstreamed.
It's so hard to get through them, especially if you don't know what's happening while you're doing it and you got to figure everything out on your own.
We built the infrastructure, but the innovation,
Man, I don't know, dude. It's just totally faking me out.
is happening
Yeah.
here in the 21st century because we're bringing a whole new toolbox.
And
to
sometimes if you don't have any, I'm not doing anything, dude. I'm not doing anything at all.
The idea of
The issue I'm having here is the ES is below the VWAP. The ES is showing like we're going short, but the NQ is still above the VWAP, you know?
mortality when it comes to pregnancy and when it comes to childbirth.
You know, the problem is if you don't really have any knowledge and you don't really have any data, that's a tough place to start. You got to develop your own knowledge and then create data from experimenting.
Well, I think health. I mean, it is
That's
shocking
basically what
that
I've
in the United
done.
States, we have the highest maternal mortality rates in the
So
industrial.
we're in VWAP chop mode. It could really oscillate like this right into MOC, you know, if it doesn't pick something.
There are a number of issues.
I might just be stuck with my loss and I just got to grind it back. I'm okay with that though.
Women are
I can
not
live with
having
that.
the same access to care, and are not, there's not education for both the woman and her.
Yeah, I'm not going to do anything. I'm not, I need it to be very clear.
To be looking for. So I hope that this will change. We need to do much better education and targeted education. We now have new communication methods that need to reach and personalize information to individual women. And with technology, we'll be able to access care in more rural or underserved areas. For example, ultrasounds, small miniature ultrasounds that can be taken into communities in underserved areas, and then with telehealth, wire it back to a physician to interpret it. And some of the breakthrough technologies that are underway are to, for example, do a pinprick to get some blood to look for preeclampsia, which is associated with hypertension that can cause death in mothers. So I think there's a lot of work to do, but there's also a lot of innovation that can be brought to this space.
Dr. Blumenthal, one thing I wanted to ask you, the CDC's vaccine meeting happening today and tomorrow. Just curious, one of the things that's being discussed is changing the hepatitis B vaccine recommendations for newborns and screening all women for hepatitis B. What do you think of this? I'm just curious about it.
Well, I'm very concerned as a public health doctor. I think that, if you think about it, 150 years ago, average life expectancy was 38. We've doubled life expectancy in this century. In the year 1900, 18% of children died before their 5th birthday. Vaccines and other public health interventions were major contributors, were landmark contributors to this extended lifespan. A generation has grown up not seeing the devastation of polio, smallpox, diphtheria. And so disinformation is circulating. Hepatitis saves, vaccines have saved 20,000 babies. And so I think it's very...
Oh, hey, Grandpa Energy.
Very irresponsible to be changing these guidelines.
He's got a demo he's running. He put it in wins and losses. If you guys want to check it out, it looks pretty cool. Oh, shit, we got the pop. We're popper. We're popper, and it popped out my strategy, too.
That could be prevented through vaccines?
Well, we've seen a spike in, for example, measles. We've seen some of the highest rates of measles that we've seen in decades.
Try having 2 days of losses on $1,000 account, 280, and
I think there have been 2 or 3 children that have
fuck, figure it's like, well, fuck, figure it out. I was trading against the larger time frame trend and not allowing my trades to breathe. 20-point protest stats, yeah.
Protecting everyone in the community. Right now, there's been a study that showed that 1 out of 6 parents.
Long is looking pretty racy right now.
So, again, disinformation is circulating, and people are getting very...
Yeah, I got posted stats. Yeah, I got them here. I'm looking at them. Hey, guys, Hazard Matt is Grandpa Energy on Discord. If you want to see, he posted his stats. So you can check out what he's doing.
My state of Massachusetts,
I think that's pretty cool.
Has said that anybody who wants a vaccine will be...
That is a really nice...
And that insurance...
I got to start using that.
For those vaccines, because again,
that's the performance log, right? Or what's it called?
Services guidelines. Vaccines were covered under your insurance as a free service. This may change if the guidelines change. Means that vaccines will cost people money, and that will be an obstacle to getting you or your child vaccinated.
Dr. Blumenthal, before you go,
that's life-threatening.
And very important. Before you go,
Alert.
we've just got 30 seconds. Your family involved in
Yeah, to
public
set the time
service, your
frame.
husband's still in it. Senator Ed Markey, of course. You were in it for a long time. What do you hear? What it's like to be in public service now, considering some of the attacks that we've seen? It feels like from various groups and entities. And just got about 20 seconds.
Well, it's an honor to serve, and sadly, I think it's a challenging time. But to be able to give back to your country is extremely meaningful. And just to end this with women's health, improving women's health means improving the health of families, of communities.
New and trade performance. That's right. Trade performance. Hey guys, that tab trade performance is really super nice. Hazard Matt's really got it set up really cool. His is all tuned out. I'm gonna start. I think this would be good to have as a snapshot. I'm gonna work on that maybe this weekend to figure out how to just maintain it here on my PA. But you go to new and then trade performance. Okay, Hazard Matt, we'll see you later, brother. All right, guys. That was an impressive candle. It's 2:52 Eastern time, New York. I don't know, man. I don't know what we're doing. I wouldn't take a long right here. Stochastics are way overbought. ES and NQ are both on top of the VWAP, so I guess if we get some confirmation, maybe that could be the move. There's a fair value gap on the ES that I kind of like for support, so we got some support. ES is got all the support underneath it right now, but the stochastics are completely overbought.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, we are coming up on the last hour of trading, almost there. You've got stocks. We've seen some gains across the board, still up about 41 on the S&P 500, 161 points higher on the Dow Jones Industrial Average, and we are definitely seeing outperformance with the big tech names. That index, NASDAQ 100, Tim, up 1.2%, a gain of about 284 points.
I'm Tim Stenevec along with Carol Masser. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move today. With us now is Bloomberg News senior reporter and deputy team leader for U.S. equities, Jess Menton. Jess, I hope you're looking at Intel.
Of course, the best performer
I'm just making sure.
in the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ 100. INTC is the ticker symbol. So up 23% at this point, so on pace for its best one-day percentage gain since October of 1987, so almost 4 decades ago here. And of course, if
for people who remember, Intel actually got kicked out of the Dow last November. And usually when that happens, it can be a little bit of a contrarian indicator for some traders if you think of when Exxon or GE got kicked out of the Dow. But what's interesting about this is NVIDIA actually replaced it in the Dow. But what happened here and why it's up so high today is actually NVIDIA has a $5 billion investment with Intel. And so when you think about the AI story and the theme here, NVIDIA and Intel said they would collaborate in developing chips for personal computers as well as data centers. So Intel, for context, specializes in chips known as those central processing units that serve as the brain of the computer. So
I'm gonna wait for this to rotate. I think there's still time for one more rotation from the stochastics, and then maybe we can look for the trade. I'm gonna wait and see if this will rotate one more time. I kind of like
that the Trump administration
this zone here again.
9 months ago.
I don't think I like this zone.
Intel, according to two people familiar with the knowledge. So interesting context here when you look at a stock like this, but I have to point out
Worst case, this is secondary zone.
About 4% right now.
But
yeah, interesting. And I was just looking
I'm really looking at the two, like a quick rotation on the 200 EMA, and then maybe we take off.
It did
Maybe.
go up as much to the level of like about 68 and change back in April of 2021. So it's still like half of that.
It's true, and you have the Dow trading around records right now, but then also Intel since November 8th of last year, whenever it got kicked out officially and NVIDIA got added, it actually is outperforming NVIDIA as well as the Dow in that time span, up over 20%.
Right?
So some context there.
All right, Darden Restaurants, ticker DRI.
Now, looking at this stock down almost 7%, so on pace for its worst day since May of 2022. So this is a company that owns the parent company, so basically Olive Garden when it comes to those breadsticks, as well as Longhorn here. And formerly used to own Red Lobster, which I used to work at, but unfortunately Red Lobster has their own stuff. That was back in college, so many years ago.
I thought you were going to say something about Longhorn because you're a Texan.
No, surprise, actually. But they don't own that one anymore.
Okay.
Red Lobster has its own sort of bankruptcy issues that it was going through in recent years.
And
nonetheless,
maybe a turnaround. Maybe
right,
a turnaround.
That's true, but they're seeing some bright spots there with some of those endless shrimp specials that they tend to have in the fall, just for context in case people wanted to know. But besides all of that, so Darden actually, so I mentioned it's stock down around 7% on pace for its worst day since May of 2022, but its first quarter comparable sales, unfortunately, at its core restaurant brand, so the two I mentioned, Olive Garden as well as Longhorn, those disappointed, so those profit expectations, trailing Wall Street expectations for the quarter. So really, unfortunately, food inflation still feeling a lot of that at those companies. If you look at the A&R function in the terminal,
Who's gonna get their PP caught?
For Darden.
All right, good to know. Good to know. All right, Cracker Barrel.
Yes, so this, of course, I think you were out a couple weeks ago, Carol, when Tim and I were actually chatting about
In the
this.
bull trap.
Back in late
Bull or bear trap. I don't know. It could be a bull or a bear trap. I have no idea right now.
Well, in late August, they actually wiped out nearly $100 million in value after that rebrand that was very controversial was announced.
We're caught between two fair value gaps on the ES. I find that interesting. NQ is pretty wide open.
The stock actually had been down around 6% this year through Wednesday's close, obviously after that gyrations there, but unfortunately it has a weak forecast that's been pressuring that stock. So Cracker Barrel, unfortunately cracking under the pressure when it came to that controversy.
What did they do? Did they get rid of the guy?
It was the uncle. Yes.
Isn't he called the old timer?
Uncle Herschel.
Oh yeah.
Yes. They wanted to remove him.
I thought he was called the old timer.
So they got rid of him.
And he had the overalls, and then they were just going to have it without it, and it really caused an uproar, unfortunately.
Seriously, with all that's going on in the world?
Right. And so critics were accusing the company of sort of erasing traditional elements that were tied to the brand. But unfortunately, when you look...
Companies change brands all the time.
Right, I know. And so they really kind of backed down for the pressure there after what it did to its stock. But so its revenue for fiscal 2026, which will run through next July, it's projected to be in the range of $3.35 billion to $3.45 billion. And unfortunately, analysts were expecting sales of $3.52 billion in that period. So unfortunately, that stock feeling some pressure once again today.
I think I said it last night. About 25% of the float is short. So and you can see the negative sentiment on this one in a big way. Jess, thank you as always. Jess Metten. Check out our Stock Movers podcast, 5-minute episodes of the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. You can find it wherever you download your podcasts, Apple, Spotify, anywhere else.
Hey, coming up next on Bloomberg Business Week Daily, where we continue on YouTube, Bloomberg Originals, and of course on Bloomberg Radio, we're doing a deep dive on the First Amendment in the wake of the indefinite suspension of Jimmy Kimmel's show. Katie Fallow is going to be joining us. She's Deputy Litigation Director for the Knight First Amendment Institute at Columbia University. We're going to talk all about that and, of course, President Trump's comments that he made just in the last hour on Air Force One.
It's a developing and ongoing story. Meta's new smart glasses. We're going to talk about that with Mark Gurman, and also talk about foreign direct investment into Ireland, what they are seeing, what it says about the global economy. If you're watching on TV, the close is coming your way in just a moment.
3 o'clock, guys.
Continuing right here.
3 o'clock.
on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
CBS News on the
Hogwarts is short. Hogwarts front running the short. Are you short on the ES or NQ, dude? You're ES, right?
Senator Chuck Schumer. One of the great hallmarks of our country is free speech, whether you agree or disagree. And this
Hogwarts in the short.
Snuff it out.
Yes.
They don't want people to even speak when they don't like what they say.
And Democrat Ro Khanna has introduced a motion to subpoena FCC
Go
Chair
down.
Brendan Carr
Go down.
before the House Oversight Committee.
Go down for Hogwarts.
Has initiated the largest assault on the First
Go
Amendment
titty. What's up, brother?
making comedy illegal.
Yeah, no worries, man.
Brendan Carr pressured ABC to cancel Jimmy
I'm trying to get fired up at 8 o'clock. I'm trying to get back to my normal time too.
Wrapping up the state visit with a press conference that included Prime Minister Keir Starmer, Trump said he wants to reclaim.
I'm just waiting for my one last move, and I don't know if it's going to come, to be quite honest with you. Lord, Hogwarts says he's short on the ES, so I'm kind of just showing that, but I'm kind of waiting for a pullback to go long, to be honest with you. That's kind of my move. That's my groove.
Also discussed Russia's war on Ukraine as the US and
That's my jam, man. I only got to do yesterday's. I got all my trade journals caught up until yesterday. I got to do yesterday's. That's the only one I need to do. And with any luck, I'm going to sit down and start making some videos explaining everything this weekend. Start filling out the Discord. So if somebody asked, what is a prop firm? I'm going to have the 3 steps to a prop firm. What is the channel mission? What is the forecast mission? I'm going to explain exactly what we're here to do. And then I'll get into how to read the forecast.
World Health Organization said today it backs Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy's push for more focus on chronic disease prevention.
All right, so you're getting your short, Hogwarts. On the NQ, we're getting the pullback I was looking for. I kind of like the 200 to go long, but we'll see what happens.
The WHO estimates that heart disease and cancer kill 43 million people worldwide every year.
Shares in chipmaker Intel skyrocketed today after AI giant NVIDIA said it would invest $5 billion in the struggling rival. On Wall Street, stocks are higher. This is CBS News.
This is some goofy price action, man. I don't know what it wants to do. All right, so MOC is my weakness. I am not going to trade after 320.
Meta's CEO is showing off some fancy eyeglasses, as Deborah Rodriguez reports.
Mark Zuckerberg wore his new black-rimmed smart specs.
It was my weakness yesterday.
When he delivered the keynote address at Meta's annual Hardware and Developer Conference.
The glasses are going to be able to see what you see, hear what you hear, and they're going to be able to go off and think about it and then come back and help you.
They're controlled by small hand movements via a wrist strap called the neural band. Zuckerberg says the glasses, made by Oakley, will be available in a couple of weeks for $800. Google announced an AI-powered eyeglass line with Warby Parker and luxury fashion house Kering in May. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Toyota and Hyundai are recalling a combined 1.1 million vehicles due to problems with the instrument panel displays and seat belts. In the Toyota vehicles, the instrument panel can fail to show vehicle speed or brake system warnings. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
You got to be looking okay in your short, huh?
Finance,
Hogwarts.
and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
The Meta Ray-Ban lens. Have you played with it?
No, just came out.
I know.
Mark Gurman has, though.
He has.
I think the only people who can play with it have names like Mark Zuckerberg or were
or Mark Gurman.
or Mark Gurman, or we're at the event yesterday.
Totally. All right, we're going to talk about that.
Can I just say things didn't go according to plan at the event?
Yeah.
I've seen some videos online making the rounds.
Not so good.
The demos didn't go as planned. One of the demos. We'll talk to Mark about
Sometimes
it.
that happens.
Oh,
You know,
yeah?
technology, you know, that's why
you have the backup one.
That's why we have to do
Always.
upgrades, right? Downloads and all that good stuff. I'm just going to say.
It was
Anyway.
the Wi-Fi, according to Mark Zuckerberg. That was the issue.
It's always the Wi-Fi. Hey, everybody. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Carol Massar, Tim Stenovec. All right, so we're going to talk about Meta's new smart glasses. Mark Gurman was at the event. He tried them on. There's a great, cool video he's got on the Bloomberg terminal and at Bloomberg.com. So we're going to get into it with him. We're also going to get into a deep dive, Tim, when it comes to the First Amendment.
Yeah, we're going to be joined by Katie Fallow, Deputy Litigation Director for the Knight First Amendment Institute at Columbia University. We booked her because of the indefinite suspension of Jimmy Kimmel's show, but we heard from Donald Trump, the president, just in the last hour or so, who suggested that U.S. broadcast networks should face scrutiny over their licenses if their content is overwhelmingly
It wants to trick you to go along. I'm feeling like it's tricky.
Late night host Jimmy Kimmel. So lots of
tricky
stuff to talk to her about.
And this is after the president said that the Kimmel,
Tricky.
he called it firing. He hasn't been fired, was not about free speech. But anyway, it's a topic we've been talking about a lot in the newsroom, as you would guess. And so we're going to dig into that. Also, we're going to talk about foreign direct investment in the age of America First and tariffs. We've got the view from Ireland. We'll get to that in just a moment.
First up, a check of the day's trade and top business stories. Here he is, Charlie Mellett.
Thank you very much. 53 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. With the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, they're all moving higher right now, on track for a record close today on the S&P. Right now up 41, 66.41. Day after the Fed decision, we've got the S&P up by 0.6%. The Dow up 0.4%. NASDAQ up 1.1%. NASDAQ 100 index also higher by 1.1%. The outperformer by far, though, Russell 2000 index of small cap shares ripping higher right now by 2.4%. 10-year 4.10%, with a 2-year that's currently yielding 4.56%. Gold down $18 the ounce, down 0.5%. And West Texas Intermediate crude also down 0.5%, 63.70 for a barrel of WTI. Just getting word that NVIDIA plans to invest £2 billion, $2.7 billion in the UK's artificial intelligence startup.
Hey, was it Spiznik or Rocks? For some reason I get Spiznik. Is Spiznik in here? I think it was Spiznik that bought 2,000 shares of CYCU. I'm about to buy some. I bet he got a better price.
Coming up after the close of trading, we will be hearing from FedEx. FedEx shares ahead of the report. Up
Hey, Big Hero. You out there, brother?
Up by 0.7.
Big Herofa.
For on-demand news, 24 hours a day.
You always be Big Herofa to me, because I don't know how to read screen names. Big Hero FA, how you doing, brother? I haven't seen you in a little bit. If you're out there, if you can hear me.
Platform's looking to turn its smart glasses lineup into a must-have product. On Wednesday, unveiled its first version with a built-in screen.
You want a short? You still want a short, Hogwarts? I still want to go long. I want to go long right here, but I'm afraid we're going to liquidate down into my zone
He was
first.
at Meta's headquarters in Silicon Valley yesterday. He tried these things out. He's Bloomberg.
Yeah, I know. For some reason I get you guys mixed up sometimes. No, it was
He's already back in LA.
it was Spiznik.
I mentioned the screen. I love this
Spiznik.
video that
He likes those goofy penny stocks the way I do.
the Oakley version, another Meta smart glasses version.
The Bill Jordan Jordan Belfort specials.
Hypernovas, or they're called the Meta Ray-Ban display glasses, for quite a bit of time earlier this week. And
I just feel like there's going to be a candle that smashes this 200, then we're off to the races. That's kind of what I feel like.
Is not so great, but most of the time it's actually pretty crisp and clear.
The mean revert.
500 nits. Excuse me.
I think you should slow down a little bit. If you got out of that short good, then I think you should. But who am I to talk? I'm about to like pull some ass hattery in MOC if I don't purposely control myself.
20-degree field of view. You can get your text messages. You can do.
Nobody wants to see me do that, so I can't do it anymore. I really soul searched myself last night, and I said, Soul,
But the real game changer here,
we have to stop doing that because we need to be a good example.
Swipe along the temples and you do whatever.
And then I called John Boy,
You wear a wristband.
and John Boy said, I agree, and then he said goodnight.
And you can manipulate with gestures.
And I said goodnight, John Boy.
Show you. You basically grip your hand.
So that's kind of where I'm at with that.
Slide your thumb.
Wait. Hold on
across.
a sec. Let's take Mark if we can, because he's showing us actually with the hand how you do it.
There's Mark.
There you go. Take it away, kiddo.
So yeah, it's like a D-pad.
Is John Boy still around?
Where you swipe through to control it.
I think he is.
You can swipe up, down.
He had a cameo on.
If you want to adjust the volume, you go like this, like you're just turning a knob. If you want to select
Billions.
something,
He had a
you
cameo
use
on
the
Billions,
index
I think.
finger to the thumb like a Vision Pro. If you want to go back, you double tap your middle finger to the index finger. So it is quite intuitive. You get used to it after using it a couple times, and it's all working through this neural wristband developed within their EMG labs within Meta, as they call it. So it is really cool. And so it's $800 all in the box.
There's a
Comes in
stonk.
2 colors, 2 sizes. I think these are going to do very well.
I need to buy it at its current price, or I'm going to get left behind,
Meta has
I think.
cracked the code on the future of wearables. They've had great success with their non-display glasses, and these are really something, I'll tell you.
All right, so I have to pick up my jaw off the floor because I've just been sitting here like listening to you, and I did watch your video earlier. I mean, kind of like, well done, Meta. What kind of door does this open? Kind of, you seem blown away by it. What does it mean for Meta going forward? What other things might come out of it?
Well, I think that the next step is going to be augmented reality glasses, which means both lenses have displays, it's holographic, it overlays over the environment. So there's really 3 tiers of glasses. There's these non-display glasses, there's these display glasses, and then there's AR glasses. And in each of those categories, you're going to see several variations. Like you mentioned, they now have Ray-Ban versions of the non-display. They have Oakley versions. They're working on Prada versions. Then in the mid-tier now, you have your Ray-Ban display version. And over time, that'll expand into different brands. And this is
Yeah, hey, Ronnie, 5% scalp gains, up 300 so far. 300's good. 300's good, man.
You'll have different variants there.
It is wishy-washy.
Variants of AR glasses. What Meta has
I don't know which way the big move's going to go, man. I don't.
for itself in this emerging
It's just, it's faking everybody out one way and then to the next.
an amazing job. They have the ecosystem advantage where they can plug in people's iCloud accounts. People already have iPhones. And so, you know, Apple's going to have great success in this category one day. But they're really going to be coming in here last. You'll have Meta, then you're going to have Samsung and Google next year. And then you'll probably have Apple with non-display glasses the year after, and then with display glasses a year or 2 after that. And so Apple's been working on this for a long time. It's Tim Cook's pet project. There's no project that he's more serious about at Apple. This is what he wants to be his legacy at the company, these glasses. And so let's see if they're able to pull it off. If they do, they'll have great success. But the idea that Meta has the first mover advantage here and is doing an unbelievable job at this, that should not be discounted at all.
To that point, Mark, over the years, reporting has shown that Mark Zuckerberg has really not felt great about not having a platform. The idea that it relies on Android for an operating system and it relies on iOS for an operating system. Is this Meta Platform's platform moment?
That's funny. Yes, this is their platform.
Shit. I was supposed to call
They've
this
tried
guy
to do
at
it
3.
with virtual reality and mixed reality headsets. This is it. It's the glasses. So we'll see.
Hey, I gotta go, guys. I'll be right back.
They basically have a 2-year window.
Yeah, I know. It's they like.
Out of the park and get as
I don't think I'm gonna do anything. It would have to be like a really, really strong place. But I think I'm just gonna take my honorable loss and be good with it. But I gotta make a call, guys. I'll be right back.
It seems like a key way
this is rapid progress.
Mark, it seems like a key way to do that, in the way that the iPhone was so successful, was the App Store and getting third-party apps on the device.
I disagree. While apps would be nice, the real game changer here is the AI functionality. And they are definitely a step ahead of Apple in terms of their AI. You don't need apps in an AI world where anything you're asking could just get done. So, the app ecosystem is going to disappear in favor of the AI ecosystem.
Okay, so we got to talk about the demo, because it didn't go so well, at least according to the clips that I saw.
Yeah, I mean, great. It didn't look great. It worked great for me when I tested it out, and I assume it's going to work great for people when they test it out in the store. So I don't really care about the demo. In fact, more people are probably talking about these glasses today because the demo failed. So there's your silent help there. One big mistake I think they're making is that they're requiring retail store purchase, at least from the get-go for this. So you'll be able to buy them at Verizon stores, Best Buy stores, Ray-Ban stores, and LensCrafter stores. You're not going to be able to buy them online. I think it's a huge mistake. I don't really believe them for why they're doing it. They kept telling me earlier this week they're doing it because they want to control the experience. They want to make sure people are only buying them if they want them, not because they're a tech enthusiast. I don't buy it at all. I think it's a volume issue. If I'll be honest with you, maybe they're just not able to make enough from the get-go, and they think they'll sell too many if they sell them online. But they need to get the volumes up on these, I think, and they need to start blasting these on the web.
Mark, are they going to meta people like in these stores, like explaining it to people, or you think they don't have to because people who go in to buy it already know what they want?
I don't anticipate them having meta reps, on a full-time basis in the retail stores. I think they're just going to train whoever works at the Verizon, Best Buy, LensCrafters, Ray-Ban stores to sell these things. I think people start using them, they're going to be blown away about this technology.
I'm back.
And
who wants to take the long now?
Watch would replace the smartphone.
I kind of do.
It always felt like a companion product. I think glasses with displays are a companion product at the very least.
I don't know, man. I like the long right now. Oh, I did. It left my zone.
Moved past the companion product stage. Glasses are going to start as a companion product. I think eventually it's going to be able to take on more and more functionality from the phone and create different use cases. I really am a big believer that in 5-10 years, the mass consumer gadget situation is going to be a foldable in your pocket that offloads a lot of what you've done from the laptop. So for serious video or work consumption, video calls and what have you. But you're going to be doing a lot with that phone in your pocket and doing a lot from the face with those glasses. And the smartwatch is going to be sort of your health tracker type of device. So a lot of people will be wearing watches and glasses with the phone in their pocket. And I strongly believe that is the future. Apple's got the phone. They'll have the foldable next year, which I think is going to be amazing.
Okay.
They've got the watch, which will get better. And then eventually they need to get to the glasses, or Meta is going to be the big winner here over the next decade.
All right, so good to check in with you. Mark Gurman, he is Bloomberg News Managing Editor for Global Consumer Technology. Coming up, we're going to switch gears, talk about foreign direct investment in Ireland. This is Bloomberg.
What are you guys thinking? You called it for the day, Lord Titty? I kind of want to take the long right here.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ holding on to.
I'm going to take a shot right here for the long.
Close on the S&P right now. We're up 36, 66.36 where we stand.
I'm going to stay tight.
0.6%. Equities climbing to records as risk on
Order filled.
permeates Wall Street after the Fed yesterday delivered its first rate cut this year and signaled more are ahead. So here's where we stand. S&P right now up by 0.5%, higher by 36. The Dow up 115, up 0.2%. Nasdaq Composite Index up 237.
Does that bring the price down?
0.1%. Our Mag 7 Index up 0.5%. The outperformer though, Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares surging now by.
No, I'm just gonna.
10-year.
I'm gonna hang out in the zone, and
with a 2-year 3.56%.
If we bounce, I'm good. If I get taken out, I'm good. Either way, I'm good.
0.4%. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.6%, 63.68 a barrel on WTI. Coming up after the close of trading, we will be hearing from FedEx. FedEx shares ahead of earnings, little changed, up under 0.1%. Rival UPS up by 0.8%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Nice reminder of where we are on a bullish day, Carol. The NASDAQ Composite up more than 1%, as we just heard from Charlie. We could see a historic day, depending on how markets close.
Yeah, it's definitely something that we're watching. We could have a day where potentially the three major equity averages all close with a record. We're talking about the S&P, the Dow, and the NASDAQ 100. Oh, the Russell 2000, forgive me. So we're talking about four indices all closing at a record simultaneously. This would be the first time that this would have happened since 2021. So we're going to be watching very closely as we continue to see gains when it comes to the equity side of things.
Well, about a month ago, the U.S. and European Union took the next steps to formalize their trade pact, detailing plans that could reduce tariffs on European automobiles within weeks while opening the door to new potential discounts for steel and aluminum. As the world waits for a formalized trade agreement, Michael Lowen is doing what he can do to attract businesses to Ireland. He's CEO of IDA Ireland. It's the foreign direct investment agency of the Irish government. It helps companies expand and set up operations in the country. Michael is back with us this time, not in New York, but from our San Francisco bureau. Michael, how are you?
Good afternoon, Tim. Yeah,
I'm
here with your colleagues in San Francisco. Delighted to be back with you and Carol this afternoon.
It's a great office. It's great snacks. Try them out while you're there. It's one of my favorite places to be, is in the pantry there. Last time you were with us.
It's a gorgeous bureau. It's right on the waterfront. It's stunning.
It's stunning, yeah.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Yes.
Last time you were with us in June, you were here in New York. You're in Silicon Valley now. It's long had a big presence in Ireland. Who are you meeting with, apart from Bloomberg, on this trip?
Yeah, well, of course, Bloomberg is always part of my trips, as you know. But yeah, so this week I've been on the West Coast in Silicon Valley, with our minister.
Yeah, I'm liking the long.
We've been meeting actually with a large number of the technology.
I'm looking to move up to break even as soon as I can, and just see what happens.
Really about strengthening and deepening our relationship. In fact, we have been in Silicon Valley and for over 40 years with a presence as IDA. So we've a long established relationship here on the West Coast. And actually this week, I took the opportunity to mark our new office in Palo Alto. So again, committing and continuing to commit to our relationship with the US and indeed with the US West Coast.
I am curious if you're a little concerned. Tim mentioned about the US and European Union taking the steps about a month ago to formalize their trade pact. But I'm also thinking of the vision and the announcement and pact that we saw between the UK Prime Minister and President Trump earlier today, these technology investments. And there were a lot of very, very prominent U.S. CEOs, including Tim Cook of Apple, and I believe was Jensen Huang also there of NVIDIA. There were just some really prominent ones.
All right, let's get the view app bounce.
About money going elsewhere and not into Ireland when it comes to direct investment? Because you guys have been home certainly to operations from some of the big tech companies, including Apple and others.
Yes, Carol, and you're correct. Ireland is home to many of the large tech companies. It's European and non-US operations and HQs reside in Ireland, and that goes back over many decades. And in essence, when you talk about the companies you mentioned there, whether it's Google, whether it's Apple, all have significant presence in Ireland and continue to have so. In fact, when I was last spoke with you in June, I was at that juncture. I give a teaser of our half-year results, which we shared 2 weeks later in the Irish economy. And just to recap on that, like we had 179 investments.
What kind of craziness we got going on
that
here?
was a 37% increase in investment on the previous year. So the Irish proposition continues to remain very strong. We're seeing new name companies come to Ireland. Within those figures, we had over 50 first-time investments into
All
Ireland.
right, we clear everyone out.
And the
Now
US
we can
continue
go
to
back.
dominate in terms of those supports and investments in Ireland. So it continues to be a strength, and we see Ireland as a real proposition and stable location for continued growth as companies look to international.
Yep.
So of those new investments, were most of them in the technology sector? And I'm just curious, were they new ones? Were they ones where there are already existing operations and people kind of just building on them?
Yeah, so it's a mix actually. Of the 179, 52 of those investments were first-time investments into Ireland, and they came across technology, fintech, and indeed actually in life sciences. So across the spectrum we saw it. But you're correct. We have a large install base in Ireland from an FDI perspective, and the other area where we're seeing significant growth is in the areas of research and innovation. And in those numbers as well, we had over 45 projects were in the R&D space. In fact, last year was a record year for R&D investment in Ireland. 1.9 billion invested and supported through IDAs, client companies in the portfolio, and we're continuing to see that momentum into 2025.
Are you thinking about the geographic mix of investment differently in an America first world? The president talks a lot about investments in the United States, particularly from companies outside of the U.S., but also companies in the U.S. And nobody's getting any points now for spending money outside of the U.S., I think it's fair to say. So does your view of where you need to spend your time change? Does it move outside of the U.S. more?
Well, it's a very fair point, but I think when we need to look at IDA over a 75-year history, we have actually been, I suppose, developing international markets. We have offices in 20 locations across the globe. Actually, 9 of those offices are here in North America, and the rest are spread across the globe. So we actually have been doing market diversification for probably 30 years from an FDI perspective. And yes, we continue to do that.
7 seconds to the next candle. This next candle is going to tell all.
Economy is the main driving engine of innovation engine for the world. It's going to continue to be so. And as those companies look to international markets, because in essence, they need to have international markets, and that means international presence. And that's where a location like Ireland is uniquely placed. Strong track record, stability from a policy perspective, and a delivery that's guaranteed from Ireland in terms of the skill base and a track record. And that's exactly what we're seeing.
Coming up on 3:30
in our discussions with client companies.
So, Michael, when you think about kind of everything that's come from the White House specifically when it comes to trade and geopolitics, we've talked a lot. I think we've talked with you too about just trying to figure out what is the new world order. I mean, are you saying it's kind of been business as usual, or you continue to see the investment from U.S. big companies continuing into your country, and so things maybe haven't changed that much? Because it feels like, you can go on a roller coaster, right? And you start off and you go through some big curves, and then you come back to the beginning. And there you are. So I'm just, curious how, from your vantage point, what has changed when it comes to the U.S. relationship, certainly.
Yeah, you'll see buying come into NVIDIA.
Or investment
it's not,
level. What's changed?
People are going to see it on sale.
Well, look, there certainly has been change. There is no doubt. I think when you have the significant move in terms of tariffs and global tariffs, and at the start, you mentioned the agreement between Europe and the US.
All right, let's see what this next candle looks like. 1 minute till the next one.
Change as you look to international trade.
I don't want to add right now. They're baiting you in to add.
Particularly, I think what has changed is that we've come through a period of significant levels of uncertainty. I think the trade agreement is now providing some clarity and levels of certainty, but also it continues to be challenging. I think we have to recognise that it continues to be challenging for different sectors. But from an FDI perspective, and indeed just earlier today, the central bank in Ireland has looked again at the sort of forecast projection
25 seconds.
and increased our forecast by almost a percent. So to reflect the fact that there is more stability coming into the global trade environment, given the agreement between Europe and the US. But there is challenges, and I think there are competitiveness-based challenges. And in Ireland, we're very clear that we have to focus on our own competitiveness. And that's why just last week, our government launched a new action plan on competitiveness and productivity. So we're going to focus on making sure that the proposition in Ireland remains valid, that we maintain and strengthen the investments that we have, and we continue to provide the location of choice for companies, whether you're coming from the US or indeed from other parts of the world, that Ireland is your chosen destination to deliver your service and product into the European market and beyond.
We're speaking with Michael Lowen. He
Stochastics are ready to roll back up. I'm hoping.
Irish government. Outside of the United States, what countries are you focused on attracting money from into Ireland?
Stammy likes the long, so, Stammy's in.
An excellent question. If we look at our
for the long ride
investments, actually inter-European investments, FDI remains to be strong. This year, actually, I think we're probably on track to have one of our strongest years of flows into Europe, and Ireland being a beneficiary of that.
Come on, man.
And indeed, Asia Pac continues to grow and strengthen as well. So in a given year, we probably look at 10% of our investments coming from the Asia Pac region. I think this year we're certainly going to achieve that figure as well.
Yeah, and I think about just specific goods, in terms of the impact on, the economic story of Ireland. I mean, are there things that you guys are a little bit concerned about because of the tariffs that have come from the United States?
Yeah, well, you're correct, Carol. There's a number of different dynamics within the Irish economy, and from an FDI perspective, obviously we're a very large exporter of pharmaceutical and medical device product. And
people had issues this morning.
The Section 232 remains outstanding in that context.
Or was that you, Big Banana?
Albeit that our understanding from the agreement between Europe and the US is that it'll sit within the 15% all-inclusive rate. But again, it's something we're very conscious of.
I don't know what the fuck to do. I guess I gotta let this go.
Of our FDI and of our economy.
I fucked the cooch.
And then if you want to call it our indigenous economy, we're very clear as well that and the government are very focused and has spoken openly on this in terms of our food and spirits.
I'm hoping this is the liquidation and we finally fucking go higher.
Economy, and indeed the U.S. market being a very signorigant
I can get in
for those sectors as well.
I can average in.
So there is, I think there are challenges within the tariff regime and when the change in the tariff regime, at a sector by sector level, and Ireland is no different than any other location in the globe. I think in that context. And and I've said this before. I think on your program, Ireland's position remains the same in terms of tariff. We see them as unnecessary, potentially inflationary, and indeed maybe potentially impacting in terms of innovation. And there are elements as an open economy that we want to protect and promote. And I think that's why when we think about even this week's visit of President Trump to the UK, that speaks to the need for international dialogue, for international trade and international markets, and we want to see that continue. And I think Ireland and Europe being at the centre of that.
Michael Lohan, CEO of IDA Ireland, joining us from our San Francisco bureau. Good to talk with you. Safe travels. Coming up next, folks, we're going to talk about the markets, the market close, the trade, post that Fed decision. Aaron Kennan is back with us. See what he has to say. What could be a really interesting day in terms of records for the major equity averages.
eat shit. Ah, fucker. Alright, I gotta get out of this. I suck. Just bust through the VWAP here and start our run. It's okay if we start our run now. We're good. I believe that you can.
S&P 500, NASDAQ 100, Russell 2000, and the Dow all set to close at record highs. Let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here she is, Jordan Fitzgerald.
Thanks, Charlie. Main U.S. averages are flirting with those records after yesterday's rate cut. The S&P cash is up 0.5%, with the NASDAQ up 1%. Taking a closer look at the Dow, NVIDIA, Caterpillar, and IBM leading gains, with Visa, Procter & Gamble, and UNH under pressure. FactSet and Darden are holding losses after reporting this morning, and Intel is off its highs but remains up more than 20% on NVIDIA's $5 billion stake in the company. In U.S. politics, Trump's planning a call with Xi tomorrow regarding trade and the TikTok deal.
Jesus, fuck me, dude.
Are in the red, and Lennar and FedEx reporting
This is
after
stupid.
the bell.
Oh my
name is
God.
Jordan Fitzgerald from the First Word Breaking News Desk. Back to you, Charlie.
Thank you very much, Jordan Fitzgerald. And again, recapping here, stocks higher for on-demand news 24 hours a day. Subscribe to Bloomberg.
All right, I gotta
wherever you
quit
get
putting
your
myself in
podcasts.
these
I'm
spots.
Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I had no real reason I thought that was gonna go up other than I was...
This is not a toy.
No, I thought it was gonna go up. But I was already down. I was just trying to get back to even. So I needed another trade. This is not it.
It's the question that drives us.
There's nothing holding this up anymore.
Stop, Phil.
Yeah, I'm out.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, we're just about 18 minutes away from
I'm shutting her down.
on this Thursday, September 18th. Carol Master, Tim Stanovic, live in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio.
So I don't do
We're
something
looking at a day
stupid.
where we could potentially see records across four major averages. We're talking about S&P 500, Dow, NASDAQ 100, and Russell 2000. If this happens, it would be the first time since 2021, but we'll see whether or not we get there. In the meantime, curious to see what our next guest has to say.
We're going to start filling gaps overnight, aren't we? I think we're going to go down.
Co-founder and chief executive officer of Clear Harbor Asset Management, about $2 billion in assets under management. Joining us
I got to make a
again
call. I'll be right back.
from Stamford, Connecticut. A lot as always, Aaron, coming at us. We're more than 24 hours from that last Fed decision. I don't know. What do you think is the kind of constructive conversation right now to have about the equity markets in particular, valuations, and what seems to be kind of continued moves to the upside?
Yeah, we've had quite a run, Carol. And, as you mentioned, the S&P's up historic levels today. And yet we look across the pond and emerging markets are up 28% versus the S&P's 14, and Europe's up 18 versus the S&P 14. So it hasn't just been a U.S. story. I think that's an important narrative for at least our clients to understand. And certainly valuations are not cheap. We're trading at sort of top quartile levels in most equity indices other than the small cap area, which is relatively cheap here. And yet we also know that elevated valuations do not always or never really augur bear markets. Usually there's some economic shock that ensues. And so we're mindful of the valuations, but it's not sort of putting up the cautionary flag too significantly for us here. So we remain reasonably constructive here, particularly now that the Fed is starting to cut rates, and we think they'll continue to cut rates, even though they were quite cautious on the next set of rates.
So let's talk about that. Why are you convinced that they'll continue to cut rates?
Well, if you look at the Fed, they always want to be a little more optimistic, Tim, as it pertains to sort of the economic outlook. And this transcends this Fed chair. Yellen, Bernanke, Greenspan have all done it. They don't want to sound gloom and doomy, but I would argue that there's still some normalization to occur as it relates to just sort of the Fed funds rate and its relationship to inflation. I also think, too, that we have a Fed that's going to be leaning more towards supporting employment than pulling down the last 50 basis points or 75 basis points of inflation. I think there's a sense that there's more of a prerogative to do that, to ensure that we have a healthy employment market.
All right, guys. Is anybody going to play MOC game? It's 5 minutes till MOC.
5 to 6 rate cuts between now and year end.
Yeah. No, I'm not worried about.
Of course.
Yeah, no, I'm.
Chairman Powell yesterday say, well, we're on a
No MOC game for me.
Basis, so we don't have any insight. We're just going to look at the data.
Yeah,
We're gonna repeat tomorrow, make good trades, and we'll make back what we went down today. I don't really have a problem with the way I traded today.
There are a lot of different views being discussed there at the central bank. So what do you do with new money?
I think what I got to do though. Yeah, Lord Titty, you've been killing it the last couple of weeks. Oh, minus 450, that's okay.
What is their risk tolerance, whether it's an individual, family, or an institution?
Yeah, that's okay.
How much liquidity
You've been on fire lately.
And then we look at
I think what I got to do is if the trade doesn't go my way and I get back to even, I got to cut the trade and quit hoping it's going to go to my target. I think that I got to write that down because I think that's one move I keep doing. And I back tested it a little bit and it's not working out. So I need to, how would I say that? I'm going to put it in stone.
Within software, within AI. And we think, of course, the tariff picture.
I might even have this rule in my batch. It sounds familiar. But now it's like there's nothing else I got to worry about. It's like I'm down to like a couple of things I'm fucking up. And if I can just work through those, it's like there's nothing left.
China that is historically selling to the developed world, the United States and Europe. We've put up tariffs and they can't flood our markets any longer with a good portion of their goods. And so they're looking at places where they can do that. And I think they're going to be selling more and more of their goods to emerging markets. It could push up emerging market currencies and actually boost capital markets further in those regions. So we're thinking, about asset class level.
I got to work on cutting it.
As well as, even within the equity asset class, sector level, and then geographic level. So there's a lot to talk about there.
There is, but I'm curious about your view on the U.S. consumer.
Yeah,
We
cut
got
it
the
at a
news yesterday
recoverable
that
level.
the average FICO score slipped to 715 in April from 717 a year earlier. It's the second consecutive year-over-year drop.
So what I got to do is I got to give up on my targets.
Since 2009.
Give up on
We're
targets.
also seeing some inflation in some places as a result of tariffs or other things as well, like beef prices. Beef prices moving higher, which certainly affects consumers. How is the consumer doing in your view?
I got to work on my afternoon session.
Two stories, Tim.
My morning session goes smooth. I got to work on my afternoon session. Give up on targets.
Doesn't own financial assets. Unfortunately, haven't been able to sort of hedge this rising inflation.
We're not going my way.
Price that we've seen over the last 5 years or so, and you have retail sales recently that indicate.
Yeah, I know. I've been thinking about that. I gotta like sit down and kind of think through this, because the morning through like 2 o'clock, like everything is perfect, and then I get toward the end of the day and I get a little antsy, and I
the lower half, they have credit card debt, they have
you know,
auto loans. If they're lucky, they have a mortgage.
I could have cut the loser this morning. I could have cut it at like 3, 4, 500 instead of what it was.
I think it's one reason why the Fed's leaning towards the W.
And then this trade didn't even make sense to do. I was just trying to catch a run to get my money back. That's really it.
With me a little while ago, and forgive me.
Well, it's not even money. It's
individual, but it was
it's a prop firm, so it's not.
I think it was a European CEO or something who basically said, "I don't want to be a rich man in a poor country." And I just
See, that's why I put the 320 rule in there.
about this K-shaped
I think.
recovery and economy, so people who are in the market
All right.
and have a good job.
I just got to think about this a little bit.
So many who don't, and you kind of laid it out for us. I mean,
I've only got a couple more things to master and a couple more habits to make. I got a couple more habits to make,
ultimately is going to be playing out.
and I think I'm gonna be impenetrable.
And forgive me, it's a serious question, Aaron. I'm giving you about 40 seconds.
Yeah, well, we
Don't
have
really feel bad about anything.
widening, maldistribution of wealth. But if you look at where we were 50 years ago, where we were 100 years ago,
No last-minute
where we were
trades.
30 years ago, it's sometimes easy to think that we have it worse today among large cohorts than we did 50 years ago. But
It is
the
not
rising
rewarding.
wealth boat has lifted almost all tides. It's just that the maldistribution of
All right.
existing wealth has widened.
So really, I got to focus on my afternoon. My mornings are smooth, everything goes well, and then the afternoons I get a little antsy and I get.
Quartile of Americans relative to 50,
All right,
75.
I got to turn my leads on.
And I think it's good to keep that in mind.
Always good also to get some time with you. Aaron Kennan, co-founder, CEO of Clear Harbor Asset Management. Folks, we've got about 10 minutes to go to wrap up the trade on this Thursday. This is
All right, guys, MOC. Be right back. All right, I'm back, guys. Yeah. No, I got it zeroed down. And look, I just didn't hold it long enough. This is the shit that drives me crazy, though. This is what, like I draw targets all day long. They hit the targets. They go to, or my entries, and then when I'm finally in a position when I'm not like working a lead, I'm in, I want to get in, and it's, not everyone, but whatever. All right, I'm going to work on my afternoons. I'm going to focus on making the afternoon as good as the morning.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, just under 7.
But you know what I didn't do there is I didn't add to the loser. I did not add to the loser. I just moved my stop loss. Look, we're almost back to even.
Just a reminder, records with the S&P 500, Dow, NASDAQ 100, and the Russell 2000 simultaneously. So we'll be watching in these last few minutes.
We could. We might not.
We might not. Exactly. It has only happened on 25 other days this century. First time this has happened since 2021. If it happens today, and in general, it's seen as a bullish signal since each is confirming strength and kind of stresses different parts of the market, if you will. So we'll see.
We'll see.
Tick, 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 tick.
I'm watching some other stuff happening as the president makes his way back from the UK to Washington. A story that we're going to be talking about a lot in the 4 o'clock hour. We've got a great guest joining us, Katie Fallow, Deputy Litigation Director at the Knight First Amendment Institute at Columbia University. She focuses on threats to free speech and a free press in the digital age. She is going to be joining us to talk about what happened with Jimmy Kimmel, his show. The president actually weighing in, according to the press pool on Air Force One, and making more comments about this.
He did indeed. He basically
The lottos are crazy.
Broadcast networks should face scrutiny.
Can't hope for. You mean can't hope for that to save a trade? Yeah, I know. I know, man. I got to work on my afternoons. I got something to focus on now, so I'm really going to focus on this. If I can clean up my afternoons the way I trade the morning goes so smooth, nice and perfect. Got a routine down. I need to do the same for the afternoon.
Over the late night host's remarks about the death of conservative activist Charlie Kirk, and this latest comment.
Everything's fine. Everything's recoverable.
$15 billion lawsuit against.
Plus, with the Lilu, I got to trade 30 fucking trading days anyway, so I got plenty of time to, if I take a loss, to get it back and to get the target.
Where we draw these lines, where we shouldn't draw these lines, and so this is something we definitely want to dig into.
Yeah, the president and his Republican allies have long complained that America's mainstream media is biased against.
I wonder what specials are with Lulu. I wish they would run that $15 again.
To get rid of late-night comedy hosts who are frequently critical of his administration. Reminder on Wednesday, ABC, which is owned by Walt Disney, said it's taking
flash
Jimmy Kimmel
sale
Live off the air indefinitely following that backlash from conservatives.
September 20th.
Post comments.
Hey guys, check this out.
Earlier Thursday, Trump backed ABC's decision to remove Kimmel amid pressure from network officials.
Lilu bundle 300K, 10 accounts for just $15.
Story out on the Bloomberg reminds us that the moves are really coming.
And you can do the dollar conversion, but there's they're not giving you the 1 day to qualify. Oh, no minimum days to qualify. So that you can take the $2 for the reduced fee and $1 for you can qualify right away. You have until September 20th. That's tomorrow at 5 o'clock Eastern. So you can load up on payday. You guys see this?
Incidents spurring worries among Trump.
This is crazy. $15 for a 300K account.
As conservatives have assailed European leaders over efforts to rein in violent or hateful rhetoric, which they say unfairly targets right-leaning views.
The president's comments represent a startling break with the nation's long-standing traditions of freedom of speech and of the press enshrined in the U.S. Constitution. Congressional Republicans have either been silent on these matters or backed the president. On Thursday, several key GOP lawmakers said the decision to take Kimmel off the air was ABC's decision, not the FCC's decision. But I will say, Brendan Carr, FCC Commission Chairman, told podcast host Benny Johnson that he had a strong case to punish Kimmel, ABC, and Disney. The FCC grants licenses to broadcasters such as ABC and its affiliates, and then you have the whole M&A stuff happening.
I can't copy and paste into OBS for some reason.
Right. The affiliates, the stations that carry.
Guys, this is a stupid deal.
Network. And so there's a lot at this story, which is why we'll unpack a little bit more in the 4 o'clock hour. Right now, though, we are headed towards the wrap-up of trade on this Thursday session. We've got FedEx earnings coming your way. We'll be breaking them down. Do not go anywhere. The closing bell starts now.
Continue to count you down to the closing bells, parse all of today's market action, and push ahead to some consequential earnings starting now.
The closing
$15 to make you holler at 300K.
Coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic here with Katie Greifeld, taking you through to that closing bell. It's a global simulcast. It starts now. Carol Master, Tim Stenovic, they're in the radio booth. Welcome to our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms, including our partnership with YouTube here on a phenomenal day for markets, outperformance by the small caps, and more importantly, a little bit of synchronicity here when it comes to the major indices.
Right. We are kind of on alert to see whether or not we get records in the Russell 2000, the NASDAQ 100.
All right, 1 minute to the close.
And the S&P 500. If it happens, it would be the first time it has done so since 1921. I always
that would be 2021.
That would be historic.
Remember back then, guys? Since 2021. And it's only happened 25 other days this century. So it would be pretty significant. And to see all of that strength, bullish sign, do we read into that? I don't know.
It also comes against the backdrop.
Do something strange for a piece of change.
Worrying signs about the consumer, though. It's important to note some stuff about the labor
What are you talking about, Rox?
As a result of some of those signals. So something to keep in mind is
I'm done trading. I shut my Rhythmic off so I don't do something stupid. I shut it off.
to the economy for what the consumer is telling us.
I might actually talk to the programmer about creating some kind of lockout for the strategy where I can lock myself out. You know what I'm saying? All right, that's the close, guys. But hey, guys, seriously, any of you that are prop firm guys, a 300K account for $15 is good through 5 o'clock tomorrow with Lilu. And you can do the no minimum days. So you can qualify in 1 day for $1. And your PA fee will be reduced to $119 for $1. I'm gonna get some. I'm gonna do those.
Industrial average closing up more than 100 points or 0.3%. That's a record high. The S&P 500 closing up higher by about 32 points or 0.5%, and I believe that is a record high. The Nasdaq 100 at a record high. The Nasdaq Composite up more than 200 points to 0.9%. And how about this, guys? The Russell 2000, which is not closed at a record high, the longest stretch of not hitting a record high, going all the way back to 2021. That streak is now over, a gain of 60 points, 2.5%, closing at 24.67 and change.
Pretty remarkable. I'm just going to go back to the S&P 500.
Up
guys.
on Pat.
Like we have so much to talk about when it comes to the markets. Hey, most names in the S&P.
Yeah, I got to work on my afternoon trading. I got some notes. I'm going back through my afternoons. My mornings have been perfect. And then I'm making all my mistakes in the afternoon. So I think that's the place to focus, is creating new habits for the afternoon. I have my pattern for the mornings. Oh, what? You went up to 5 micros?
To consumer staples. That was your biggest loser on the day.
Why would you do that? Why would you look for
You know what? 5 micros, $100, making $100 on 5 micros is really good. That'd be $1,000 on minis.
Consumer staples. That was your biggest loser.
You know what I'm saying?
All right, let's get to some individual gainers. No surprise.
Oh,
shocking
dude.
Intel, atop that
SM, do you have $15? Just do a $15 30K, dude.
of about 23% at its high.
You got $15, don't you?
This, of course, after NVIDIA agreed to invest $5 billion in the company.
Through Lilu.
Going to co-develop chips.
Do you see it?
PCs and data centers. So just so much going on in this name. The whole SOX.
Go big or go home.
Philadelphia Semiconductor Index. We saw many names, and I'm just going to pull it up real quick. I think almost.
That's at a record high as well. Carol, I'm just going to jump in here.
I think we might do some eval trading tomorrow.
Right now, the company providing
Yeah, look at it. 300. Yeah, that's what I've been trying to tell everybody for the last 15 minutes, and nobody said anything in chat. Rox is like smoking weed already. I don't know what he's talking about.
It had pulled its full year forecast because of uncertainty here.
Rox already shotgunning
with regards to trade policies and geopolitical
IPAs.
issues, now saying that for the full year it sees adjusted
120. Read it.
of $17.
Just take the $1 no minimum to qualify.
Was looking on average for 18
And it's going to work off Ninja Trader, though.
here. I also just want to point out here, when it comes to the revenue side here, they do appear to be hedging their bets.
Yeah, but it's $15 fucking dollars, dude.
A lot of asterisks.
How do you not do that?
Right now, with regard to some of the issues going forward,
You get 10 tries. It's a 10 pack.
but overall, we should
You get 10 tries for $15.
flat to declining revenue in 8 of the past 10 quarters. That streak is now broken.
It's like, I don't even know why I'm having to sell it. I don't even make any money and I'm trying to sell it.
And you can see shares popping a little bit in the after-hours trade. Just the fact
You literally get 10 tries at a PA for $15 on a 300K account. How do you not try that?
adjusted EPS expectation, $17.
Doesn't even matter what you do.
But again, Tim, just the fact that they did come out with some numbers, sentiment had been so low on this name. Right now, being taken as good news. We'll
And then if you convert it, just do micros. I mean, you'll never hit this. You know, I think it's like a $7,000 fucking, you know, drawdown.
Strategic initiatives, they're flexing our network, reducing our cost to serve, further enhancing our value proposition and customer experience. Strategic initiatives paired with our operational data platform for moving 17 million packages through our network daily position us well to serve customers.
All right, and I am also
Yeah, I get it, man. That's how they get you, though. That's the Lilu. That's the Lilu thing. They make it easy up front, but then they make you like prove you can do it. You know what I'm saying?
Up about 1%. So a little bit of movement in that name, as well as, again, we see FedEx certainly rallying in a big way, up about 5% here. All right, let's go back to some of the individual gainers. I mentioned Intel, that's out there.
Does it just tie you to your account? What do you mean?
We saw the stocks also moving up, and most names in that index 26 higher. Stocks up about 3.6%. So the whole semiconductor space lifted.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's like, what difference does it make if you're going to trade anyway? I mean, it's the cheapest. It's so fucking cheap. How do you not do it? That's the part I don't get from people. They're like, well, it takes so long. Well, how long has it been? Yeah. That's what I'm saying. You got 10 chances to like just make it. And then once you make it, then so who cares how long it takes you to get the payout as long as you keep it. The goal is to just keep it. Trade minis. You know, it's 30 trading days to get your first payout, but for, you know, it's so fucking cheap. Who cares? If you can't go 30 trading days without losing the account any fucking way, then, you know, who's ever gonna give you money to trade? Nobody. You know, that's how I look at it.
With about an 18% gain.
But then again, I work and I have a good job, and it's not like, you know, I'm not trying to.
Don't worry, I'll get you back tomorrow. If you're here tomorrow, I know you worked a 4-day week.
You know.
Moving on.
Tomorrow's day 5.
Well, anyway, I'm not trying to pressure you into anything. It's a good deal, I think. I'll take it off the screen. I'm gonna do it. I'm probably gonna do like 5 of them.
$5 billion in Intel, and said the two companies would co-develop chips for PCs and data centers. Now,
we eval trade tomorrow, boys.
Its own processors, which work alongside the accelerated components, using tech from ARM Holdings. The Intel tie-up should have no impact on ARM, according to Jensen Huang. NVIDIA is proceeding as planned with ARM-based products. He said, still, investors.
All right, I got to make a call. I'll be back.
Sending shares lower. Live Nation also falling today, down 2.8%.
Rox is in on the action.
Sued Live Nation Entertainment and its Ticketmaster subsidiary for failing to stem the use of automated ticketing bots and large-scale resale operations. The FTC alleged that Ticketmaster's actions violated the FTC Act and the Better Online Ticket Sales Act, and the company took in $11 billion in fees on primary and resold tickets between 2019 and 2024. And finally, watching shares of Walt Disney down 1.1% today. It's the parent company of ABC. This after the network said that Jimmy Kimmel Live will be off the air indefinitely amid a backlash to remarks that Jimmy Kimmel made about the killing of Republican activist Charlie Kirk. The move was sparked by Nexstar Media Group, which owns dozens of ABC TV affiliates, saying that it would pull the show from its stations of remarks that were, quote, offensive and insensitive. Disney shares down by 1.1% today.
All right, let's take a quick look in yields. We did see a bit of a sell-off earlier in the session, though that sell-off did abate just a little bit. Nevertheless, yields are higher across the curve, about 2 basis points on the shorter end. When you go out to the 30-year, up about 4 basis points. So a bit of a bear steepening here on the day and a widening here on that 530 spread here. So a big question right now as to how the market, the difference of interpretation of what the Fed did yesterday between how the stock market is reacting and how the bond market is repositioning.
Yeah, really, a really important point. We'll see how this kind of, I feel like, plays out as we start to get more data points or the next round of data points. All right, guys, that's a wrap. Watching FedEx shares up more than 5% here in the aftermarket following its latest quarterly update. Our wrap, our cross-platform coverage, radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. Romaine and Katie finishing up there on the close, and Tim and I finishing up here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. We'll see you again, same time, same place tomorrow. I will be here, Romaine.
So you say.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. That's Carol Masser. I'm Tim Stenivek. FedEx shares, Carol, they are up in the after hours by 5% right now.
I mean, they are rallying in a big way. This after the company reinstated its full-year profit outlook. Reinstated. It's a sign the company is gaining some clarity on the future of its business, even while the pressure from tariffs is far from over. We know this is one of those companies amid the tariff tirade, if you will. Can
I think that's fair to say, yeah.
There was a lot coming at companies, and some of these companies were like, I can't even get kind of a good grasp on what's coming at us. And so not necessarily giving these outlooks, but FedEx reinstating it, and the stock is up 5.3%. Hey, let's head out to our Chicago bureau. Kathy Larkin is Global Business Deputy Managing Editor for Bloomberg News, and she joins us with some thoughts. Is it all about reinstating the outlook? We feel better that this company can have some transparency and able to commit to some numbers here?
Yeah, that's certainly a big part of the story today. Not having guidance last quarter hurt them and made their investors skeptical. And UPS, the big rival here, they also had withdrawn their guidance. So getting a little more clarity as to what's ahead, and investors are really appreciating the company seeing what's next and giving a little bit more transparency.
And we've seen UPS pop too, about 1.2%, bouncing around, but also, Tim, up in the aftermarket.
It makes me wonder if we can use this, Kathy, as a barometer for the consumer and how the consumer is doing. It reminds me what happened with some of the airlines that pulled guidance and then reinstated it as consumers got more comfortable in this economic environment. Can we read into that at all?
It certainly seems that way, and the consumer earnings that we saw over the last couple months were also largely trending this way. We were getting more guidance, more commentary. It seems like people, while there are risks, have managed to quantify them a little bit more, and I think certainty, or at least the lack of uncertainty, is what investors were looking for.
All right, I think we're going to leave it there. Hey, listen, Kathy, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Again, shares of FedEx are rallying big time in the aftermarket. Tim, they're up about 5.4%.
Now on to one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg terminal. Jimmy Kimmel is off air indefinitely amid a backlash to remarks the late night host made about the killing of Republican activist Charlie Kirk. President Trump weighing in on this, he had this to say about the late night host earlier from the UK.
Well, Jimmy Kimmel was fired because he had bad ratings more than anything else, and he said a horrible thing about a great gentleman known as Charlie Kirk. And Jimmy Kimmel is not a talented person. He had very bad ratings, and they should have fired him a long time ago. So, you can call that free speech or not. He was fired for lack of talent.
So that was the president earlier today. Later, Carol, on his way back, he's still on his way back from the UK, he made comments on Air Force One that got a lot of attention. He said that U.S. broadcast networks should face scrutiny over their licenses if they're too critical of him. The president also backed ABC's decision to remove Jimmy Kimmel amid pressure from network affiliates who had said they were pulling the show over Kimmel's comments about conservative activist Charlie Cook. The president's comments represent a break with the nation's longstanding traditions of freedom of speech and the press that are enshrined in the U.S. Constitution. FCC Chair Brendan Carr was on CNBC this morning. He weighed in on ABC's decision.
Jimmy Kimmel is no Johnny Carson, and the issue that arose here where lots and lots of people were upset was not a joke. It was not, making fun or pillaring me or the administration or the president. It was appearing to directly mislead the American public about a significant fact of probably one of the most significant political events we've had in a long time. It's really the most significant political assassination we've seen in a long time.
All right, that again, of course, was FCC Chair Brendan Carr earlier on CNBC. Hey, we wanted to turn more, kind of dig into this and kind of get a feel of what's really here at threat and what's at issue. Katie Fallow is Deputy Litigation Director for the Knight First Amendment.
All right, guys, I'm going to sign off for the day. We'll be back tomorrow at 8. I appreciate everybody hanging out all day.
Is free speech under threat? Is the First Amendment?
That's about it. I'll let it run till about 5 o'clock, and then we'll shut her down. And you guys have a good night. Thank you.
The president and his advisors have taken a number of steps to use sort of every lever of power at their disposal to control the speech of private individuals, private companies, and private institutions. And I think the Brendan Carr's statements on Wednesday is just the latest example of this administration using threats of regulatory oversight, denial of mergers, and things like that to essentially coerce private companies into censoring speech that the administration doesn't like.
So what is the recourse here? You have a long history of working in this field. You were one of the litigators, the lead litigator on that landmark case back in the first Trump administration where the president blocked people on his social media account, the real Donald Trump Twitter account. So you have a lot of experience with this. What is the recourse here?
Well, the recourse typically, and certainly over many decades of our history, is to sue in the courts under the First Amendment and to challenge government action that violates the First Amendment. And that is important both for the speakers that are affected by government censorship, but also important for everybody else to, for the courts to confirm that the First Amendment protects all kinds of speech, including speech that many people, or even most people, find very offensive. And it also protects speech on broadcast stations, on cable news, on social media, etc. And so what the main step to get relief here, other than public opinion and political change, obviously, is to get courts to rule that this is unconstitutional, and it plainly is. The problem is that, at least we've seen in the Trump administration, a number of private institutions and companies, even if they have a very strong First Amendment claim, essentially folding and caving before actually litigating or vindicating their rights.
So wait, so then when you look at this, and let's roll on top of this, I mean, Walt Disney taking Jimmy Kimmel live off the air indefinitely, it was said amid a backlash to remarks that he made about the killing of Republican activist Charlie Kirk. So amid a backlash. And then the move was really brought about by Nexstar Media Group, which owns dozens of ABC TV affiliates, saying it would pull the show from its stations over remarks that were, quote, offensive and insensitive. So when we think about free speech, does Jimmy Kimmel have the right to say what he was doing, that it was within the parameters of what free speech is? Does Nexstar Media, if there's a backlash of people who also have free speech right to say, we didn't like this, have the ability to say that? Does Nexstar Media have the right to say, we run a business and we want to change what we carry, or maybe not? Like, help me understand free speech in all its, wonderment, if you will, but in also maybe how it's a little tough to kind of figure out what it exactly is.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely complex. I mean, the First Amendment only applies to actions by the government, meaning the government cannot censor speech. Private companies, private institutions, private individuals can suppress speech or, decide that they don't want to speak in certain ways if they don't want to. That's absolutely fine. But I also think it's important to see the context here, which is that yes, these affiliates or these local broadcast stations said they weren't going to carry the Jimmy Kimmel show, but they also said that after the chairman of the Federal Communications Commission made a statement that called on Disney and ABC to take action against Kimmel, or else the FCC was going to look into whether these broadcast licensees were broadcasting in the public interest. So that's a direct threat of government censorship. So while, ABC could make its own decision, but I think there's a real concern here and direct evidence that the government is using the threat of regulatory investigations and possibly, by the way, these local broadcasters are seeking approval by the FCC of a potential merger. And so, I think you can connect the dots and see that the FCC chairman's statements played a significant role here. Even if we don't know for sure, it certainly raises the troubling specter that the government is using threats to coerce private speech, and that is unconstitutional.
So what about like a news organization or an entity like Disney, ABC, who also has a fiduciary responsibility? I know that this may not be your area, but a fiduciary responsibility to shareholders that if there are deals that don't happen and things don't happen, it changes their financial picture. And I guess I'm just trying to understand that, do they have a right to say, well, this isn't in the best interests of the company? And so even if it's kind of, dampens somebody's free speech or removes it, do they have a right? Yeah,
Well,
I know. That's a
they
lot.
may have a right, but no, they might have a right, but is that the long-term best way to go? Is that in the long-term best interest of the company? I mean, if you're going to have companies constantly bowing to pressures from the government, censorship pressures, including, you just saw the president, or you played the clip of the president saying on Air Force One, I think you should revoke the licenses anytime a broadcaster carries a show that criticizes me, is essentially what he's saying. Long term, I think that is not in the best interest of broadcasters that want to air programs that the entire country watches. And, presumably these broadcasters, and certainly Disney and ABC, have many viewers that are upset about Jimmy Kimmel being suspended based on, a pushback from the Trump administration.
So how do you view this as going through the courts? Like, does Jimmy Kimmel have a case here? Does somebody have a case here that they could bring to the court that could ultimately go to the Supreme Court and be a test for the First Amendment of the Constitution?
I think it could be. Just last year, in a case involving the National Rifle Association, so certainly not an entity on the left, brought a lawsuit against a New York regulator saying that the regulator had brought pressure onto insurance companies not to cover the NRA. And the NRA brought a lawsuit, and the Supreme Court said, if that regulator uses its authority to pressure other, banks or insurers not to do business with the NRA, that violates based on viewpoint, that violates the First Amendment. So under that case, I think Jimmy Kimmel could bring a lawsuit against the government saying Brendan Carr and the Trump administration sought to exert pressure and through threats of coercion. And then the result was that ABC canceled or suspended the show. There are some complexities in terms of the remedy that he could seek, but I think at the very least, you could ask for a declaration and an injunction saying the government can't do this. So it wouldn't be a lawsuit against ABC. It would be a lawsuit against the government.
That's what I'm thinking, right, Tim?
Yeah, that's
this
what
would be his own lawsuit, though, without the backing of his network.
I'm just wondering, or if somebody else brings it on.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah. Okay, we could get into yeah. I mean, that is sort of what I was thinking, and that I think he would have a good claim, but of course it's complex. There are questions about remedy, and I think overhanging this is of whether it will eventually reach the Supreme Court is all the sort of other financial considerations that are motivating the various actors that are involved in this issue.
I'm curious about the non-legal implications of this, and just in your view as somebody who focuses on the freedom of the press, what the implications are of an administration that seems to target negative news about him, news that's critical. For example, the president this week sued the New York Times for $15 billion, claiming it has an agenda against him. Last year, Disney paid $15 million to settle a defamation lawsuit that was brought on by President Donald Trump over comments made by host George Stephanopoulos. What is the effect of that? Not the legal ramifications, but the effect of that, just in your view, on a free press?
I think it's deeply scary. And adding to the examples you gave, also the FCC's actions against CBS and the ultimate settlement over 60 Minutes airing, a particular edited version of its interview with Kamala Harris. So I think the message that it sends to journalists and to media companies is if you criticize the president or his administration, you do so at great risk. And that should be frightening to all of us, and including should be frightening to people on the left, because if we accept that that's how these things should proceed, then if there's a Democratic president in power, that person could use, the same kinds of threats and coercion against, Fox News or right-wing media entities. And we would all be the poorer for it, and from a free speech perspective.
Last question. All right, so everybody in media is listening and paying attention, but what about American citizens more broadly? I mean, free speech is just something we take for granted, right? And gold standard, if you will, I think, around the world. What could be, should we be worried that it's not just about media, it's about everybody in terms of what they say?
Absolutely. I do think we are the gold standard, and for good reason, or we have been. But, I've been practicing First Amendment law for a long time, and I've never seen such a frontal assault on basic First Amendment principles, things that I thought were well established and things that we all benefit from. And so right now it's being, waged against members of the media, but we also see the Trump administration essentially taking all these steps to decide for the American people what their colleges can teach, what their media, what their favorite comedians can say. And, I think that can be used just increasingly to crack down on free speech. And we should all be very concerned about that.
Katie, yes or no? Does this potentially, the issue of free speech, First Amendment, go all the way up to the Supreme Court at some point? Yes or no?
I think it will at some point.
Okay. Katie, thank you so much. Super, super appreciative. Katie Fallow, Deputy Litigation Director at the Knight First Amendment Institute at Columbia University.
Hey, let's get on over to Charlie Bellady, standing by here in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio with an update on how things are looking after hours. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much. Here's what's going on. Records today on Wall Street. This Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Oracle. Attention, growing businesses. Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitments. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. FedEx shares higher now by 7.5% after earnings. The shipping company company reinstated its full-year profit outlook, a sign that the company is gaining some clarity on the future of its business, even while pressure from tariffs is far from over. Again, shares up by 7.5% right now. More on the quarter from Bloomberg's Catherine Larkin, interviewed moments ago right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
Not having guidance last quarter hurt them and made their investors skeptical. And UPS, the big rival here, they also had withdrawn their guidance. So getting a little more clarity as to what's ahead, and investors are really appreciating the company seeing what's next and giving a little bit more transparency.
Bloomberg's Catherine Larkin again after hours. FedEx right now up by 7.4%. Stocks at a record. S&P at 6631, up another 31 points today, up 0.5%. The Dow up 124, up 0.3. NASDAQ up by 0.9%. And the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares surged 2.5%. 10-year 4.10% with a 2-year 3.56%. Gold down $14 the ounce, 36.45, down 0.4%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 7 cents, 63.63 a barrel. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie Pellet. Well, often when there's a major news event, new meme tokens appear on sites like pump.fun, where crypto enthusiasts launch, trade, and discuss meme coins. The death of Charlie Kirk was no exception. Minutes after Kirk was shot, tokens associated with him started to appear. They were called Pray for Kirk Coin, Charlie Kirk's Dog, among dozens of others. As Bloomberg Business Week contributor Christopher Beam writes for the magazine, quote, while many of the coin's creators pitched the tokens as memorials to Kirk or sources of charity for his family, each was fundamentally an attempt to turn Kirk's death into profit. Chris writes about the meme coin bros who are trying to monetize Charlie Kirk's killing. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Chris, I didn't know this was a thing until you wrote about it, but it wasn't just this incident. This happens all the time when it comes to major news events. Who's buying these things?
Yeah, so within the last couple of years, meme coins have become...
I knew about meme coins. I didn't know about the ones that are like based on news events, by the way.
Oh, sure.
Just to clarify.
Yeah. So I'd say anytime there's a major news event, almost instantly, you're going to see at least a handful, but possibly dozens of meme coins trying to capitalize on the attention being directed toward that news event. And so, this could be, your cousin or your uncle just, sitting at the computer launching a meme coin on this website, pump.fun. Or a lot of the time it's bots. So some people will, write a program to scrape news websites, or even say to scrape Elon Musk's Twitter feed just to see what people are talking about, and launch these meme coins almost automatically. And so what they're trying to do is just capitalize on the fact that people are paying attention to this topic.
Right.
The 9/11 anniversary happened, and there were all these meme coins about the Twin Towers. And the hope is that your coin, out of the dozens of coins related to that topic, will be the one that wins out over the others, either over the short term or the long term, almost always the very short term.
Sometimes it's about something serious, which we'll get into in just a moment, but sometimes it's about Peanut the squirrel or pygmy hippo. I mean, a lot of times it's just silly stuff, but they gain momentum, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I would say some of the most successful meme coins have been the most frivolous. The most famous one being Doge.
Right.
Like, that was just a joke because someone thought that this picture of a Shiba Inu was funny. And it was a joke until it wasn't. And that's true of so many of these meme coins. You mentioned Peanut the squirrel. He was a internet famous squirrel who was euthanized, and this went viral. And for some reason, that token dedicated to Peanut has had staying power.
Wait, you say it still has, at least as of the publishing of this story, market cap of $250 million.
Don't ask me why.
I mean, God rest Peanut's soul. Peanut the squirrel.
How dare you question his legitimacy? But yeah, that's the idea that you don't really know which ones are going to succeed and which ones won't. It's a bit like buying a lottery ticket.
All right. Serious moment, Charlie Kirk. Tell us what happened there upon his assassination.
Almost immediately after he was killed, the news went out, social media, everyone started paying attention to this. Almost instantly, meme coins dedicated to Charlie Kirk started appearing on Pump.Fun. And as you can imagine, some of them looked serious, some of them looked like frivolous, some of them looked like a joke. Everyone's taking every possible angle on this news story in an attempt to get people to buy their meme coins so that the number goes up, and then they can sell them and make a quick profit. As often happens, these meme coins, these Charlie Kirk meme coins, were essentially locked in battle, trying to vie for supremacy, because there's usually only one that's going to win out, if that. And so in this case, I got to talk to one of the people involved with one of those tokens, and he said that they were getting attacked by rival Kirk coins, that people were trying to sabotage their community meetings on X, on Spaces, that people were reporting them to X. Basically, it's this sort of all-out warfare where anything goes,
right,
in an attempt to be the one coin that survives.
So tell us a little bit about Evan Rodemaker, this guy who works for a solar panel company who thought that he had a different approach to getting attention for this meme coin.
Yeah, so the key thing to note here is that Evan isn't the one who created the coin. He doesn't know who created the coin. It could have been a bot for all he knows. But the website we mentioned, Pump.Fun, it allows what's called a community takeover. If you can prove that there's a critical mass of people who believe in this coin, who care about it, have formed a community around it, Pump.Fun will then give you access to the wallet where all the transaction fees accrue.
That's wild.
It's crazy.
It's crazy.
That all you have to do is make the case to this website.
I don't even know how you make the case, but that's like a whole other, how?
Essentially, you have to show them, you can set up a website, you can create a community, like a Spaces on X,
right,
where you're gathering people and you're talking about the coin. You also can set up an account on this website called Dex Screener, which is like a meme coin aggregation site. These are attempts to just show legitimacy. And so Evan and his team did all that. They got approval for their takeover. And after that, all the what are called the creator fees from the transactions involving this token went to their wallet. And part of their pitch to investors or buyers, whatever you want to call them, is that they were going to donate 100% of the creator fees to Charlie Kirk's family, to a memorial for Kirk, and mostly to Turning Point USA.
Just 10 seconds, has it worked?
It has worked in that the number has gone up. The token is worth a lot more than it was originally, and they have long-term plans for it.
Just one of those things, like just a whole other universe, right, going on, and especially when it comes to some very serious events and sometimes not so serious, but this one's certainly serious. Chris, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Christopher Beam, Bloomberg Business Week contributor. Highly recommend that folks check it out. It's on the Bloomberg and at Bloomberg.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
It's 4:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got FedEx shares now advancing by 7.2% after hours. FedEx reinstated its full-year profit outlook, a sign that the company is gaining some clarity on the future of its business, even while pressure from tariffs is far from over. Again, after hours, FedEx shares are up now by 7.1%. Dow Jones Industrial Average at a record today, along with the S&P 500, NASDAQ 100, and the Russell 2000. Today, we saw the S&P 500 index climb by 31 points, wrapping up the Thursday session 66.31, a gain today of 0.5%. The Dow up 0.3%, NASDAQ Composite Index up 0.9%, and again, the S&P at 66.31. The Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares up 2.5%. 10-year 4.11%, the 2-year 3.57%. Gold down $15 the ounce, 36.44 down 0.4%, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.7%, 63.61 a barrel. Bitcoin up 1.8%, 117,691 on a Bitcoin. Easier policy is a big source of support for stock bulls at a time when sky-high valuations are confronting bearish seasonality. Aaron Cannon is the CEO of Clear Harbor Asset Management. He addressed that issue right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
Certainly, valuations are not cheap. We're trading at sort of top quartile levels in most equity indices other than the small cap area, which is relatively cheap here. And yet we also know that elevated valuations do not always or never really augur bear markets. Usually there's some economic shock that ensues.
Aaron Kennan of Clear Harbor, interviewed right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Again, S&P 500 index at a record today, up by about 0.5%. FedEx after hours after earnings, up 7.3%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcast. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you for that update, Charlie. Appreciate it.
Oh, was that your drum roll?
That was my drum roll. Drum roll, please.
Yes, indeed.
Drum roll, please. The Bloomberg Business Week Best Business School Rankings for 2025 to 2026 are out. And the winner is Dimitra Kesanidis. She's senior editor at Bloomberg Business Week. I'm going to let you tell.
I'm the winner.
I'm going to let you tell us who the winner is. She joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio.
There are no winners, but the number one school
oh, no winner.
in the U.S., again, is Stanford.
There are no winners, but Stanford is at the top of the list.
And
yes.
They have won repeatedly in this survey. Is there some reason why, like, how do we think about it?
Yeah, I mean, I will say that one thing that we did is we did some redesigns this year. So we didn't change methodology or anything about how we weigh it. But a great thing is if you go to the site and you look at the rankings and you pull up the Stanford page, you can see very clearly the areas that they've dominated in for not just 1 year, but more than 1 year. And so the thing with Stanford is that it has done well. We have 5 key indexes, right? Compensation, learning, networking, entrepreneurship, and inclusion. Some of them are weighted more heavily than others based on what people tell us is important to them. Compensation gets weighted more heavily than, say, inclusion and entrepreneurship because the students who respond to the rankings survey and the alums say, money matters and we want to earn more money. So even though, yes, they're motivated by other factors, that is heavily weighted. So it's not number one, but it's number 2, and it's been number 2 for many years. It's been number 1 in networking several years in a row. It's been number 1 in entrepreneurship. So Stanford is ranking first or second in the indexes that are the most heavily weighted indexes in this ranking. And you see that very clearly, I think, if you go to the page. So it's able to just maintain that position. And it does that because it's not surprising to think about why a school like Stanford might be strong in entrepreneurship, right? Just given where it is, given its strengths in technology and the whole startup sector, founders and all, networking as well because of those industries and the kinds of people that are drawn to the school, what they end up doing after the fact, whether at bigger tech companies or their own. It's very strong in these areas, and it's been effectively hanging on to that for many years now.
There's so much information when you guys do these rankings and analysis, but so when it comes to like the top 5 or so, How are you thinking? Were there lots of changes elsewhere in the list, or does it tend to be pretty consistent?
It
from
tends
year
to be
year?
pretty consistent. I mean, you might see a school that's dropped, and if you really end up looking and examining the scores, they are fractional differences from one school to the other. If it's a bigger drop, then you can maybe see why it's not just a fractional difference. For example, I will point out Yale, which is number 17 on our ranking. And on some competitive rankings, it's done better, but it's done about the same on some competitive rankings as well. And if you look at those indexes, as I said, you can kind of quickly see why Yale dropped. A number of spots from last year to this year. It was not number 1 or number 5 last year, but it was number 12, and this year it's number 17. Again, they are small differences from school to school, but you see that it is down in compensation, it is down in learning, it is down in networking, it's down in entrepreneurship. And inclusion, again, is a category where we're not weighting that as heavily when it comes to how the school is doing. The biggest ones are compensation, networking, and learning. And you're seeing that in those key categories, it's not just 1 or 2 spots that it went down in. It went, and why did it go down? It went down because of something that we determined. I just want to clarify that, because sometimes people misunderstand and think that we are attaching our own value to this. We have surveys of students and alums and employers, and there are all kinds of numbers attached to all of those responses, and there are analyses and calculations done, and then there are weightings that are applied, and that's what tells us whether they've gone up or down in these various categories.
I'm really curious about the environment for a business school right now. Business schools have a lot of, in general, not every single one, but rely a lot on students from outside the United States. The diversity at a business school typically is pretty cool. You're with people from all over the world. What has that meant for this class year, because there's been such a crackdown on immigration in the U.S.?
Yeah, I mean, I think, Tim, we haven't seen the change quite yet with the classes that just started, let's say traditional U.S. programs that are on a fall to fall schedule. We are starting to see the numbers a little bit being affected in the applications that are going forward from this point. So I think we're probably going to see some bigger changes beyond this fall, in the spring and beyond. We were on a trajectory of international student enrollment, applications and enrollment rising, and then it kind of leveled off a little bit. But U.S. schools are extremely popular outside of the United States. And if you're a big name U.S. school, for somebody coming, whether from India or from China or from somewhere in Europe, that is a very reliable ticket for your future, to come from India and get an MBA from a top 10 U.S. program. And that is going to be worth it to them, even if they think it's a risky proposition because of the stance of the U.S. government right now and what's going on with the crackdown with respect to international students, visas, and what have you. But there is a lot of uncertainty right now. There's a lot of unease. Business schools globally are facing a lot of challenges, right? It's not just our government in the U.S. that is enacting certain policies that are problematic. And you look at the jobs market. Business schools are having a hard time because we had 10% of classes or less not being in a job within 3 months after graduation. It is not just 10% or 8 or 7% anymore. You have very large numbers of graduates finishing, and within 3 or 4 months, they still don't have a job.
For B schools.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that's a big factor that contributes to this unease and this sort of air of like, boy, things are a little tough right now.
Stanford costs for an MBA, what, $86,000?
It's a bargain compared to Columbia.
Columbia was or is.
Looks like on this list about 103,000, 106. It was over 100,000. I looked.
So
that's the number 9 school.
Part of the rankings, you guys do calculate my return on investment. I do think there is
Connection lost.
Era where academia in general, everybody's looking at the cost of it and saying, like, what do I get for it?
Sure. And in this country, again, one of the challenges that the